Episode 10, Future War Part Roman 2. It wasn't just my imagination. The man's eyes widened the moment he heard my name. Could it be? He carefully scrutinized my face. That reminded me of the numerous descriptions of Jung-hyuk's appearance in TWSA. Most notably, it was emphasized over and over that he was extremely good-looking. As for my own looks, is there a problem? And no, sir. His tone had suddenly become polite. I was sure all kinds of thoughts were racing through his head. One thing was certain: this guy had read TWSA. For one thing, he wasn't registered in character profile, and his surprise at hearing the name Jung-hyuk was a dead giveaway. Looking flustered, he turned his eyes toward Hyun-seong, who was standing next to me. Search attribute? I see, he's trying to glean as much information as he can. I waited a few moments to give him ample time to examine Hyun-seong, then spoke up. You'd better watch where you're looking. By now, he should have confirmed two things: Hyun-seong Lee's name and the fact that he couldn't view my attribute window with search attribute. I didn't know how much of TWSA he'd read, but without knowing Jung-hyuk's face, there was only so much information he could use to determine the validity of my claim. The most poignant piece of evidence he had was the SS rank skill, the Eye of the Sage, which could block other detection abilities, and he was starting to believe I had that skill. Did you think I wouldn't notice you scanning us with that B rank skill? His eyes started twitching from panic, then his whole face contorted. His wandering gaze finally settled on Chung Muro's red flag on my back. Yes, I'm sure that's the last piece of evidence you can find to determine whether I'm really Jung-hyuk. Who the hell do you think you are, talking down to us like? One of the men near the front of the group, who must have had no clue what was happening, stepped up and pointed his spear at me threateningly. Just as Huiwin and Hyun-seong were about to move forward, whack, the man's head suddenly burst open, spraying blood into the air. The rest of the group cried out in shock. Behind the blood and gore that was raining down, I saw their leader's face, looking dead serious. This guy, he pushed aside his group members and slowly walked toward me. I'm terribly sorry. That was no way to talk to such an esteemed guest. And who are you? I could see that it took every bit of self-control he had not to squirm at my cold tone. You're really trying, huh? Well, my heart would have nearly burst too if I were you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Seongguk Lee, the vice leader of Dongmyo Station. He bowed politely before me, time to put on my best Jung-hyuk impression. I shot him an icy glare and spoke in the coldest voice I could muster. Dongmyo Station? I see. Then get lost. Pardon? This is my station now, so beat it. Seongguk Lee was in shock. What do you mean? Did I stutter? I looked down at Dongmyo Station's flag slot. Seongguk Lee finally realized what I meant. That's impossible, sir. A station we've already claimed can't be handed over to. Do you think I'm stupid? Sir? A vice leader has the authority to hand over a station. Didn't you know that? I'll count to 3. Surrender this station, or you're all dead. 1. Seongguk Lee's face grew hard. His men moved to surround me, brandishing their weapons. Huiwin and Hyun-seong looked nervous and confused. To them, it must have looked like I had suddenly gone crazy. I ignored them and continued to put on the pressure. You think I'm joking? 2. It must have been, 10 years since you read TWSA. Looks like you forgot what kind of character Jung-hyuk was. Maybe this'll jog your memory. Exclusive skill, White Star Weapon Aura LV. 2 has been activated. Blade of Faith has been activated. Seongguk Lee turned pale when he saw the white aura emanating from my sword. This was a game of chicken. This guy remembered Jung-hyuk's name, which meant he had at least a vague idea of what the regressor was capable of. Knowing how merciless Jung-hyuk was in his early regressions, there was no way Seongguk would keep playing the game. But what if he didn't know very much about Jung-hyuk? That was fine, too. If it came down to that, I could fight him, and if that didn't work out, I could simply run away. I was strong enough at this point that I had plenty of options. Wait, I'll do it. So you did read TWSA, but you didn't read it properly. No, sorry, you took too long. Pardon? 1 station isn't enough. Hand over Dongdaemun as well. Huiwin's eyes widened in shock. She shot me a look, as if to ask if it was really okay to push things so far. Of course it was okay. In fact, I had to push it this far. After all, I was Jung-hyuk, and to really sell it, I had to be every bit as crazy as he was. I pointed my sword at Seongguk Lee. Hand over Dongdaemun or there's no deal. But I'll count to 3 again. 1. A mix of emotions flashed across Seongguk Lee's face in the span of a second, each more desperate than the last. He had started to believe that I was Junghyuk Yu, which must have put him in one hell of a tight spot. After all, it was painfully clear what would happen to him should he make an enemy of the main character here. How would he respond? His answer would determine the nature of the relationship between me and his group going forward. I can give you Dongdaemun History and Culture Park on my authority, but, not Dongdaemun. Please, won't you meet with our leader? Good answer. It seemed he was just the level of prey I was looking for. Seongguk Lee continued to ramble on. Your reputation precedes you, sir, so our leader is very much looking forward to meeting you. Please, give us a chance to talk with you. You know me. How could we not, Mr. Junghyuk Yu? Seongguk flinched as soon as he blurted that out. He must have realized it was a strange thing to say. It was far too early for Junghyuk to be that famous. Anyway, it would be a great honor if I could escort you there. I stared at him pointedly for a bit before I replied. All right, I'll give you a passing grade. Very well, lead the way. He brightened up immediately, even adding an unnecessary, please, you have nothing to worry about. On the king's honor, I swear I won't turn against you. The vice leader of Dongmyo, Seongguk Lee, has sworn an oath on the king's honor. Seongguk Lee will be severely punished if he breaks this oath. What an impatient guy. Still, this would be his natural response if he believed I was the main character. It looked like he'd done his homework about how Junghyuk Yu was early on. Then I suppose it'd be rude not to play along. Turn against me, you fools? I mean, not that we could lay a finger on you even if we attacked all at once. Ha ha ha, then. This way, please. Wait, sir. I pointed at the flag slot of Dongdaemun History and Culture Park Station. Aren't you forgetting something? Dongdaemun History and Culture Park Station has been transferred to you. Currently occupied territory. Chungmuro, HQ, Myeongdong, Dongdaemun History and Culture Park, your red flag has accrued more points. The flag of the station changed before my eyes. What a great start. Is it really okay for things to be this easy? Let's go. I felt strange watching Seongguk Lee's trembling shoulders. What if I just lived the rest of my life as Junghyuk Yu? Soon after, we were entering Dongmyo Station, guided by Seongguk Lee. Their group members, who had no idea who I was, whispered uneasily among themselves. But they didn't object because Seongguk Lee's attitude made it clear that it was not a matter for debate. My companions and I were trailing along in the rear. Hyun-seong, who had been eyeing me hesitantly, finally spoke up. Doc, the quick-witted Huiwon jabbed him in the ribs. The big man gasped in surprise and groaned. That's Huiwon for you. She couldn't have known what I was up to, but she had the good sense to play along. You know what to do, right? I mouthed at my companions. Yes, I get the gist of it. I glanced at Huiwon, then at the unconscious Il-hun Kang, slumped over Hyun-seong's back. He was the one I was most worried about. Make sure he doesn't blow our cover. Huiwon nodded subtly, then did something strange. She dropped down on one knee in a theatrical manner and shouted, Yes, Lord Junghyuk, your wish is my command. She looked like some kind of medieval knight. The funny part was, Hyun-seong hurriedly dropped down to his knee too after watching Huiwon. My lord? The others must have heard them. Seongguk Lee looked back in surprise. It was quite embarrassing, but this worked out for me. I couldn't read what was on his mind, but it was probably something like, he must really be Junghyuk Yu. Then our eyes met, and Seongguk Lee quickly turned his head. So this is what it feels like to be the main character. Soon, we arrived at the platform of Dongmyo Station. They seemed to be a fairly well-established group, judging by the number of people there. Some of them were carrying weapons, like Seongguk Lee's squad was, but most were unarmed. The latter were most likely drifters who had lost their groups. Hurry up, faster. Why yes, sir. Under the Dongmyo group's command, the drifters were doing manual labor, such as cutting up ground rat meat or fashioning weapons out of monster body parts. They had become a slave class. This would become a common sight in the scenario zones once the Age of Kings began in earnest. What is this, a kingdom? Huiwon frowned. Don't do anything hasty. Stay here and keep watch, I ordered her. Yes, my lord. I ignored her and scanned the area. I wanted to be prepared for any unforeseen variables. Dalmyo Station was an important staging area in TWSA as well. If I remembered correctly, the leader should have been that recluse. However, now that the oracles were involved, there was a high chance that things were different from the original story. I organized my thoughts as I stared at the back of Seongguk Lee, who was walking in front of the group. At this point, there were two things I wanted to know. First, whether Seongguk Lee possessed the same file I had. Second, how many oracles there were. And if I had to pick a third, whether he had the same skills as I did. My guess was no. If he did, he would have used character profile on me earlier, rather than search attribute. And he likely didn't have the fourth wall, either, since I didn't get a message saying my skill had been blocked when I had tried to view his info with character profile. In other words, Seongguk Lee was a similar case to Sangha and Gilyong. I thought that made sense. After all, I was the only one who had read the entire novel, all 3,000+ chapters of it. It would have been unfair if the so-called oracles, who had only dabbled in the first few dozen chapters, had gotten the same special bonuses I'd received. That said, what's that bastard reading so intently? Seongguk Lee had been staring at his phone screen for some time. You have invested 5,000 coins on agility. Agility LV. 20 agility LV. 30. Your body moves with an incredible deftness. I moved like a ghost. I was standing behind Seongguk Lee in the blink of an eye. What are you reading? It's nothing, sir. Seongguk hastily turned off his phone and put it away. It was only for a brief moment, but I caught a glimpse of the screen. A yellow background with the all-too-familiar word balloons. It was something I'd seen countless times, but it felt so out of place in the fallen world. Unless I was mistaken, it had been a group chat. They have internet? Here? That couldn't be true. Ever since the scenarios began, the internet had been cut off in Seoul as the goblin channels had been activated. Oh, right. This is Dongmyo, and that recluse is here. I see, so that's how they have internet. Seongguk Lee, who had been eyeing me nervously, spoke up. Mister, what is it? We've arrived, sir. Our leader is waiting for you inside. I looked at the shoddy-looking tent located in the middle of the platform. I couldn't help but smirk at this shabby attempt to set up special accommodations for the leader. Lead the way. Seongguk Lee bowed politely and guided me inside. I pushed aside the front flap of the tent and entered. The interior was fancier than I'd expected. I almost couldn't believe this luxurious space was the same grubby tent I'd seen from the outside. The floor was covered with a thick red carpet, and there was an expensive-looking bed they'd likely stolen from some fancy hotel. I saw a round table for meetings, and even a small desk with a computer on it. What caught my eye more than anything was a young boy surfing the web on that computer, thoroughly immersed. He looked to be a couple of years older than Gilyong. He was sitting on a chair, wearing pajamas, staring at the screen with sunken eyes. A navy-colored flag was tucked tightly into his shirt. Incredible! This boy had already completed half of King's Path. Exclusive skill, character profile, has been activated. Character profile name, Donghoon Han age, 17 sponsoring constellation, shadow behind the curtain exclusive attribute, the noble reclusive loner, heroic exclusive skills, wide area network LV. 5. Comet manipulation LV. 3. Keyboard attack LV. 3. Small eater LV. 6. Block sound waves LV. 2. Stigma lack of presence LV. 2 total stats. Stamina LV. 10. Strength LV. 10. Agility LV. 19. Magic power LV. 26. Summary. He is the noble reclusive loner, the pinnacle of reclusive loners. His skill, wide area network, can get past the Goblin's channel network and connect virtual LAN cables to devices of his choosing. Though he has an outstanding talent for manipulating public opinion, his defense mechanisms are not sufficiently developed, leaving him mentally vulnerable. His sponsoring constellation is distressed at the state their incarnation is currently in. Asterisk, this character is currently under a powerful hypnosis. I remembered him clearly. The king of Dongmyo, the boy who would one day come to be known as the reclusive king of shadows. However, for now, this poor child king was in the middle of writing online comments. Is it true that only Seoul is isolated? RIP Gangnam real estate law Ri. No, other capital cities around the world like Tokyo and Beijing are also encased in those round domes. Ri, what happened to the plan to take back Seoul? Didn't they say they'd start yesterday? Lol, I heard the PPL inside got superpowers like in some kind of fantasy novel. Just a rumor though, Ri. Yeah, it's a fantasy. I mean, there are monsters and stuff. Seeing the internet felt weird. It had been so long. I was reminded all over again what kind of situation we were in. The people outside Seoul still had little clue what was happening. The boy king's fingers danced over the keyboard again. BTW, have you guys heard of the oracles? Don't know who they are, but they claim they know the secret behind all this. Character Donghoon Han has activated comment manipulation LV. 3. As soon as he posted his comment, dozens of replies attached themselves like magnets. Ri, you believe that crap? Stupid Ri, dude, I thought it was BS too, but all their prophecies so far came true. Look it up. I think they're the real deal. Ri, really? Where can I find that? Do you have the link? Those comments would spread to various corners of the net, like soldiers on a mission. I was amazed he was already using this ability so effectively. Mr. Han, sir? The boy finally looked up at Seongguk's call. We have an important guest. Donghoon Han's tired eyes turned to me. Hello. He was clearly not in good shape. One of the 7 kings of TWSA, reduced to this sorry state. He had social anxiety in the original story, too, but it wasn't this bad. The boy staggered to his feet, slumped down on a chair near the round conference table, then began to chew his nails. Seongguk smiled as if he was satisfied. Mister, you've met our leader now, shall we talk then? I quietly stared at Donghoon Han for a bit and scoffed. Talk? What talk? Pardon? Do you take me for a fool? Donghoon Han's eyes were blank. Your leader? According to TWSA, this boy was indeed the leader of this station. That was his title. But the title of leader didn't always equate to real authority. How long do you plan to keep up this charade? You expect me to talk to a puppet? I glanced to my side and saw Seongguk's trembling hands. He probably didn't think the eye of the sage would be able to catch something like that too. He quickly took out his smartphone to check something, then let out a deep sigh. Mister, nothing gets past you indeed. Please forgive my mistake. You're the real leader here. Am I wrong? Yes, you're right. Do the others know about this? Only a few in the inner circle. Use someone with a powerful ability as the puppet leader and take control of the station. It was a tactic often used in TWSA, but it felt strange to see it in real life. Why bother bringing me all the way here if you're the one with real authority? It was so we could talk in private, sir. I'm not sure if you noticed, but this tent is surrounded by a block Soundwave's skill. I thought that might be the case. It was one of Donghoon Han's abilities. Why this level of secrecy? Is it that big of a deal? Yes, sir. What I'm about to say is very important to you, and to us all. Seongguk Lee took a deep breath. I'm an oracle. Well, to be exact, I'm one of them. Finally, some real answers. I quietly waited for him to continue. You have no idea how thrilled we are right now. You see, my colleagues and I have been waiting for this day, the moment that will be a milestone in your great victory. He was suddenly talking nonsense. We know about your special ability, the miracle of regression that sends you back in time upon death, the power only you possess in this world. I was a bit worried about how this would be censored to the constellations, but I decided to let him continue. I'm sure you've already repeated many lifetimes. You've faced horrific enemies and fought to protect humanity from otherworldly threats. A bitter, lonely struggle only you remember. We have nothing but reverence for your noble mission. This guy knows how to kiss ass. If Younghyuk heard this, he'd be moved to tears. Next time I see him looking depressed, I should tell him all this like I came up with it myself. But you must have realized through your numerous regressions even you, a hero capable of miraculous deeds, cannot stand against the coming catastrophe by yourself. Well, he actually has a point there. But this loop will be different, because we, the oracles, have received a special blessing and were dispatched to this timeline to aid you. Wow, get a load of this guy. A faint smile spread across his face. You must be confused. Where did these people come from? They weren't in any of my previous regressions. I'm sure this is a lot to take in at once, but I hope you'll believe us. After all, we have received a revelation and have been preparing for this day for 10 years. A revelation? Yes. In the current loop, there is a book of revelations shared among the oracles in secret, a compilation of the legendary feats you have and will accomplish. In other words, the one true revelation that contains records of the past and the future. Wait. Then this revelation must be. It looks like you still don't believe me. We already knew you'd be accompanied by Steelblade Hyunseong Lee. And, though they're not here now, I'm sure you've also taken delusional demon Namwoon Kim and Naval Commander Jihai Lee under your wing. But with all due respect, they alone won't be enough. You see, according to the revelation, I tried to hide my anxiety as I asked, where is this book of revelations? Unfortunately, the original copy has been damaged and lost, but do not worry. Each of us remembers pieces of the revelation, and we're using that knowledge to prepare the right path for you. Sure you are. If you try to go through this loop the same as you did the previous ones, you will meet your end again, but with us, it will be different. Seongguk Lee rambled on. I slowly closed my eyes and opened them again. I see. Seongguk Lee immediately stopped talking. He must be extremely nervous. After all, Junghyuk had the lie detection skill. Of course, I didn't have it. But even if I did, it wouldn't have caught his story as a lie. When it came to metaphorical speech, lie detection could not separate the truth from falsehood. So how did I feel about it? Incredible. I really meant it. As in, what an incredible fake backstory he'd fabricated. I was genuinely impressed he'd come up with all this in such a short time. Human creativity never failed to amaze me. Seongguk Lee, was it? Yes, mister. You should be the writer of TWSA. Readers who received a revelation and entered the novel to aid the main character who kept dying like a sunfish. I almost thought that was a more interesting story than TWSA itself, but that was just how I felt. Stop beating around the bush, and there were more pressing matters at hand. And get to the point. I'd heard enough of his fake backstory. It was time for me to talk. Let's say you really did receive a revelation about the future. What is it you want to do? Seongguk Lee answered without missing a beat, we would like to ally with you. I mean an alliance on paper, but in reality we'd be, entering your service. Yes, that's it. What a clown. So that's what you're after. Basically, you just want to hitch a free ride on the main character's back, huh? I see, an alliance. That's what you want? Yes, sir. An interesting offer. Does that mean I tap the desk with my finger? But you got the order wrong. Pardon, how can I form an alliance with people I don't even know? If you want to join me, shouldn't you reveal your identity first? My identity. But I already told you all about. I got up from my chair and sat on the luxurious bed. I crossed my legs. On your knees. Sorry, I said kneel. Seongguk Lee froze for a second, then got down from his chair, desperately trying to hide his panic. He lowered his knees slowly until they touched the floor. Tell me about your attributes. I already had an idea what it might be, based on the fact that he'd put a powerful hypnosis on Donghoon Han, who was a candidate to be king, no less. But I had to be sure. Seongguk Lee looked up at me, looking conflicted. I bet his brain was going into overdrive, thinking things like Junghyuk can see my information with the eye of the sage. Why is he asking me for something he already knows? He thought hard for a long time before he reluctantly opened his mouth. My attribute is hypnotist. Hypnotist, as I thought. I see. His face brightened up a bit when he saw me nod. He seemed to think that he'd passed the test. Is that all? Sorry? Seongguk's eyes darted about nervously. There's one more. I nodded. Tell me. The ninth. Ninth? Seongguk Lee lowered his head, as if what he was about to say was incredibly humiliating. I'm the ninth, renouncer. I see, so he's the ninth. Wait, hold on, just how many of them are out there? Episode 11, The Night of the Oracles. The ninth renouncer. I've never heard of that attribute. I'm sure you haven't. It's because this is the first loop we oracles have appeared in. Excuses. I suddenly wanted to mess with him a bit. How odd. If you received a revelation about the future, shouldn't you be called Revelator or something similar? Why renouncer? What does that mean? Why, you see, it's because the revelation is. Seongguk Lee was stammering, trying desperately not to say anything that would trigger lie detection. I almost wanted to pat him on his head. Let's see how much of the truth you can speak. He winced tightly and forced himself to continue. I think it's the order in which we stopped reading the revelation. You stopped reading it. Why? Because it's so complex and vast, and too profound. So you're the ninth person to give up on reading it? Yes. Then you probably won't be of much use to me, will you? That's not true, sir. I can be of great help to you. Seongguk Lee sputtered in panic, then nervously switched his smartphone on and off several times. Why do you keep fidgeting with your phone? Forgive me. I have a smartphone addiction. He was obviously trying to get advice from the other oracles, but I wouldn't let that happen. It looked like the internet is working here. That's right, using the reclusive loner's ability. I glanced over at Dinghoon Han. The hypnotized boy was biting his nails with a blank look in his eyes. He was the reclusive king of shadows who had a powerful ability to manipulate information. I couldn't leave this boy under the control of the oracles. If all those oracles interfered with the plot like this, the original story would go off the rails and all my plans would become obsolete. I needed to stop them before they ruined everything. Do all the other oracles also have the renouncer attributes? Yes, sir. How many are there in total? That's. Seongguk Lee hesitated a bit before answering. There are 48 that we know of. 48. That was fewer than I thought. Chapter 1 of TWSA had around 1,200 views, and Chapter 10 had around 120, so I expected there to be at least 100 oracles. Why so few? Seongguk Lee continued as if to answer my question. There were more originally, but most of them didn't make it through the first scenario, or so we think. They died, even though they knew the future. The thing is, we only recently realized that the revelation was real. I could see it now. When the first scenario started, it was doubtful very many readers would have instantly connected the dots and realized the novel they'd read 10 years ago had become reality. Even if they did, their memory of the plot would have been hazy at best. In fact, it was strange that Seongguk Lee had survived at all. He was the 9th renouncer, so he must have stopped reading very early on. So how did he make it through to this point? I was very lucky. If I didn't happen to be with another oracle when it started, I'd be dead. There was another oracle with him? That, as he was about to continue, the ground shook faintly. It had gotten through block sound waves placed around the tent, so it must have been quite a big commotion. Seongguk Lee and I ran out of the tent at the same time. I thought some kind of sub-scenario had been activated, but that wasn't the case. There were two people standing in the middle of the scene. A man and woman glared at each other, ready to throw down. I didn't know who the man was, but the woman. You wanna die? You're just a no-name background character. What's this loser yapping about? Was Hugh Ewan, no surprises there. What did you just call me? The man drew a large sword from his back. Even at a glance, I could tell his stats were quite high. However, they weren't high enough. Not even close. After all, incarnations with comparable stats couldn't hope to match Huiwen's movements. She easily avoided the man's attack and swung her sword. Character Huiwen Jeong has activated Mikazuki Munechika's special ability, Footsteps of the Reaper. Huiwen Jeong, her blade stopped a fraction of a second before slicing off the man's head. His eyes were wide with shock, and the hair on the back of his neck was standing up. An insurmountable gap in speed. Had I not stopped her, he would be dead. Seongguk Lee gasped and ran forward. Minseob Young, what the hell are you doing? Seeing the panic on Seongguk Lee's face, I realized something. Exclusive skill character profile has been activated. I already knew what message would come up next. This character's information cannot be viewed via character profile. This character is not registered in character profile. I knew it, this guy's also an oracle. Soon, the other oracle was kneeling in front of me, next to Seongguk Lee. I'm so sorry, my friend had no idea. Hey, hurry and apologize. At his companion's urging, the man with the large sword lowered his head. Sorry. This one seemed to have a bit of an ego. He was apologizing, but he was still fuming with anger. I turned to Huiwen. Huiwen Jeong, I told you not to do anything rash. But this asshole, Huiwen Jeong, for the first time she looked shocked. Forgive me, Mr. Junghyuk Yu. Huiwen bowed, then turned around and left. Hyunseong hurried after her, looking utterly flustered. I knew very well that Huiwen would never have drawn her blade without a good reason. But in a situation like this, a single hasty action could spell disaster. The man with the large sword looked up at me. Did she just call you your Yonghyokyu? That's right. Are you also an oracle? Yes, sir. The man looked conflicted. He looked at me, then at Huiwen and Hyunseong, who were walking away. Finally, he turned to Seongguk Lee, who was kneeling next to him. Mister, I'm terribly sorry, but we'll need to step out for a sec. Seongguk, let's have a quick chat. Then he got up and left the tent. Seongguk Lee hurried after him, bowing to me apologetically. Don't keep me waiting. Of course. Yonghyokyu wouldn't have said that, but I had a reason for allowing them to leave. I waited for a second until they had walked some distance away from the tent, then immediately called Bihyong. Hey, Bihyong, what? It was just getting interesting. Enhanced hearing. Here's 2,000 coins. It seemed Bihyong was getting used to me doing this kind of thing. It took him less than 3 seconds to put on ads, take my coins, and hand me the item I'd asked for. You have spent 2,000 coins. You have acquired exclusive skill, enhanced hearing. Bihyong warned me in a grumbling tone. Hey, be more careful. Large-scale scenarios like these are overseen by mid-level goblins. I ignored him and used the skill right away. Exclusive skill, enhanced hearing, has been activated. I poked my head outside the tent, which was protected by block sound waves. I immediately began to hear voices. For two people trying to have a secret conversation, they hadn't gone too far. Hey, don't you think it's strange? What is? Does he look handsome to you? What are you talking about? Yonghyokyu is supposed to be extremely good-looking, but that guy's face is kinda all over the place. You little. Thankfully, Seongguk Lee came to my defense. Maybe the author just has a unique taste. He's definitely Yonghyokyu. I mean, that rotten temper of his is straight out of the pages. You're only the 9th. You barely know anything. You said you also read it long ago and don't remember it well. Hey, I can recall certain scenes perfectly, thanks to my memory enhancement, and I don't want to hear that from someone who's only read the prologue. You'd be dead if it weren't for me. They bickered for a while, then their voices began to come closer. Something's not adding up. I mean, it makes sense that Hyunseong Lee is here, but who's that woman? I don't remember there being a character like her in the 3rd loop. Then, why don't we test him and see if he's the real deal? About that, what do we do if he really is Yonghyokyu? Then we just go with the plan. If he's the real deal, this is our chance to get back at those smug bastards who read more than 50 chapters. Thanks, guys. This is some juicy intel you're feeding me for free. Here were the people who had been whining in the comments section about how Yonghyok was an idiot, how they would have done things better. Now that they were in this situation, they were slipping up left and right. I could see Seongguk Lee and the man with the large sword heading back. My apologies for making you wait. Please step inside. We went back inside the tent. Mister, forgive me for being rude earlier. Allow me to properly introduce myself. My name is Minseob Young. The man with the large sword forced a smile and then bowed his head. He'd been easily beaten by Huiwen, but on closer inspection, he had some high-quality items. Especially the fugitive's mask around his neck, which had the very useful ability to change the user's appearance at will. So what number renouncer are you? Minseob Young shot an angry look at his friend, as if to berate him for telling me too much. He clearly hadn't expected me to know about renouncers. I'm the 1,089th, sir. 1,089th. Quite a jump from his friend's 9th. But considering the first chapter of TWSA had around 1,200 views and chapter 10 had around 120, Minseob Young was still an early renouncer. He was likely the one who had saved Seongguk Lee in the first scenario. As an oracle who's read the revelation, I'm honored to meet you, sir. But I hope you'll forgive me for this. May I ask you a few questions? Questions? What questions? That is, about yourself, sir. You're doubting whether I'm really Yonghyokyu HM? Oh, of course not, but Minseob's face flushed a deep shade of red as I met his eyes directly with a glare. Go ahead. Pardon, I said, ask what you want. He regained his composure and nodded. Again, I'm very sorry. Then, if you don't mind. In order to properly deceive these guys, I had to confirm a few things myself. According to the revelation, in your 3rd loop, you're allied with delusional demon Namwoon Kim, but instead, you're accompanied by a woman I don't recognize. At first, I thought she might be Jihai Lee because she had a sword, but she's clearly not a teenager, and you called her a different name. I could tell this guy was quite observant and had a good memory. As he said, this world had changed quite a bit from the original third loop they'd known from reading the novel. What I had to do now was to spin that in a way that was advantageous to me. If you're asking me why I'm not accompanied by the delusional demon, the answer is simple. In this loop, the delusional demon does not exist. Pardon? What do you mean he? Dead? That's right. They looked shocked. Minseob sounded skeptical. But how? Just who could have killed him? Delusional demon Namwoon Kim was. I looked down at the pair. They were both leaning forward with their mouths agape without realizing. It was time to drive the point home. Killed by an oracle like you. Someone like us? That's right. I didn't know he was an oracle until now, but after talking to you, all the pieces finally fit. That bastard also knew about the future. That's far more than you, in fact. Not only did he kill Namwoon Kim, but he also cleared out many of the early hidden scenarios. My plans are all thrown off because of him. Who could do such a thing? You're looking at him right now, idiot. It looks like he's even going around pretending to be me. I gave him a good beating last time we met, but there's a high chance he's still lurking near Chungmuro. Constellation, secretive plotter, is amazed by your shamelessness. Chungmuro? Wait, could it be? Minseob Young gasped in surprise, then began to type something into his phone. He was likely relaying this information to the other oracles. After that, he asked me a few more questions, and I gave him simple answers. I see. Oh. That's why the third loop is so different from the script. You really are Mr. Junghyuk Yu. He looked genuinely impressed, and I totally understand why you recruited that woman in place of the delusional demon. She's definitely good enough to replace Namwoon Kim. I mean, she defeated me with one strike. With that, I had them completely fooled. Ironically, it was their own misunderstanding that filled the gaps in my story. Listening to you, I think I know who killed the delusional demon. You do? Yes, but first, I should tell you in truth, the oracles aren't all on the same side. I'd surmised that much after eavesdropping on them earlier. After all, if there were 48 people who knew the future, some of them were bound to have their own ideas about how to use that knowledge. There's a group calling themselves the 12 Disciples. They believe that only they have read the true revelation and have the power to change this world. 12, huh? That matched the number of views on Chapter 50 of TWSA. What differentiates them from the rest of you? They've read far more of the revelation than we have. I knew it. There are 11 of them currently known. My guess is that the one who has interfered with you is the last disciple we don't know about. Very nice. Give these creative fools a single breadcrumb, and they come up with a whole story. What a convenient misunderstanding. No, hang on. Maybe it's not a misunderstanding? After all, one of the 12 people who read Chapter 50 was me. Sounds like you're not too fond of these disciples. To be honest, no. Unlike us, those bastards are planning to take over the world by using their knowledge of the future. They're not any better than the 10 evils. He's not talking about me, so why do I feel so guilty? The 10 evils. That's why we're asking you, sir, please, take us under your wing and stop those bastards. I see. So this is their real goal. To tell the truth, I hadn't expected this. Who knew they'd need Junghyuk Yu because of the infighting among oracles? I thought about it for a moment before responding. Very well, I accept. I'll form an alliance with you. Really? But there's one condition. Their faces turn nervous. First, hand over Changsan Station. Sorry, Changsan? It's the one north of Dongmyo. You've already claimed it, no? Oh, right, that's Chungmuro's target station. Minseob Young seemed to realize something. Actually, this was the most important part of this alliance. Our target station in Capture the Flag was Changsan. If I couldn't take control of it, I wouldn't be able to clear the fourth scenario, even if I fully completed King's Path. And if I didn't clear the fourth scenario, my group members and I would automatically die. Seongguk Lee had an uneasy look on his face. Mister, I'm terribly sorry, but that might be a bit complicated. Why is that? Changsan Station doesn't belong to us. It doesn't? That was odd. Changsan was right next to Dongmyo, so I'd assumed they'd have taken it a long time ago. Seongguk Lee sighed. It's occupied by the Tyrant King. The Tyrant King. My heart sank. That bastard is a king already. One of the 7 kings of Seoul, the Tyrant King. At this point in the story, he was one of the few who could match Junghyok's strength, but he wasn't supposed to become a king for another few days. Not only that, he should have started way north of here, around Dabonggu. How had he already extended his territory so far south? The more I thought about it, the less it made sense. Seongguk Lee lowered his eyes when he realized I was looking at him. The thing is, a few oracles made a mistake, which ended up helping the tyrant king greatly. It was a whole mess, and some oracles died in the process. There were 53 of us until then. My trust in them was rapidly dropping. How could I have thought these idiots who only read the beginning knew what they were doing? But no need to worry, sir. We've been preparing a powerful weapon that will take out the tyrant king. Not only him, but the 12 disciples as well. Min Seob-young hurriedly chimed in too. It's something you probably don't know about at this point. We went through a lot to get this intel. Yes, I know for sure now. I can't leave these clowns alone. I need to stop them before they screw up the entire plot. Actually, this is perfect timing. You'll be able to see this weapon for yourself soon. See it for myself? Tomorrow happens to be the night of the oracles, you see. It's where all of us meet up, minus the 12 disciples. If it's okay with you. Min Seob-young looked at me with pleading eyes. We'd be honored to have you, Mr. Junghyok-yu. After the talk was over, I met with Huiwin and Hyunseong in the private quarters Seongguk Lee had prepared for us. I looked at Chungmuro's flag on my back. I had spent the afternoon going around and claiming Dongdaemun and Chunggu stations, which turned my flag navy. The new ability of the navy flag is awaiting activation. You have paid 500 coins to activate the special ability of the navy flag. You can now use group chat with your group members. From here on, we could talk freely without worrying. The group chat couldn't be overheard by anyone other than our group members who were in the vicinity. The only downside was that it cost a lot of coins to activate. I briefly explained what happened today to my companions. Huiwin seemed to have caught the gist of it already, but Hyunseong had been utterly clueless until I told them. Goodness, I can't believe it. There are people who know about the future. Dokja, is that why you've been impersonating Junghyok-yu? That's right. Ha! Then I guess we'll be staying here for a while, to get more information out of them. Nope. We'll take care of them tonight. I looked at Huiwin, and I'm sorry about earlier. It's okay, though my feelings were a bit hurt. I'm kidding. You're impersonating a crazy bastard, so you acted like one, right? If you're really sorry, let me handle that Min Seob-young guy. Huiwin continued with a smile. So are the three of us getting it on tonight or what? Getting it on. Hyunseong blanched at Huiwin's jocular phrasing. I shook my head. There's something I need to take care of first. What do you mean? If we attack them now, we'll have to face the whole group. We don't want that, do we? With that, I pulled out a small cloak and draped it over my body. Seeing me disappear suddenly, Hyunseong stammered in alarm. Dokja, I'll give you a signal, make your move then. I blended into the darkness. The hermit's cloak was a gold member exclusive item I bought for 3,000 coins from Bihyong. It was limited to only 5 uses, but had a very useful ability that granted absolute stealth for 20 minutes when activated. I slipped outside our tent, blending into the darkness. It would be useless against an opponent with absolute senses, level 6 or higher, but no one here had anything like that. I passed the dozing guards and made my way to the leader's tent, where Dinghoon Han was. Once I got inside, I wouldn't have to worry about being overheard, since the tent was surrounded by block sound waves. As I carefully opened the tent flaps, I saw the boy, typing on a keyboard, alone. The bags under his eyes were darker than they had been earlier that day. His back looked frail and pitiful as he typed out the comments at this late hour, all by himself. The oracles likely planned to turn him into a robot with stunted emotions, a propaganda machine that manipulated the future by churning out a mixture of truths and falsehoods. His ability may not have seemed like much, but as time went on, it would become invaluable. I silently approached him from behind and covered his mouth. Unable to breathe, he struggled in my arms, but his level 10 strength wasn't enough to make me budge. I reached into my pocket and took out the vial of mental stimulant that I had purchased along with the hermit's cloak from Bihyong earlier. This item cost a whopping 3,000 coins. I'd be lying if I said I didn't mind the hefty price tag, But if that got me the reclusive king of shadows, then 3,000 coins was a bargain. The boy's eyes changed soon after I forced him to swallow the stimulant. With the hypnosis dispelled, he was regaining his senses. Uerg, why you? Being hypnotized didn't mean he forgot everything. All sorts of trauma must have been running through his head at that moment. Still, now that he'd woken up, his sponsoring constellation could help him. Character Dinghoon Han's sponsoring constellation reveals their epithet. Constellation's shadow behind the curtain expresses their gratitude. You have received 500 coins as a donation. The boy staggered away from me, gripping his flag tightly in his hand. I stared at it for a moment before emphatically taking a step back. Relax, I'm not here to take your flag. You're a smart guy, so I'm sure can tell. If I'd meant to harm you, I wouldn't have undone your hypnosis, right? Then what? Let's be friends. He looked perturbed when he heard the word friends. I waited patiently. He needed some time before the waves of alarm and suspicion in his head calmed, but even after a long pause, he appeared to have trouble speaking. Oh, right. This boy has social anxiety. It's hard to talk to me directly, right? If you're okay with it, I'd like to use this instead. He looked at the phone in my hand for a moment and then started mumbling something. Character Dinghoon Han has used Wide Area Network, LV5, on your smartphone. As long as Character Dinghoon Han is conscious, you can access the internet anywhere within Seoul Dome. Dinghoon Han's name popped up on my phone soon after. Who are you? I've been looking for you. Seongguk Lee said the same thing. I'm sure he did. The boy's fingers were trembling pitifully, and he couldn't finish the sentence. I realized instinctively that I wouldn't be able to persuade him here. His trauma had been festering for the last dozen or so days, to the point it couldn't be healed easily. I understand. You must be scared and confused. Character Dinghoon Han is greatly perturbed. You know nothing. I'm not like those guys. I don't trust you. You hate the oracles, don't you? With that, something stirred in his eyes. Deep inside the pupils of the boy who had been hypnotized and turned into a puppet, a seething rage flared up. If you want, I can get rid of them. Why? But you and the oracles are. They shouldn't exist. They're an obstacle to the epilogue I want. Dinghoon stared at me in disbelief, then bit his lip and typed on his keyboard. You just want to use my abilities, too. I raised my head to face Dinghoon Han. No, that's the opposite of what I want. I looked him straight in the eye, and this time I spoke with my real voice. From now on, don't do anything. Finally, we don't have to take this bullshit anymore. It'll all be over by tomorrow. Phew, a bottle of soju would be perfect right now. Ugh, tell me about it. Did you see that bastard's eyes earlier? I almost shit my pants when he glared at me with the eye of the sage. Haha, you quit at the prologue, so how do you even know it was the eye of the sage? They sounded like they were in a good mood. What a fascinating conversation. I almost wish I could keep listening. Oh, but the other oracles don't believe me. How should I convince them? They keep saying they'll go to Chungmuro to confirm. Ugh, I'll talk to them. Hand me the faux ha? Minseob Jung took Seongguk Lee's phone and began to type something. Then he scowled in annoyance. Huh, the internet suddenly cut out. Damn it, is that brat dozing off again? Go check on him. Minseob Jung got up to leave the tent but bumped into something in thin air. He gasped in surprise and immediately reached for his large sword. There's something here. Ack! He fell to the ground, screaming. I took off the hermit's cloak and at the same time pulled out Blade of Faith. Mister, what are you doing, H? Seongguk Lee's panic stammer was cut short as Huiwen poked her head inside the tent. We took care of some of them, but we can't hold them off for long. There are too many. She slipped back out, followed by sounds of weapons clashing. Soon, this tent would be swarmed by the guards. Don't you know how this will end? Even you can't take all of us on at once, mister. All of you? I don't need to do that. I just have to take care of the leader. Seongguk Lee's lips quivered. I'm sorry, it won't go as you, KSHK. With a deft stroke of my ether blade, Minseob Jung's armor was split in two. Ack! A piece of cloth fell from his chest. I picked it up before Minseob Jung could react. You have acquired Daimyo Station's flag. Your Navy flag has absorbed the other Navy flag's accumulated points. Your Navy flag has evolved to the brown flag. You are protected by the brown flag's powerful blessing. I knew it. You're the true leader of Dongmyo. How did you? Even idiots like you wouldn't openly flaunt their flag, right? From the very start, I'd thought it was strange that they'd given the leader's position to Donghoon Han. After all, it made little sense that they would entrust such a key role to a character inside a novel when they were the ones who had knowledge of the future. And Seongguk Lee wasn't the leader either. Then that only left one option. The remaining members of Dongmyo Group are awaiting your decision. Now, even if their whole group swarmed into the tent, it'd mean nothing. Min Seobyung sputtered in despair. Mister, if the other oracles find out about this, how would they? The internet's not working. Realizing they'd been in the palm of my hand all along, Seongguk Lee crawled toward me. Why? Why are you doing this to us? Well, I don't think that matters at this point. Even if I were the real Younghyuk Yu, I wouldn't have allied with people like you. What do you mean? Wait, are you? Their faces turned pale, and I grinned at them. That's why you should read till the end. I slept like a log that night. It was the first good sleep I'd had in a long time. Due to getting a good night's sleep, your mental power has fully recovered. Some of your exclusive skills have been updated. When I checked the clock, I saw it was already 4 in the afternoon. I must have been exhausted after going around the nearby stations and planting my flag in them the night before. Currently occupied stations: Chungmuro HQ, Myeongdong, Dongdaemun, Dongmyo, Sindang, Chunggu, Yaksu, Sinseoldong. With the successful takeover of Dongmyo, I controlled 9 stations in total. Just one more, and I would complete King's Path. One of my key objectives for the early scenarios, King of No Killing, was now within reach. I left the tent to find Huiwin and Hyunseong waiting for me. We're all ready to go. When are we leaving? Give me a minute. I sent them away and turned to the 2 men next to me. Did you sleep well? The night before, I decided the fate of all Dongmyo group members, including this pair. Min Seobyung prostrated himself before me. Please don't kill us. Ugh, we'll do anything, so please. I had every reason to cut off their heads on the spot, but I didn't. I still had a use for them, until I'd wiped out the rest of the oracles, at least. I had added them to the Chungmuro group, and my flag evolved to brown. With the brown flag, a group leader could put restrictions on their group members. You have exercised your authority as the leader. You have placed restrictions on group members Seongguk Lee and Min Seobyung. Seeing the system messages that popped up, the 2 men's faces changed. First, you must never tell anyone else about my identity. Why, yes, sir. Second, you must obey my commands unconditionally and never act on your own without my permission. Of course, group member Seongguk Lee and Min Seobyung gladly accept the terms. The penalty for breaking these restrictions is death. Group members Seongguk Lee and Min Seobyung will die if they break these restrictions. I nodded, then continued. Well then, I might change my mind, but do your best. I'll be watching how you act, then deciding what to do with you. They swallowed nervously, but seemed kind of excited for some reason. I couldn't understand these 2. Maybe they were thinking that if they couldn't leech off of the real Younghyuk Yu, it wouldn't be so bad to side with me. By the way, sir, how should we address you? Same as now. Except call me Younghyuk Yu in front of the other oracles. Oh, and you, Min Seobyung? Yes, sir. Hand over that fugitive's mask. He looked upset, but had no other choice. I needed to keep impersonating Younghyuk for the night of the oracles, and this mask would come in handy for whatever might happen there. As soon as I put on the mask, my facial muscles began to contort in weird ways, and my appearance began to change. It felt strange, but I quickly got used to it. Wow, is that what the real Younghyuk Yu looks like? He's so handsome. The revelation was right. These bastards. I was about to say a choice word or 2, but stopped myself. I didn't want to be petty over something like this. Come to think of it, I should find out more about these 2, just in case. Min Seobyung, what are your tree? Before I could finish, a system message came up. This character has been updated. What? I activated character profile as a test. Character profile name, Min Seobyung age, 25 sponsoring constellation, Cursed Gladiator exclusive attributes, Berserker rare, 1089th Renouncer, common exclusive skills, Blade proficiency LV, 2 powerful blow LV, 2 Berserk LV, 3 memory enhancement LV, 5 stigma, vengeance LV, 1 total stats, stamina LV, 18 strength LV. 16. Agility LV. 12. Magic Power LV. 10. Overall Evaluation. This incarnation has great overall stats and abilities. Despite only receiving half-hearted support from his sponsoring constellation, he possesses considerable skill as a warrior. If only he had been a bit more patient, he could have been one of the 12 disciples. What a shame. This is what it meant by character profile updating. Just yesterday, I couldn't see his attribute menu, but now he had become a character. Minseob Jung and Seongguk Lee were Oracle's people from outside the novel, so why did they suddenly change into characters? Oh, my attribute is no need. Yes, sir. I checked Seongguk Lee's attributes as well. Luckily, they were as he said yesterday. Hypnotist and the 9th Renouncer. The second one was garbage, but the first one could be quite useful. Give me your phone. Of course, here it is. I took Seongguk Lee's phone and tried to connect to the group chat. Oh, right. The internet isn't working right now. I cut it off yesterday. Character Donghoon Han has activated Wide Area Network LV. 5. You may use the internet on this device. As soon as I'd thought that, the internet came back on. I glanced toward the tent where Donghoon was. My phone vibrated at that moment, and I checked it to find a message. I'll trust you, one last time. It seemed something had also changed within Donghoon last night. I quickly typed out a reply. Thanks. I would have a chance to talk with him more later. For now, I opened the Oracle's group chat on Seongguk Lee's phone. Members online. 9th Renouncer, 15th RIP, 124th Renouncer, 763, the 887th, 645th Renouncer, etc. 36 people total. Their ID made it immediately obvious who they were, but something wasn't right. 36 people in total. Minseob Jung attempted to explain, sounding a bit defensive. Everyone in there is an early renouncer. None of them is a disciple. I see. By the way, sir, yesterday you said we should have read until the end. Does that mean you also know about the revelation? Seeing the hopeful look in his eyes, I smirked. Oh, I more than just know about it. You won't regret joining me instead of Younghyuk-yu. Soon after, we headed toward Angguk Station, doing our best to avoid conflict areas. The Night of the Oracles was going to be held there. I was spying on their group chat with Seongguk Lee's phone. 519th, for real? Is Younghyuk-yu really coming tonight? 67th, yeah. 9th and 1089th confirmed it. The 887th, 9th is a moron, but if 1089th says so, that's more believable. 124th Renouncer, if this doesn't work, we're all dead. You guys know that, right? The 887th, you're not even in Seoul lol, don't act like you have any stakes in this. 124th Renouncer, oh, I meant everyone except me. Suck it, you city dwellers. The 887th, wish I could regress like Younghyuk. If only I read the whole novel, or even 50 chapters. I could been a disciple. 15th RIP, TBH there's something wrong with PPL who read that much. How do you read 50 chapters of that garbage? Lol 124th Renouncer, true. Those guys are crazy. Elmao, yes. People show their true colors when they can hide behind anonymity. The numbers on their ID seem to indicate who quit reading first. 888? BTW, is it true there's not a single bootleg copy of the novel? 124th Renouncer. I've been looking everywhere, but there's nothing on the internet. It's so trash that no one even pirated it. Asterisk cries, asterisk 763. Can you imagine how OP you would be if you had that? Lol. If I had it, I wouldn't share it. Bootleg, pay for the novel if you want to read it, assholes. Anyway, reading their group chat reminded me of the time when I was reading TWSA. So these guys are the other people who were reading it, huh? How the tables have turned. You never know what'll happen in life. We're here, sir. I was going to say, what, already? But the Angguk platform was right in front of me. I spotted some oracles who had already arrived, but something was odd. No one's claimed this station yet? No, sir. The oracles agreed to keep it that way, since meeting in a territory that belongs to one party can be dangerous. It's a neutral zone of sorts. At that moment, one of the oracles waved and began to walk toward us. Yo, 1089th? Oh, it's you. 763rd. Minseob Jung smiled and waved back excitedly. How have you been? You look great. Great? Yeah, right. The Tyrant King is driving me nuts. That's why I told you to stay away from Dabongu. Shoulda listened to me. 763rd began to chat loudly with Minseob Jung until he spotted me. He froze. Is that, you know who? Minseob Jung nodded. 763rd was shocked. It's a tremendous honor to meet you, Mr. Junghyuk Yu. Noticing the sudden commotion, other oracles started gathering around us one by one. What, that's him? They all ran toward me at the same time, though there were very few. I saw some female oracles as well. He's even more handsome than I imagined. Mr. Yu, I'm the 998th. 1055th here. What is this? I felt like I'd become a king for real. Numerous pairs of twinkling eyes focused on me, trying desperately to get my attention. I wondered how they'd react if they found out that I wasn't the real Junghyuk Yu. Even at a glance, I could tell there was no one here of note. Their knowledge of the future was incomplete, and their own abilities weren't anything special. Still, one of them did catch my eye. I could never forget the scene where you fought the Demon King Asmodeus in your second loop. Oh, too bad it was only a flashback though. I've always wanted to meet you and hear the full tale in person. TWSA starts from Junghyuk's third loop, so the stories from his second loop were only described in flashbacks. He knows about Asmodeus. That means he got quite far. But if he found it so moving, why didn't he keep reading? Bastard. What number renouncer are you? I'm the 168th. That meant he'd almost read up to chapter 50, probably more than anyone else here. The man claiming to be the 168th asked me, if you don't mind me asking, is it true this is your third loop? That's right. Ah, I see. Some of the oracles looked disappointed. Yes, I understood why they felt this way. TWSA was a novel based on Junghyuk's infinite regressions, so they must be disappointed that this was an earlier loop. But come on. The early part has its own charm, too. You've no right to act like that when you didn't even give the rest of the novel a chance. Just then, there was a loud commotion in the back. Whoa, that's Hyunseong Lee. Are you really Steel Blade Hyunseong Lee? Surrounded by a small crowd, Hyunseong looked flustered, his face turning a deep shade of red. Why are you doing this? I'm not the Steel whatever. Wow, he's just like how I imagined. Those muscles on his arms. Gosh, he looks so strong. Hyunseong was handsome in his own way, so he was quite popular with the female oracles. At that moment, a man nearby showed some interest in Huiwen. Are you, by chance, Naval Commander Jihai Lee? Nope. Then may I ask your name? I'm Huiwen Young. Why? Oh, I see. Excuse me. Clearly disappointed, the oracle passed her by and went to gawk at Hyunseong instead. Huiwen stared blankly for a bit, then messaged me through group chat. Why aren't people interested in me? Because you're not that famous in the future. TCH. So do better from now on. I ignored Huiwen's disappointed eyes. The night of the oracles? More like the night of the fan meetup. I'd wasted enough time with this idle chit-chat. Where is the weapon? Sorry, this secret weapon I heard about. I want to see it first. Oh, that. 763rd excitedly walked toward the middle of the platform and pulled aside a large cloth covering something up. It was a giant rock. No, wait. Is it a meteorite? Haha, that's right. You may not know at this point, Mr. Yu, but according to the revelation, there's a powerful weapon inside. A weapon? Yes, sir. We're guessing it's something even stronger than a constellation artifact. But it should take some time for meteorites to hatch. Haha, we've been taking turns injecting it with magic power. It should hatch tonight at the latest. It's already been a few days, so. As I watched him ramble on proudly, I got a sinking feeling. A red meteorite? That didn't make any sense. You'd only know about it if you'd read past the fourth loop. Who the hell told you all this? Pardon? Tell me who brought that meteorite here. Oh, that was the 124th, I think. The 124th? It wasn't something an early renouncer could know about. Where is he? Minseob Jung looked around. I don't think he's here yet, he mumbled. The one who gave them the info isn't here. I stood still in a daze for a second, then spoke. We need to get out of here. This is a trap. What? Right now? For the first time since TWSA became reality and I met Junghyuk Yu, a chill ran down my spine. Using that thing as a weapon? What kind of idiot thought of that? I looked around at the oracles who were staring at me cluelessly and gritted my teeth. It was at that moment that the tremors started. Rumble, I slowly backed away from the meteorite that had begun to shake. I'd come here to wipe out the oracles, but I was in danger of getting wiped out myself. What's going on? Min Seob-young sounded dumber than ever. Damn it. We're still in the fourth scenario, and we have to face a catastrophe meant for the fifth scenario. I yelled at Huiwen and Hyunseong, who had sensed something was wrong and were coming toward me. Everyone, run. I shouldn't have trusted the idiots who had barely skimmed through the beginning. Everyone here was in grave danger. A red aura emanated from the red meteorite and bathed the entire platform in an ominous shade of crimson. Ooh, is it about to hatch? Some oracles were screaming with excitement. Huiwen and Hyunseong rushed to my side. What do you mean, run? It was too late. The red aura had spread through the whole platform, and I could see that a faint barrier had closed off the area. None of the oracles could leave Anguk Station. Constellations who were protesting against the excessive censorship paused to watch. Numerous constellations are excited to see the sign. Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband watches with curiosity. Constellation Secretive Plotter is looking forward to your ingenious plan. Even constellations were excited and sending indirect messages. In TWSA, the most dangerous situations always happened right after constellations came together like there was a big party. Like now, I turned to the nervous-looking Min Seob-jeong. It was also 124th who called for this meeting, wasn't it? I'm not sure. I just know we all agreed to it. I felt like there was a huge lump in my stomach. The situation was far worse than anything I could have prepared for. Everyone, get behind me. I tried my best to protect my companions, never taking my eye off the meteorite. Aren't we going to run away? We can't, there's a barrier. What barrier? I didn't answer and continued to glare at the meteorite in the center of the platform. The meteorites were the main event of the fifth scenario. Depending on the color and size, each contained a reward or a danger. And if I was correct, the one in front of me was something that should never be hatched. They must have gotten it wrong because the meteorite that contained a constellation artifact in the third loop was described as bright red. What if it's a constellation artifact? How do we decide who gets it? Well, that's blissfully ignorant. Some of the oracles approached the meteorite and put their hands on it. At that moment, a sign of the fifth main scenario has appeared. A message came up. What's that? What's this about a main sen? Kryak red light shined through a thin fissure that had formed on the meteorite. The first person struck by the red light was an oracle who had been staring at it curiously. FSHK, this oracle's headless body slowly fell to the ground like a puppet whose strings were cut. What the hell? The others screamed and stepped back in shock, but it was too late. I retreated to the edge of the barrier with my companions and watched the situation unfold. I remembered reading about this particular meteorite in TWSA, but I couldn't recall exactly what had come out of it. Please, anything but a major catastrophe. The meteorite split open, and a red lava burst poured out. The surface of the platform melted, giving off a noxious smell. The temperature rose rapidly, and it became hard to breathe. Our surroundings were changing. Is this a lava field? Level 5 Fire Dragon, Lesser Dragon Ignir has appeared. Where's the constellation artifact? A few oracles activated their movement skills in a panic, but a long tail emerged from the meteorite and grabbed some of them before they could get away. Gah! One unfortunate oracle was burned to ashes the moment the tail wrapped around his body. The others activated their skills and tried to attack the tail, but this time, their weapons melted away. What is that monster? The meteorite was about 2 meters tall and wide at most, but the tail of the monster crawling out of it was easily 5 meters. Huiwen turned to me. What is that thing? A catastrophe, a catastrophe. The meteorite completely split open with a loud noise, and the rest of the fire dragon's body burst through the crack in the dimension. Gruor, as far as dragons were concerned, this was only a hatchling. In fact, it was a diminished version of a hatchling. But there was a reason why dragons stood at the apex of all monster species. A level 6 monster would be enough to wipe out every oracle here, and this was a level 5 fire dragon? Mister, you! A few oracles called to me in desperation, and all eyes immediately turned to me. I scowled. All of you move back to the edges of the platform. Like well-trained puppies, they did just that. A few with fast feet tried to go upstairs, but shit, there's a barrier. The diminished version of the lesser dragon was a minor catastrophe. It was a catastrophe all the same, but perhaps the situation was slightly less doomed. After all, I at least knew its attack patterns. Junghyuk-yu had definitely dealt with this in one of his countless loops. I turned to my companions. A hidden scenario will begin soon. A hidden scenario? This monster has no business being in the fourth scenario. It's abnormally difficult, so someone should be here to intervene. In order to even stand a chance against a catastrophe, the various benefits provided in the fifth scenario were an absolute necessity. For instance, the rewards from a blue or a green meteorite, but we had nothing of the sort. That meant we should receive something to even out the balance. Some constellations are protesting the scenario's abnormal difficulty. Just as I expected, a small child-sized being appeared in midair with a spark. It wasn't a low-level goblin like Bihyung. It was wearing a slick suit and had 2 horns on its head. I didn't know its name, but I could guess what it was. A mid-level goblin. This is awkward. How did you all end up on this route? I did notice you people were getting ahead of yourselves lately, but this... Tusk, Tusk. As soon as its deep voice rang out, the lesser dragon froze in place. This was the level of control a mid-grade goblin could have over the scenario. You haven't even cleared the fourth scenario, so why on earth would you awaken a catastrophe? The appearance of a mid-level goblin meant that we had almost reached the end of the earlier scenarios. With its watchful eyes on us, I'd have to be very careful of taking advantage of my contract with Bihyung. Some of you are fan favorites among the constellations, so I can't sit back and let you all die. But I can't just lower the difficulty, either. As the goblin said those words, its eyes lingered on me for a brief moment. This isn't right. We haven't even cleared the fourth scenario. One of the oracles shouted, his face pale from the fear of imminent death. He must have been a very early renouncer, judging by the way the others rushed to shut him up. Nothing good would come out of yelling at a goblin, especially in a situation like this. I've made a decision. Lowering the difficulty is out of the question. Oracles glared at the guy who had yelled at the goblin. Gasps of despair sounded around the platform. They had read TWSA, so they knew that once a goblin had spoken, it wouldn't go back on its word. But they should know this as well. Still, it'd be no fun if you all just died, so I'll see what I can do to tweak this scenario a bit. Goblins like to talk more than you'd think. An impromptu sub-scenario has been added to the hidden scenario. The lesser dragon started moving again. Its red, leathery front foot struck the platform with incredible power. Crash! Dodging the barrage of flying debris, I opened the new scenario. Hidden scenario united or divided, you will fall category. Hidden difficulty. A mission: defeat the minor catastrophe lesser dragon Ignir or survive its onslaught within the time limit. Remaining time, 20 minutes reward. 3,000 coins penalty for failure. Death asterisk, there are hidden features in this scenario. A 20-minute survival mission. The name, the contents, none of this was normal. Hyunseong asked a question over group chat. We have to beat that thing. No, don't even think about it. It may have been a minor one, but it was still a catastrophe. Even if the real Junghyuk-yu were here, we wouldn't stand a chance against a level 5 fire dragon. The carnage unfolding on the platform was proof of that. Red flames blasted out of the monster's giant mouth. Jaya! Oracles turned to piles of ash at the mere touch of the flame. Parts of the wall hit by the fire melted out of shape. Then the monster's mouth slowly turned toward us. Everyone, run around the room clockwise. And during the sweltering heat, we sprinted at full speed to stay ahead of where its maw was pointing. Luckily, Huiwin and Hyunseong were keeping up with me. Minseob Young and Seongguk Lee lagged behind a bit, but they seemed fine for the time being. Then the same thing again. This time, we were able to anticipate its attack pattern and stay well ahead. The problem was that its attacks weren't always the same. Level 5 Fire Dragon Lesser Dragon Ignir prepares to use Flame of Destruction. So it begins. We had managed to avoid its regular attack, but the real horror was about to start. Look for a panel. What? A number 5, or a 2 and a 3, as long as it adds up to 5. Hurry, the hidden feature has been activated. Number panels have been activated. When the correct number of people are inside a panel, they will gain absolute shield for 10 seconds. If the number of people on a panel is greater or less than the designated number, absolute shield will not activate. The oracles looked utterly confused by the system message. Panels around 7 square meters in size appeared on the platform floor. A panel? Oh, I see. That must be the hidden feature. I bit my lip as I watched the oracles fumble about, trying to find the right panels. I could almost see the constellations snickering at their desperate movements. Why had so many constellations complained about the difficulty of the scenario? The answer was simple. Death without a story was no fun. Those bastards didn't want to watch helpless ants get squashed by a giant's foot. What they wanted to see was the ants struggle desperately to survive, ants that would rip apart their kin if it meant they could stay alive a few moments longer. A large number of constellations are watching the situation with amusement. Damn constellations. Get out. Arg! Oracles who had been calling each other by their renouncer numbers, chatting and joking like old friends, were now swinging their weapons at each other on a panel that read 1. Some tried to approach a panel that was already full and were immediately cut down, their blood covering the platform floor. Some oracles seemed to be a step ahead of their befuddled compatriots. A group of them had already formed a team and taken up defensive positions inside a panel that matched their number. I watched them carefully. One thing was clear: someone had set this up deliberately, most likely the so-called disciples. They knew the gathering was taking place here and planned to wipe out all the early renouncers in one fell swoop. It was a smart move. Their knowledge might have been flawed, but the fewer people who had information about the future, the better. If things were playing out as normal, the disciples would be somewhere far away, laughing at the thought of all the foolish renouncers dying here one by one. That is, assuming they were normal. Those people had read more than 50 chapters of that boring novel. Normal was not a word I would use to describe them. They were the kind of people who called themselves the disciples and tried to control all the information. If they were knowledgeable enough to use the red meteorite as a trap, wouldn't they also know a way to overcome the catastrophe that would emerge from the meteorite? In other words, "Sir, there are no panels. I don't see one here either." Minseob and Huiwen cried out in desperation. By some cruel twist of luck, we seemed to find ourselves in a corner of the platform with no panels. Oh, I found one, but... We had finally found a panel, but an ominous number was written on it. 4, meaning only 4 people could get in and survive, but there were 5 of us. Level 5 Fire Dragon Lesser Dragon Ignir uses Flame of Destruction. An explosion of fire from the middle of the platform spread throughout the station. This was the Lesser Dragon's wide-area attack. We were standing quite a distance from the monster, but the heat was enough to burn my skin. We had to activate the shield, or we were all dead. "Yes, sir?" Seongguk and Minseob trembled in terror when my gaze fell on them. I gripped the hilt of Blade of Faith. Just then, "Mr. You," I whipped around to see an oracle standing on a panel. 2. The situation was as dire as it could be, but there was an odd sense of calm on his face. Over here, wasn't he the one who? A memory flashed by in my head. I threw myself toward where he was standing and shouted at my companions behind me. "Activate the shield. Absolute shield has been activated." Soon, the all-consuming flames engulfed the entire platform. It was hot enough that even I would have been reduced to ashes the moment it touched me. "Phew, glad you made it." The man activated the shield just in time and sighed in relief. "Who are you?" I asked. He let out a friendly chuckle. "Ah, I'm a bit hurt. Have you already forgotten? I'm number 168. Remember? About Asmodeus." Of course, I remembered him, the guy who had brought up the Demon King Asmodeus. "That's not what I'm asking." 168's eyes twitched slightly when they met mine. With everything going on, it went over my head earlier. The fight scene between the Demon King Asmodeus and Younghyuk Yu, or rather, a flashback of second loop Younghyuk getting beaten down by Asmodeus. I remembered it well because it was also one of my favorite scenes. But, on second thought, that flashback didn't happen in the first 50 chapters. I could confidently say this as the only person who read TWSA to the end. I pulled out my sword. "I'll ask you again, who are you?" Your exclusive attribute improves your memory of the scenes you have read. To be precise, the Asmodeus flashback appeared in Chapter 57. He didn't look so laid back anymore. The self-proclaimed one, 168th, watched the flames being deflected by the absolute shield. Who am I? I'm afraid I don't. Did you forget? I have the eye of the sage. I said that, but I couldn't see his information. Exclusive skill, character profile, has been activated. This character's information cannot be viewed via character profile. This character is not registered in character profile. What's the difference between an updated character and one that isn't? I couldn't be sure, but I didn't need to know that to deceive this guy. After all, he still thought I was Younghyuk Yu. I guess there's no fooling the man himself. You're a disciple, am I wrong? You got me, so you already know about us. The fact that he casually revealed his identity meant he still had more tricks up his sleeve. As I thought, this was a trap. Is it because of the butterfly effect? Haha, that's correct. He laughed, as though I had said something funny, then looked around at the other renouncers. After all, too many butterflies flapping about could cause unnecessary storms. Renouncers who couldn't find panels in time were burning like moths in the flame of destruction. With blood-curdling screams, they turned to ash, and all their knowledge died with them. That was the price they paid for trying to get their hands on a constellation artifact without verified information. Kill them while they're still caterpillars before they become butterflies. Is that it? That's right. Those bugs are at their most vulnerable right before they turn into chrysalises. The flames around us began to die down, along with the temperature. Soon, Absolute Shield was deactivated. The location of the panels will reset after 1 minute. This hidden scenario would only end after you found the panels and survived that attack for 10 rounds. We only just survived one, so we still had to do this 9 more times. As a test, I put my foot down on the floor outside of the shield. It was quite hot, but bearable. Sir, I raised my hand to stop my team from getting any closer. I didn't have time to take care of them now. You've seen its attack pattern. Do your best to dodge it. I can't tell you what to do from here on. They immediately realized something was off and stopped in their tracks. It was too dangerous to drag my companions into this when I had no idea what the disciples were capable of. The 168th turned to me. You seem a bit different from the revelation. Is this really your third loop? You talk too much. What number renouncer are you? You should know since you checked for yourself. I like people who are the same on the inside and the outside. I can't make a deal with a two-faced rat bastard. The disciple's eyes lit up. Very interesting. There must be a reason you readily revealed yourself to me. The lesser dragon's tail cut through the air and slammed down where we were standing. It was easy enough for me, with my agility over 30, to avoid the attack. What surprised me was the 168th's quickness. I activated Sharp Observation, which I had acquired in the cinema dungeon. I'd held onto it to use on people who couldn't be viewed via character profile. The strength of his legs, speed, respiratory rate, it appeared the sum of his physical stats was around 49 or 50. He was a cut above the other oracles I'd met. He spoke when I caught up to him. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I'm number 195, the 5th disciple. The first chapter of TWSA had 200 views. If he was the 195th renouncer, it stood to reason that he was one of the top 5 who knew the most about this world. What are you after? Do you seek my help? Haha, what if I told you? I'm trying to save you. Saying that a maggot could turn into a butterfly would be more believable. Ah, right, you have lie detection. The disciple licked his dry lips. Should I get rid of him now? No, I need to get more information out of him. I have to keep him talking just a little longer. But I wasn't lying when I said I wanted to save you. It's not good for us if you die here. That would completely mess up the prophecy. So you knew I'd come here. We only found out a few hours ago. That's why we had to revise our plan in a hurry. More oracles near us died from the flames, but a few were still hanging on. They appeared to know the lesser dragon's attack patterns. I made a mental note of them. We weren't planning on taking part directly until you came here. And you already know the answer, don't you? The panels have been reset. Level 5 Fire Dragon Lesser Dragon Ignir prepares to use Flame of Destruction. It looked like my companions had successfully secured a panel once again. The disciple and I found one with 2 on it. To be exact, the disciple took it by force from someone who was already there. There was a bit of blood splattered on his cheek from the hostile takeover. We are going to hunt the Lesser Dragon. Level 5 Fire Dragon Lesser Dragon Ignir uses Flame of Destruction. The Absolute Shield activated in time and blocked the flames once again. F-woom, it was only the second round, but less than a quarter of the oracles were still alive. My companions seemed to be hanging on somehow, but there was no telling when their luck would run out. A penalty has been applied. Starting with the next round, the number of panels will decrease. I narrowed my eyes and turned to the disciple. You think that's possible? I know it is. We've made ample preparations. His oddly confident voice gave me a sense of apprehension. Come to think of it, there's not a drop of sweat on this guy, despite this heat. That was when I noticed a faint bluish aura of chill around his body. Is that? I see. They were well prepared indeed. Blue ice pills? That's correct. It was a rare medicine that had a small chance of dropping from level 7 elementals that appeared in the Gangseo region. They had already gotten their hands on something like that. Consuming it let you exude a powerful ice energy for 30 minutes. In other words, they had a means to damage the Lesser Dragon. The problem was their attack power. Even so, you can't do this by yourself. By myself? When did I say that? I scanned the surviving oracles. I took a closer look at the group that had caught my eye earlier and noticed the faint bluish aura around their bodies as well. Haha, you didn't think I'd come here alone, did you? Even at a glance, I could tell there were at least 5 of them. They sent almost half of the disciples are here for this. 5 disciples powered up with blue ice pills. Their confidence suddenly seemed more justified. However, having a few more people won't change anything. That's why I'm asking you for your help. If you agree, I'll give you a blue ice pill. If I refuse, your companions will all die. And you won't. We can at least take care of ourselves, even if we can't kill the Lesser Dragon. He's full of himself. If I were the real Younghyuk Yu, these bastards would already be dead. I pulled out Blade of Faith and pointed it at the disciple's neck. My companions. You think I care about them? People die. I can always find other useful ones. The disciple shook his head. Ha, you're just as the revelation describes, but you should think carefully. Why is that? Because your main base should have fallen to us by now. What? Naval Commander Jihai Lee, a kid with a weird power and one of the 10 evils. It's different from the revelation, but that's a solid party you've put together. If they all get killed, do you really think you can recover? They already looked into that too, these bastards. And what if you lose Chungmuro Station on top of that? It's a suggestion for now, but it won't always be. Our group has already conquered 10 stations and completed the King's Path scenario. The gap between a group with a king and one without. Well, you don't need me to tell you, right? It should be all over by now. Our king is most likely waiting to plant the flag in Chungmuro, depending on your decision here, of course. I see. So that was their plan. As soon as they found out I was coming to the Night of the Oracles, they made plans to attack Chungmuro. Mister, you, if you agree to work with us, will not only guarantee your companion's safety, but also give you our full support from here on out. I swear this on the king's honor. My heart was pounding. Such a cleverly planned and ruthlessly executed threat against Younghyuk Yu, no less. How could they be so bold? Even in all of TWSA, there weren't many masterminds of this caliber. Who's your king? What number renouncer are they? The king does not like to be called a renouncer. Then, what do you call him? Even for you, I ask that you refrain from speaking lightly of our king. Of all of us, only he has read the revelation in its entirety. He's a man who knows all about your past and future. What? That took me by surprise, but I wasn't too bothered by it. How interesting. Another person who's read all of TWSA? It wasn't apprehension I felt, but amusement, because there was no way that could be true. Kraya, the fire dragon, readied its third attack. I glanced at the 5th disciple and quietly stepped off of the panel. The smug confidence on his face immediately changed to panic when he saw me stepping forward nonchalantly. Mister, what are you doing? He wasn't the only one. My companions were also staring at me in alarm. I quickly waved at them. Don't worry, whatever happens, stay in there. Got it. I started walking toward the lesser dragon, slowly but deliberately. The fire dragon, which was charging up its flame of destruction, glared at me with ferocity. What the hell are you doing? Get back here. Behind me, the disciple called out urgently. I looked back and smiled at him. I guess your king didn't tell you about this future? As I was listening to him prattle on, I'd been thinking, I can't let these people leave here alive. But they know how to deal with the dragon, and I can't wipe them all out by myself. In that case, I continued with a grin, have you forgotten about my stigma? If I were in their shoes, what would I be most afraid of right now? I'm not scared of dying. I can start over as many times as I need to. The answer was simple. They thought I was Younghyuk Yu, after all. Their biggest fear was the same as mine. But what about you, I wonder? You people are an anomaly that only appeared in this loop. Will you exist in the next one as well? Or will you disappear with this world? The thing I wanted to stop Younghyuk from doing at all costs. If you've really read the so-called revelation, then you'd know the answer, right? The disciple's face went pale. Sometimes it's the clever ones who are the easiest to manipulate. Grab him. The 5 disciples who were on a different panel began running toward me at once. I knew it. Behind their smug facade, they were still mere renouncers who had gotten caught up in the scenarios. They had no idea what would happen to the world, and to them if the main character died. Hurry, get him. Just like me. Level 5 Fire Dragon Lesser Dragon Ignir uses Flame of Destruction. The moment the fire exploded in the middle of the platform, I lunged with all my strength toward the dragon's legs. Then I rammed my flag in Anguk Station's flag slot. You have claimed Anguk Station. Your claimed stations, Chungmuro HQ, Myeongdong, Dongdaemun History and Culture Park, Dongdaemun, Dongmyo, Sindang, Chunggu, Yaksu, Sinsealdong, Anguk your brown flag has gained additional points. You have occupied 10 stations in total. You have completed the hidden scenario King's Path. Based on the path you have walked, you are presented with several options as a new king. 1. Arrogant King of Hypocrisy. 2. Solitary King. 3. King of No Killing. I chose without even reading the options. King of No Killing. You have gained a new attribute, King of No Killing. I'd done it. I really didn't want to resort to this method, but it was the only way to wipe out all my enemies here. I saw the disciples scrambling to get back to their panel when they saw the dragon's fire attack. But it was too late. Should have been more careful. You only live once. They were engulfed in the dark crimson wave created by the flames. This attack wasn't something they could survive even with blue ice pills. The durability of your reinforced armor suit decreases drastically. Your reinforced armor suit is completely worn down. Soon my sight went dark too. I lost consciousness as I felt my skin burn. You have died. There was a system message soon after. The special ability of King of No Killing has been activated. Episode 12, First-Person Main Character's Viewpoint. They say burning to death is one of the most painful ways to die, and I had just experienced it. It felt like every single neuron in my brain was firing off at once. Exclusive skill, the 4th wall mitigates the mental shock. The pain subsided slowly. The 4th wall again. It gave me a strange feeling every time I overcame a crisis thanks to this skill. TWSA had become reality, and I was living in it. So what was this wall I constantly felt around me? No, now's not the time to think about that stuff. I had successfully gotten the King of No Killing attribute, and I had to keep moving. The attribute that could only be obtained by not killing a single member of my own species' King of No Killing. Despite its name, this attribute is closer to deathless than no killing. Of course, there was a condition, though. Still, thanks to its special ability, I was going to be returning to my body soon. At least, that was what I thought. Due to a conflict of skill effects, the activation of the King of No Killing ability will be delayed. A conflict of skill effects. Due to your death, your consciousness has been freed from the body. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint LV. 3 has been activated automatically. Before I could even be confused about all that, I was overcome with dizziness. What? No, I don't have time for this. Damn it, if it hadn't been for that punk. I felt a sudden wave of nausea, then everything grew bright. Next thing I knew, I was watching a scene. One of the 10 evils, Pildu Gong, pouted as he observed people inside the platform. He thought about running away, but he knew better than anyone that he wasn't brave enough to do it. Ugh, Dokja. He looked down at the weight pressing down on his knee. A boy around 10 years old was sleeping on his lap. What the hell am I doing here? Pildu looked down at Gilyong's sleeping face and frowned. The boy reminded him of his past, a young child. Pildu had a daughter around Gilyong's age. He shook his head and sighed. Honey, I can't do this anymore. Land, 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 is that all you care about, Dad? At one point, he had had a family of his own. He had worked hard to support them, bought some land with the money he made, tried his hand at real estate speculation, got lucky and became a building owner, took in tenants. He eventually became a big shot around Chungmuro. However, it didn't take long for him to learn that all the real estate in the world couldn't help him keep his small family together. It's not so bad, is it, getting along with other people? He looked up to see a beautiful face smiling softly at him. Sanga Yu, the woman who had been appointed vice leader of Chungmuro 2 days ago. Get this brat off me already? Don't be like that. You were smiling just now. Pildu wrinkled his lips as if to protest that accusation. Sanga plopped down beside him with a small groan. You were a real estate tycoon in Chungmuro, right? That's just what people called me. How much land did you own? About as much as everyone else. But you were the only one with the landlord attribute, even though the others in your coalition also owned property around here. Pildu smirked. How naive. It's not about how much land you have. It's about the quality. Then what makes land good? It has to be worth a lot. What kind of land is expensive? The kind a lot of people want. Is that the kind of land you owned? Pildu hesitated for a bit, then opened his mouth again. It was. It wasn't the land I wanted, though. Keeping the last part to himself, he looked up at the crumbling ceiling of Chungmuro Station. Sanga followed his gaze. Pildu was silent for a moment, but just as he was about to speak, snap, snap, they heard the sound of very thin threads being snapped in the distance. Sanga's face darkened, and Gilyong, who had been sleeping on Pildu's lap, opened his eyes immediately. VRRR. The cockroach sitting on his wrist was shaking its antennae. Something was approaching from the tunnel to Hohyeon Station. Sanga jumped out of her seat, and Pildu activated his skill. Character Pildu Gong has activated Militarized Zone LV. 8. He bit his lip. Was it a landlord's intuition? He couldn't quite put it into words, but he instinctively knew what this feeling meant. All of you, gather around. Someone was here to take away his land. Blam, blam, ba-bam, Pildu's turrets fired at once and something fell to the ground in the darkness, spraying blood. Ground rats. It's an ambush. Get into position around Mr. Gong, the formation we practiced this morning. At Sanga's command, people who were scattered all over the platform came running. Team A, up front by the turrets. Team B, cover their blind spots. Team C, protect Mr. Gong. Like clockwork, the group moved into well-practiced formations. Ground rats stood no chance against such a swift and precise response. They moved far better than they did during emergency defense. As they watched dozens of ground rats fall within seconds, the members of Chungmuro had the same thought. This is going well, so it's this easy if we all work together. Just then, a voice came from the other side of the tunnel. Looks like the flute of Hamelin isn't enough. This is Yonghyok-yu's stronghold we're talking about. Of course, a level 9 subterranean species won't cut it. A small group of men and women emerged from the darkness. 4 men and 1 woman. Pildu's face darkened. He didn't know how, but he knew these people are on a different level from the ones we've faced so far. Damn it! Call the little general? Already here. Pildu felt a chill and looked back to see Jihai Li, her sword in hand. Despite her rude tone, Pildu was relieved to see her. He knew how much of a difference it would make to have her here. But even then, he couldn't shake off the sense of unease. Who are you? Where did you come from? Instead of replying, one of the intruders muttered in a low voice, so it's true. The naval commander and the armament lord are on the same team. The hell are you talking about? One more step and I'll shoot you full of holes. But the strange men and women kept talking among themselves without even glancing at Pildu. Which ones are away on the dragon hunt? The 5th, 6th, 8th, and 9th. Plus, one who's not a disciple but pretty good. Then that leaves 5 of us, not counting the ones outside Seoul. 5 is more than enough. Let's hurry and wipe them out. The first to step forward was a man in his 30s with a bulging stomach. The number 7 was written on his shoulder. His thick eyebrows and oily face came into view when he looked up at Jihai. He licked his lips as he looked the young girl up and down. I'll take the naval commander. She's nothing without a C. What did you say, punk? Jihai shot back angrily and lunged at the man. Realizing the time for talk was over, Pildu poured his magic power into the turrets. Screw this, just die. Boom, 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 boom. Another intruder's lips curled up into a slimy grin, a man with the number 4 written on his cape. I guess he isn't one of the 10 evils for nothing. If we'd come just a bit later, this could have been real bad. Third and fourth, the two of you take Pildu Gong. Don't let your guard down and attack the turrets on the edge first. A man with the number 3 on his forehead nodded. Okay, I guess. He's one of the 10 evils, so I suppose it'll take 2 of us. Second, you take the rest. The woman who had the number 2 on her cheek frowned. She had a small flute in her hand. Why do I get the small fries? You're the most suited for that. Then what are you gonna do? She shot back, turning to the man in a dark outfit. The number 1 was written on his cape. I'm going to take over their flag slot. I began to lose focus on the scene as I regained consciousness. Now I understood everything. My exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. I'd had a similar experience when I was inside the stomach of the Sea Commander. Back then, I saw Younghyuk Yu. That aside, I was rather impressed. I'd known the disciples would have gone to Chungmuro with a plan, but not to that degree. The items they had brought alone showed how prepared they were. Mana-nullifying shields to defend against Pildu's attacks, and the flute of Hamelin to control ground rats as cannon fodder. They were serious about threatening Chungmuro to control Younghyuk Yu, then take over the world. But it won't be as easy as you think. What? Is the naval commander supposed to be this strong early on? Something's not right. The 7th disciple was the first to complain. Jihai's precise swordplay was pushing him into a corner little by little. It was the natural outcome. She was far stronger than she was at this point in the original 3rd loop. Shit, Pildu Gong's turrets are tougher than I thought. 3rd and 4th were in trouble as well. The 2nd disciple, who was using the flute of Hamelin, was also having a hard time dealing with Sanga's threads and Gilyong's Mjolnir. After watching the battle for a while, the 1st disciple stepped forward. He frowned, pulled something out from his chest, and lit it. Then he threw it at the Chungmuro group members. Kaboom, an ear-splitting noise, and the entire platform was engulfed in the explosion. Even I was shocked. That bastard. Mass destruction mana bomb. It wouldn't do much against higher-level monsters, but against humans, it was a deadly weapon of mass destruction. It could only be created using ingredients found in Gangseo and Gangnam regions, and rare materials that could be bought from the goblin shop. He must be the king of the disciples. The purple flag on his back was proof of that. Through the smoke and dust, I could vaguely make out the carnage on Chungmuro platform. I felt helpless and frustrated. If they had a weapon like that, we were at a clear disadvantage. As the dust cleared, I saw Chungmuro group members lying on the ground. People throwing up blood, having suffered internal damage from the shrapnel. Sanga and Gilyong were also on the ground. Even Pildu, with his defensive wall, wasn't unscathed. Numerous wounds covered his body. Phew, that's better. On the ground where you belong. The 7th disciple pulled Jihai up from the ground by her hair. She had been near where the bomb had gone off and was in a worse shape than everyone else. You're nothing but a side character, so act like one. You son of a cuh. She cried out when the large man punched her savagely in the stomach. I'll make sure to kill you real slow. 7th, I told you we don't have much time. But it'd be a waste to just kill her off. I'm not sure because I only read the early part, but isn't she the type of character that gets teased as a love interest then tossed aside? Jihai's small frame dangled in midair like a rag doll. Her lips were quivering as she looked at me. He's LP, me. My blood began to boil. It wasn't like me to feel this way. Jihai Lee was a fictional character. Exclusive skill, the 4th wall is shaking faintly. But just because she's a character from a novel, certain functions of the 4th wall have been restricted due to excessive immersion. Suddenly, my vision blurred and I felt dizzy and nauseous. Your Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint proficiency has increased drastically due to excessive immersion. Switching to first-person viewpoint. The world spun around me and my consciousness felt stretched like a rubber band. When I opened my eyes, I was in Chungmuro. How? Jihai's eyes were fixed on me, and it wasn't just her. Everyone on the platform was looking at me at that moment. My vision gradually came into focus. I walked toward Jihai. To be exact, my body was moving against my will. One step, then another, slowly but surely. The distance between me and her was closing. The seventh disciple glared at me. Who the hell? I felt uncomfortable, like I was wearing clothes that didn't fit. My vision felt like my eyes were set at a slightly different height than usual, and all of my five senses felt a bit off. At that moment, I realized who I was. I almost laughed at this absurd situation. I hate this. I really hate it. Jihai's lips moved ever so slightly. Ah! My hand grabbed a sword, as if it was something I had done millions of times. The way my fingers closed around the hilt felt strange. I drew my sword in such perfect and assured motion that it was almost beautiful. I got shivers from this fantastic feeling I'd never experienced before. The blade moved without a sound, faster than anyone could track. All I knew was that it touched something, which was cut off and fell to the ground. Someone yelped in shock, and another watched with their mouth agape. The seventh disciple, who was holding Jihai by the hair, slowly dropped to the floor. Blood gushed out of his headless neck. My hand moved to catch Jihai's small body as she fell. Ah! She was gasping for breath, and I put her down gently. I stood and faced the disciples who were glaring at me. The first person to speak was the third disciple. Who are you? How funny. Could they ask a dumber question? I moved my lips like I had always been him. I am Junghyuk Yu, the coldest and loneliest voice in the world. Finally, the sleeping prince had woken up. And you will all die here. Chungmuro would be safe now. I sensed my consciousness leaving Junghyuk's body and slowly returning to mine. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint LV3 has been deactivated. Conflicting skills have been resolved. The special ability of King of No Killing is resuming. You are being resurrected. Body regeneration commencing. My vision began to return, like a drop of paint seeping through paper. The objects in my sight gradually returned to the right hue and brightness. My bones, capillaries, digestive organs, and eyeballs were being regenerated. Junghyuk was handling things in Chungmuro, so I didn't have to worry about that. The disciples might have been powerful, but they were no match for Junghyuk Yu, who was even stronger than in his original third loop. Still, what a bizarre experience. I can't believe I became Junghyuk Yu. I never want to experience that again. Exclusive skill, the fourth wall, has nullified the mental shock of experiencing death, preparing your reward for using Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint LV3. Reward for using a skill? In the distance, I saw Huiwen screaming in my direction and Hyunseong holding onto her, looking like he had just seen a ghost. Minseob and Seongguk were looking at me with utter shock. Good. Looks like my companions are okay. It wasn't too late. Dokja. Huiwen yelled my name, having forgotten that she was supposed to keep it a secret. Actually, there was no need to hide my name anymore. Haya. Air filled my newly formed lungs. The lesser dragon was nearby, continuing its ruthless slaughter. As expected of Mr. Yu, was that his revive skill? Only a handful of oracles were still alive. Of course, I didn't have revive. Recovering from a serious injury and coming back from death were two different things. The special ability of King of No Killing is complete. You have spent 100 karma points. Your body has been purged of all waste. Your physical fitness has improved. Your stamina and magic power have increased by 1. Plus, a resurrection bonus. This was why King of No Killing was almost a cheat skill. Selena Kim from the US was the only character who acquired this attribute in all of TWSA. Current karma points, 0/100 collect points in order to acquire the next resurrection. You receive 1 karma point every time you save a human. The King of No Killing's special ability was resurrection. Of course, you couldn't resurrect whenever you wanted. You needed to collect karma points. Thankfully, the first resurrection was free and even granted a stat bonus. Level 5 Fire Dragon Lesser Dragon Ignir uses Flame of Destruction. I can't die immediately after I came back to life, and I couldn't use the Resurrection special ability until I had enough karma points. I spotted a panel with the number 2 on it. Other people had already found different panels. Hyunseong, go to Dokja, will move to the panel next to us. Thanks to Huiwen's quick thinking, Hyunseong rushed over to me. He was sweating from the heat in the station. Dokja, are you all right? He asked. I'm fine, as you can see. I couldn't believe my eyes. Even if he had asked me how I came back to life, there was no time to explain. Absolute shield has been activated. Flames were repelled before my eyes. Hyunseong looked at me like I was the risen Christ. Anyway, do you have something I can put on, like a poncho, or? I may be a soldier, but I don't always carry around O. Hyunseong scanned my body and soon realized what was going on. It was great to be resurrected, but I had overlooked something. My protective gear had disintegrated, and most of my items were lost, too. In other words, I was stark naked. No, that's okay. Hyunseong's hands, which had moved to his belt buckle, quickly dropped at my words. He was going to give me his pants? How selfless can this guy be? Anyway, what I need now more than my clothes are my items. Even Flame of Destruction couldn't burn constellation artifacts or important items for a scenario. That was why the Blade of Faith and the Brown Flag, a scenario item, were near the feet of the Lesser Dragon. Damn it. Of course that's where they fell. At least it stopped other people from picking them up. As soon as the shield was deactivated, my companions came running toward me. Huiwen was at the head of the pack. Dokja, but as she got close, her face grew dark. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, silently gazes at your black flame dragon. I quickly turned my body away from her gaze. I sensed something gently covering my shoulders. Don't worry, we didn't see anything. This isn't the time to sweat the small stuff, right? I flinched at the words, small stuff, then I noticed something like a poncho draped over my back. On closer look, I realized it was a robe, the robe of the great monk Samyong. Right, Huiwen had it. Thanks, Huiwen. At that moment, I was grateful for anything. Constellation, bald leader of the peasants' army, feels a bit hurt. Let's move. The Lesser Dragon's fire-breathing phase began. We escaped from its attack again by running counterclockwise. Huiwen and Hyunseong ran ahead with their backs to me, apparently out of consideration for my exposed, black flame dragon dangling scandalously with every stride. The robe was even shabbier than I'd thought and couldn't properly cover me. Unlike the thoughtful Huiwen and Hyunseong, Minseob was tactlessly running right next to me. Sir, what should we do? All the disciples were burned to death. It was as he said. There were no disciples in sight. The blue ice pills rolling on the platform floor were proof of their demise. These items took a long time to digest and were resistant to heat, so they were still intact. Swoosh! The Lesser Dragon swiped at people with its front claws. Gah! 2 oracles following us were crushed like lumps of meat. I ran straight to the middle of the platform and picked up the brown flag and the Blade of Faith. You have recovered the brown flag. You may use the power of the flag again. I looked around and realized my group were the only ones still alive. As I scrambled to think of a solution, the next round of number panels appeared. The number panels have been reset. Everyone here? Luckily, a panel with the number 5 was activated. The problem was, it was the only panel being activated this time. The voice of the mid-level goblin came from out of nowhere. Foo, you're still hanging on, I see. But how long do you think your luck will hold? Next time, this panel could be number 3 or 4. If that happened, 1 or more people would die. Even worse, if the number 6 were to come up. Level 5 Fire Dragon Lesser Dragon Ignir uses Flame of Destruction. Absolute Shield has been activated. We had barely earned another 10 seconds. We had to assume this was the last time we would get lucky. Ha, that asshole. What should we do, Dokja? Huiwen was gasping for breath. Even Hyunseong looked exhausted. Naturally, since they had been running around for 10 straight minutes in sweltering heat. I think we need to fight it. You said we couldn't do that earlier. With those, maybe it's not impossible. I pointed at the blue ice pills rolling around on the ground. Luckily, there were 5 of them, just like there were 5 of us. If we each took a pill, we might be able to do some damage to the Lesser Dragon. The question was whether we could finish it off before its next big attack. Absolute Shield has been deactivated. Run, pick up those beads from the ground. My companions moved as soon as the words left my mouth. You have invested 4 100 coins on Magic Power. Magic Power LV. 16 Magic Power LV. 25 Your soul resonates with the universe. In order to deal the biggest possible blow to the dragon in a short time, I had to raise my magic power rather than my strength. I swallowed a blue ice pill I had picked up. You have temporarily gained the ice element. Your attacks deal 40% bonus ice damage. Now we have to deal the damage. What should I do? Throwing ourselves at the dragon without a plan wouldn't work. Hyunseong had great mountain crush but lacked agility, and Huiwen had agility in spades, but her individual strikes didn't have enough stopping power. It'd be great if we could target the dragon's weakness. Can I use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint to locate its weakness? Oh, that reminds me. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, is already activated. The reward for using Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Level 3 is available. I had received a reward for using it earlier. You have experienced the first-person viewpoint of the main character. You can obtain one of the skills of the main character you were immersed in. What? I was so surprised that I failed to see the dragon's claw flying at me. Huiwen quickly pushed me away. The place I'd been standing was reduced to rubble. What are you doing? I couldn't even respond to Huiwen scolding me. I could learn one of the skills of the character I was immersed in. In other words, one of Younghyuk-Yu's skills. Displaying the list of available skills. Oh, I even get to choose. I already had the power of the blue ice pill, and if I could even have one of Younghyuk's skills. Something like Protective Aura or Skybreaker. Choose the skill you wish to obtain. 1. Cold Resistance 2. Fire Resistance 3. Lie Detection. Damn it, I should have known better. Of course things wouldn't be that easy. Lie Detection was the only decent one out of these, but I obviously had to go with Fire Resistance in this situation. Roa-Air, the lesser dragon, was spitting out fire. After that, the Flame of Destruction phase would begin. Think, I'm a reader. The answer was somewhere in the pages I'd read. Your attribute improves your memory of the passages you have read. Pages quickly flipped through my mind. Strategies for dealing with the lesser dragon. Some information from Chapter 12, Chapter 14, and Chapter 17, and the resources that were available to me now. Dokja, hurry! I slowly closed and opened my eyes, and I choose Cold Resistance. I made a decision. You can now use the skill Cold Resistance. I looked at my companions and yelled, Huiwen, Hyunseong, you still have those pills, right? Give them to me. Huh, Seongguk and Minseob, you too. Minseob, who was about to put the pill in his mouth, didn't look too pleased. Hurry. Why, yes, sir. I quickly collected the 4 blue ice pills. I put them in my mouth while avoiding the dragon's fire. This is the best course of action. I'm sure of it. You have consumed blue ice pills. The bonus elemental damage is multiplied by the number of blue ice pills you have taken. Your attacks now deal 200% bonus ice damage. A heart-stopping chill surrounds your whole body. No one should ever do this under ordinary circumstances. Despite its name, a blue ice pill is a kind of poison. Taking just one was enough to make you feel like you were standing outside naked in the middle of winter. 5 at once would instantly make you freeze to death. That is, under ordinary circumstances. You are protected by Cold Resistance LV. 5. Level 5. It seemed I'd not only inherited the skill, but a portion of Younghyuk's proficiency with it as well. Everyone, get behind me. I commanded my group as I reached for my sword. I didn't know if it had anything to do with the memory of being Younghyuk-Yu earlier, but it felt different when I grabbed my sword. Blade of Faith has been activated. Viewpoint. Unbreakable Faith's special ability has been activated. The element of the ether has changed to dark. The effect of the blue ice pills adds an ice element to the ether. The ether blade was blackish blue in color, a mingling of cold and darkness. The dragon's flame parted around the icy aura emanating from the blade. I ran at the dragon with all my strength. It was all or nothing now. Stigma, Song of the Sword, has been activated. Your blade is imbued with words left behind by Chungmugong. Song of the Sword, a skill that provided different effects based on the verse. Please don't let it be something weird. Last night, a divine messenger appeared in my dream and said, "Do this, and you shall win. Do that, and you shall lose." For a second, I was puzzled by what that meant. Then I started seeing different colors on the lesser dragon's body. Most of its scales were green, but there were some spots in red. Constellation God of Naval Warfare wishes you luck in your battle. I finally understood Chungmugong's intentions. I see. Those are the monster's weak spots. I ran along the burning path and raised my sword toward the dragon's wing. The first one was a light red. I dipped under its violently flapping wing and severed its Achilles tendon. The second one was a deep red. I leaped to avoid the dragon's tail, but its claw immediately swiped, as if it had been waiting for me. A barrier has been activated due to the effects of the brown flag. The barrier wouldn't help against the flame, but it could block a few regular attacks. I ran at the roaring dragon and stabbed it with my sword. KSHK. The monster's chest was now a deep shade of crimson, almost the color of blood. The lesser dragon flailed in pain and rage. The barrier created by the brown flag was broken instantly as a ball of fire gathered in the dragon's mouth. Level 5 Fire Dragon Lesser Dragon Ignir prepares to use Flame of Destruction. The wide area attack phase had begun. There were no more shields. I poured all of my remaining magic power into the Aether Blade and swung the dragon's chest like a madman, strike after strike. An incredible amount of cold energy exploded into the dragon's chest, and yet it stood its ground. More, crya, just a little more. Level 5 Fire Dragon Lesser Dragon Ignir uses Flame of Destruction. I watched as the fire grew bigger before me. Once it touched me, I was dead. I could hear my companions yelling, but I didn't relent. I kept swinging my sword with all my strength. I can do this. My calculations weren't wrong. This was my final struggle as a reader. If I were Younghyuk, my indiscriminate swings were imbued with something sharper. Swordplay so precise and swift it couldn't be seen or heard. Younghyuk's swordsmanship. The almost magical moment his blade had cut an arc through his enemy. That memory filled my head. I gripped the hilt with everything I had and focused all my senses to remember that sensation, if I could replicate even a tiny fraction of that swordsmanship. Kraya. My sword moved, and I heard something burst open. It was the dragon's flesh. Blood gushed out from its wound, and my body went flying after being struck by its attack. I tumbled several times on the burning hot ground, then coughed up the blood I'd been holding in. I shook my head to regain my senses and barely managed to stagger back up. At that moment, I locked eyes with the lesser dragon. I shivered in despair, but TSSSSS, Flame of Destruction, which had been about to incinerate us all, was quietly dying out. The dragon's enormous eyelids twitched as its body slowly toppled backward. Blade of Faith, which was still stuck in its heart, was silently quivering. You are the first person to defeat the minor catastrophe, Lesser Dragon Ignir. You have contributed to clearing the 5th scenario. You have achieved an impossible feat. My body slowly drained of energy. I didn't even have the power to make a fist because I was spent. Panting, I plopped onto the ground. It had been a reckless attempt. I could have died for sure this time. The achievement of an impossible feat has delayed the calculation of your reward. Some low-level goblins have submitted a petition for a plausibility review to management. The mid-level goblin appeared in midair and glared at me in silence. Whatever, time for some sweet rewards. Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband applauds your fighting spirit. Constellation Demonic Judge of Fire praises your courage. Constellation Secretive Plotter is curious about your tactic. Many constellations are deeply impressed by your battle. You have received 20,000 coins as a donation. I frowned at the overwhelming number of messages. No one dislikes getting compliments, but receiving dozens at once was a bit much. Where the hell is Bihyung? Why isn't he controlling these messages? Oh, was he summoned by management? The reward for clearing the hidden scenario was being delayed, and the mid-level goblin had disappeared without a word. I had a good idea what was happening. Anyway, I couldn't believe I received 20,000 coins. The difference in income between a channel with a small viewership versus one with a large one was huge. I quickly searched the fire dragon's body and retrieved a level 5 fire dragon's nucleus. Level 5 fire dragon's nucleus. The nucleus was surrounded by a faint red light. Being from a minor catastrophe, its quality was very high. Although it was a downgraded version, it was still a dragon. There were several parts of the corpse I could sell, like its bones or scales. I could also have a skilled blacksmith forge items to sell in the auction house. I began searching the fire dragon's corpse again, just in case. I just killed a minor catastrophe. This is all I get. Then, out of nowhere, a hearty smack, and I felt throbbing pain in my back. Dokja, are you a character from a video game or something? I didn't see Huiwen approach, but she was right behind me. I coughed from the blow. My stamina's at rock bottom right now, so I might die if you hit me like that. But you'll come back to life again, right? It doesn't work every time. Huiwen would normally scold me some more, but she went quiet. Come to think of it, she looked genuinely shocked when I died earlier. I think she was cry nah, there's no way Huiwen Jiang cried. She quickly glanced at the others, then lowered her voice. Did you already know what was going to happen this time, too? Not all of it. What if you had died for real? But I came back, didn't I? Another ruthless slap on my back. Hyunseong ran over in a hurry. Dokja, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. I saw Minseob and Seongguk furtively walking over as well. These guys survived too. They really were a lucky pair. Then, I was wondering why it had suddenly gotten quiet, then I noticed they were all looking at me expectantly. I sighed. Ask me one at a time. What do you want to know? And so, the impromptu press conference began. Resurrection is a new special ability I've acquired. And no, my sponsoring constellation isn't Jesus Christ. I only told them what they strictly needed to know, while avoiding uncomfortable details. Huiwen looked like she thought it was all absurd. Saving lives lets you come back to life. Isn't that a cheat skill? It's only one resurrection per 100 lives saved, but yes, it's a crazy ability indeed. I was being honest. But King of No Killing also came with a major caveat. I was forbidden from killing other human beings as long as I had this attribute. I could wound, subdue, or incapacitate them, but I couldn't end their lives. The moment I did, I'd lose the King of No Killing attribute, as well as my right to the throne. Of course, I didn't tell my companions all of these details. After all, it was something that could potentially be used against me. I guess you'll need to save as many people as possible. Yes, I'll have to try my best, though I may not always have the option. Don't worry. In those cases, I'll do the killing for you. There was confidence in Huiwen's voice. Actually, the reason I could choose King of No Killing without hesitation was because I had Huiwen on my side. In fact, I had guided her to be the judge of evil in the first place for this very reason. Sure, things could get awkward when I didn't have my companions to finish off my opponents for me, but I wasn't planning to take King of No Killing all the way into the late scenarios, so it was fine in the long term. There would be other, better cheat attributes later. Just because I acquired a good attribute early on, I shouldn't miss out on other great opportunities. Almost feels like some kind of fantasy novel. There are all kinds of skills, huh? Seongguk and Minseob glanced at me nervously after hearing what Hyunseong said. I glared back at them, as if to say, don't say anything stupid. I didn't know if Seongguk understood my warning, but he said something that was stupid in a different way. How did you feel when you died? It was awful, of course. I wondered why he asked me that question all of a sudden, but he continued in a serious tone. To be honest, I was scared when I saw you resurrected. You were scared? Yes, I mean, your whole body disintegrated and then restored. Logically thinking, that shouldn't be possible, right? I don't really know how this world works, but if we can be cloned. What I'm saying is, maybe you were cloned, not resurrected. What a terrifying thing to say with such a casual tone. I hadn't even thought about that. I remembered his attribute was hypnotist. Was he interested in new age stuff? Huiwen scoffed. I think you watched too many movies. This is important. Without continuity of consciousness, there's no guarantee you're the same person as the one before your resurrection. Now he was saying a bunch of things that sounded complicated, and it suddenly reminded me of something. Was he the jerk who left that really pretentious comment on the prologue of TWSA? What a creative way to throw my being into question, but you don't need to worry. I still had my consciousness even after I died, so technically, it wasn't a true death. Did you experience becoming a spirit? I don't know if I can call it that. I felt uneasy as I continued to talk to Seongguk. TWSA was a world created by its author, and that world had become reality. In the old world, the existence of spirits couldn't be proven, but here, such a thing almost seemed like a given. What was I in this world? A spirit? Did they really exist? Or was I also a part of the story that the author created? I shook my head. It wasn't the time to think about this kind of stuff. Anyway, are you done asking useless questions? Oh, may I ask you one more thing? What is it? Why are you suddenly talking so casually to me and Minseob? Because I don't need to act like Young-hyuk anymore. Seongguk gasped, as if he'd suddenly noticed something. Huh, your face? He didn't have to complete his sentence. I wouldn't treat them any differently just because I stopped pretending to be Young-hyuk. I put my hand out toward Seongguk. Gimme your phone. Sorry? I said your phone. Seongguk hesitantly handed it over. It was an expensive model. Better than the one I had. I can keep this, right? Didn't you say you were done acting like Young-hyuk? This is how I normally am. Seongguk looked like he was about to cry. Everyone, get some rest. I have something to research, so you have 10 minutes. You can collect items if you like. I tried to connect to the internet while my companions picked up the items scattered here and there. I pretended to be calm, but I was quite anxious. The hidden scenario's reward has been delayed. Plausibility review is underway by management. Because of that message, plausibility review. The reason the hidden scenario reward had been delayed. My phone had been burned away, so I couldn't look anything up in TWSA. I had made an uncharacteristic mistake. What do I do if the email from the author is gone? Just then, a message came up on the screen. You may sync the contents of your phone to a new device. Proceed to sync. What's this? When I pressed the yes button, a download began and a new file appeared on the screen. 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, TXT. So that's how it works. A file that even goblins and constellations had no access to wouldn't disappear so easily. I saw Seongguk and Minseob talking while they collected items. I was suddenly curious. Would the renouncers be able to read this? I should be careful, just in case. I opened the file and began reading TWSA. Your reading speed has increased due to your exclusive attribute. I was looking for the part about the plausibility review meeting that took place in Young-hyuk's 6th loop. Goblin Baram, chief of Seoul branch management, frowned as he read the scenario in his hand. Regressor Young-hyuk was written at the top of the file. Regressor, Tisk, constellations and goblins alike catch on too quickly these days. Baram smacked his lips and scanned the goblins at the meeting. There were no high-level goblins or great goblins there. That was to be expected, since the plausibility review was being conducted at the scale of the local dome. As a principle, what happened in a particular area fell under the jurisdiction of the management office there. Who put in this petition? Baram asked the nervous goblins. It was Oni. Why's that bastard complaining about plausibility in our country? He should mind his own business. Well, the competition among the low-level goblins has gotten quite heated lately. Baram frowned. Still, this report does make a good case for reviewing the plausibility of Young-hyuk's character. Not only does he have many high-level skills from the start, but he also seems to have access to all kinds of key information, the kind that gets censored at the beginning. And then there's his skill, the Eye of the Sage, that blocks any attempt to view his info through the system. I even had to ask upper management to grant me access. Baram sighed and closed the report. Ignore it. This guy is directly sanctioned by upper brass. Will it be okay? But what about the backlash? Who knows? Maybe he has some crazy sponsor who can handle it. But can a single constellation handle that kind of backlash, without a coalition of constellations to help share the burden of plausibility? Baram smirked. Are you trying to teach me how plausibility works, and who's gonna find out which constellation is sponsoring him? You. Sorry, sir. Anyway, the 5th scenario is starting soon. Focus on that. This level of plausibility will be offset in later scenarios. That said, the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew cold, and the Middleville goblins fell silent. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Ugh, what's with the low product sales in the U.S. and India? Just because those aren't your areas doesn't mean you can slack off with the ads, you understand. There's the profit in the U.S. and a large coalition of constellations in India. Gullible suckers with thick wallets, so what are these pitiful sales figures? That's. Never mind plausibility, sell some more coin items. The corner of my mouth curled up into a wry grin. These goblins reminded me of Mino Soft, where I used to work. The monetization meetings there went just like this scene. Anyway, I'm in a similar situation as Young-hyuk in TWSA. I knew I'd face this kind of thing someday, but it's not good to call attention to yourself. Am I going to be penalized? At that moment, a voice came out of thin air. Ugh, Do you know how many times I got summoned by management because of you? It was Bihyong. I quickly engaged with him. How did it go? What do you think? Of course they were flipping out. Just what kind of skill do you have that even the upper brass can't access your info? I was curious too. I wanted to see my attribute window as well. So what happened? Did they tell you to give me a penalty? Where did you get that kind of info? Anyway, you should have seen how hard I tried to defend you. Please listen to me. Dokja Kim isn't a suspicious guy. He's just trying his best to survive. With a defense like that, it was a wonder they didn't indict me on the spot. Luckily, my heartfelt pleas must have worked. They let it slide for now. They concluded that you only have a few skills and low proficiency in them, and based on video footage, it's nothing that would ruin the balance of the scenario. I knew it. This was why I didn't level up my passive skills. As I learned more and more good skills, management would notice me more and more. Besides, there are some troublemakers in other areas, so management already has enough headaches to deal with. So you're saying everything went well, right? Some goblins weren't happy about the decision, but we received word directly from the higher-ups. A great goblin said to let it go. That part did take me by surprise. Was this something that needed the intervention of a great goblin? You can get the details from the mid-level goblin. I'm actually not supposed to be here, you know? There are a lot of eyes on you right now, and be careful. That mid-level goblin in charge of this area has it in for you. Has it in for me? Don't you know? A plausibility review is like a financial audit in your world. You've created a lot of extra work for him. Anyway, things are going to be hard for you for a while. After Bihyong disappeared, the mid-level goblin in the suit reappeared with a spark in the air. It looked around for a bit and then spoke in an unfriendly tone. My apologies. The calculation of rewards was delayed due to a conflict. Your rewards will be issued now. You have received 3,000 coins as a reward for clearing the hidden scenario. You have received 15,000 coins as a reward for killing a level 5 fire dragon for the first time. You have received the Immunter Tribe's protection amulet for getting rid of a minor disaster for the first time. You will gain the favor of the Immunter Tribe from now on. Luckily, the rewards were finally distributed. The Immunter Tribe's protection amulet. Getting this was a good start to the 5th scenario. Looking at the excitement on my companions' faces, they must have gotten their rewards too. Still, this is all I get for defeating a minor catastrophe. Seems a bit stingy. The mid-level goblin continued talking at that moment. By the way, there's a problem with the scenario due to your performance. The goblin's tone was sarcastic, and that wasn't a good sign. After discussion with management, we have concluded that the difficulty of the scenario isn't suited for the incarnations in this area. Therefore, I'm adjusting the level of difficulty of the scenario. What? Adjust the difficulty. The time limit for the 4th scenario is drastically reduced. The corner of the mid-level goblin's mouth was curled up slightly. It was looking directly at me. That son of a... There are 48 hours remaining until the end of the 4th scenario. All of your group members will die if you don't claim the target station within 48 hours. So that's how it's gonna be, huh? Minseob was happily collecting items, but then turned to me with a shocked expression. It looked like everyone had heard the message. Who did you say owns Changsan Station now? It's the Tyrant King. Why does it have to be one of the 7 kings of Seoul? I let out a big sigh, then turned to the group. Let's go back to Chungmuro first. I wonder if Yoongyok is wrapping up over there too. It was almost time to finish the 4th scenario. There was quite a distance between Angguk Station and Chungmuro Station, so we had plenty of time to chat. Huiwen and Hyunseong led the way while Seongguk, Minseob, and I walked behind them. I couldn't bring the entire corpse of the fire dragon, so I put half of its body parts up for auction. I put up the other half too, but with an absurd asking price, a clever trick that allowed me to use the auction house as an impromptu storage. Bihyong complained, but that wasn't my concern. Sir, Minseob spoke up first. Being called sir made me feel like I was the head of some big company. It was strange feeling. Is your name Dokja Kim? Yes. HM, that's a strange name, isn't it? Yes, and to be honest, you're more like an oracle than any of us. Minseob sounded intimidated somehow. If only I hadn't written negative comments and continued reading the web novel. Well, it's too late now, quitter. Just then, I remembered something. I'd meant to ask them but had forgotten until now. Min Siab, speaking of quitting the novel. Yes. How did the oracles get organized so quickly? I had been wondering about this. It hadn't even been a month since the first scenario started, but these oracles had already set up a chat room and spread their influence across multiple stations. The disciples, especially, were on another level. Based on what I'd seen during the first-person main character's point of view, not only did they occupy a sizable portion of the Gangseo region, but they also had incredible weapons you couldn't get without clearing some hidden scenarios. No matter how you cut it, they had grown far too quickly within a short time. Someone gathered all of us. Gathered all of you? Yes. Soon after the first scenario was over, he came to the station where I was. How interesting. How was he able to do that? There were still barriers between stations back then. He introduced himself as a disciple and said that he'd read the entire revelation. He said he was gathering the oracles to follow him. The weird thing is that this apparently happened at multiple stations simultaneously. It was hard to believe that one person did all of this. So you're saying this one guy rounded up all of you oracles and connected you with via the group chat? Yes, we call him the first disciple. The king of the oracles, right? The one who doesn't like being called a renouncer. Oh, you already knew about that too. Yes, he's the one. Do you know why he doesn't like being called that? We're not sure either. He claimed to have read the whole revelation, so it might be related to that. And this is just a rumor, but some people say he possesses the records of the revelation. What? I think it's feasible, since there's no way anyone else has read the entirety of the revelation, with it being so long and all. He has the records. That can't be right. There's someone besides me who read the whole thing? I was even more curious about his identity after hearing that. Different thoughts ran through my mind as we approached Chungmuro. I hadn't been gone for long, but smelling the air in Chungmuro felt like a homecoming. As we were about to enter the station, I signaled my companions to stop. Hang on. Come to think of it, I'm still naked. Why didn't anyone remind me? I turned to Seongguk. Take off your pants. I walked ahead to enter the station, leaving behind Seongguk, who was now in his underwear. Sangha happily welcomed me from a distance. Seeing her tear up, I felt a pang of guilt. She must have gone through a lot. Something small scurried toward me and bumped right into me. Gilyong was clinging to my leg. Are you doing all right? Covered in dirt, the boy nodded vigorously. It looked like Jihai was still unconscious from the serious injuries she'd suffered. Pildu turned his head and sneered as soon as he saw me. Constellation Defense Master admonishes you for your late return. It was an understandable reaction since their incarnation might have been killed. Sangha, Hyunseong and Huiwen, who had no idea what had happened in Chungmuro, shouted in surprise at the sight of all the injured people and ran toward the platform. Sangha herself had a bandaged shoulder. Blood covering parts of the railroad told the story of a fierce battle. That's? Aren't they the disciples? Minsiab asked with a horrified stammer. The heads of people with the numbers 2, 3, 4, and 7 on them were lined up along the tracks like a morbid display. Their faces were still frozen in the final moments of their lives, as if they still didn't realize they had died. It was obvious whose handiwork this was. Where's Younghyuk? I asked Gilyong. As soon as I spoke, I sensed an ominous presence coming from the dark tunnel leading to Hohyeon Station. I could tell who it was, even from a distance. That arrogant and confident gait, as if he knew he was the one and only main character of this universe. Younghyuk? His facial expression stayed the same even as he spotted me. I thought he'd say something considering what had happened in the cinema dungeon, but what the hell was that? A severed head was dangling from his hand. Some people screamed as Younghyuk threw it toward us. It rolled on the ground like a toy. A cape with the number 1 written on it was attached to that head. It was the first disciple. That's Younghyuk Yu, all right. He chased down the one who got away. I felt relieved and anxious at the same time. I had some more questions to ask, but if they were all dead. However, something crazy happened next. It was you, the one who ruined our plan. The severed head began talking to me. Ack, what the? Minsiab cried out and flopped to the ground. The head without a body looked up at me and smirked. I couldn't believe it. Even in TWSA, there were very few skills that would allow someone to survive decapitation. Immortal body was one of them, but even with that skill, he shouldn't have been able to speak so casually as a disembodied head. Not to mention there was no blood where his neck had been severed. Hang on, could it be? The information I'd acquired from Seongguk and Minseob ran through my head. This bastard claimed to have read all of the revelation. He was able to assemble all the renouncers around Seoul soon after the scenario started. He could move past barriers at will and didn't die or even bleed after being decapitated. The avatar skill, I was sure of it. The body in front of me right now wasn't his true self. It was a fake. The decapitated head kept talking. Wow, I'm seriously impressed. Not only did you impersonate Junghyuk Yu, but you also wiped out the disciples and even killed the dragon. Who the hell are you? I see. He doesn't know who I am either, huh? I could ask you the same. As far as I knew, only an extremely small number of people had this skill in TWSA, and it was limited to people with specific jobs. They usually came from creative lines of work and were often schizophrenic or had dissociative identity disorder from too much stress. I slowly lowered my head to be at eye level with the head. Are you a writer? A writer? It was one of very few job classes that could acquire the avatar skill in TWSA. If this bastard was a writer, that would explain some of the miraculous feats he'd accomplished. The first disciple's lips twitched at my question. A writer? Do you mean the creator of the revelation? You got me. That's right, I wrote the revelation. That's not what I was asking. What the heck is he talking about? In any case, there was no way to know if what he said was true or not. I looked over at Junghyuk, who was staring intensely at this exchange. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, has been activated. Character Junghyuk Yu is using the skill Lie Detection LV. 6. I knew it, this guy and his trust issues. You wrote the revelation? I did. I'm also the only one who possesses the revelation in its entirety. I scoffed at his confident smile. Cool story. Let's hear what else you've got to say. Character Junghyuk Yu is using the skill Lie Detection LV. 6. Character Junghyuk Yu has confirmed this statement to be true. What? He has the actual file? My mind was reeling. That can't be right. I hid my panic as I pressed him some more. What exactly do you mean by the revelation? You know the answer to that. It's an epic tale that foretells the future. Character Junghyuk Yu has confirmed this statement to be partially true. How strange that the statement was only partially true. Now it's my turn to ask, how did you know about our plans? Are you also an oracle? Didn't you say you wrote the revelation? But you don't know that. An all-knowing creator is no fun, right? The first disciple let out a villainous laughter, but it allowed me regain my composure. There was no way this guy was the author of TWSA. If he were, there was no way he wouldn't recognize me, the only one who read his story. This is very interesting. I thought the woman in Seoul prison was the last disciple, but it was you. Seoul prison? I guess you don't know. Let's make a deal. Tell me who you are, then I'll give you some information. Oh yeah. Well, I doubt you have any intel I'd want. You seem to be rather smug, thinking you beat me, but this isn't even my real body. You just got lucky. I know about the future. I cut him off on purpose. I'm sure Junghyuk is listening very closely to this conversation. Time to throw in some breadcrumbs. A lot more than you do, actually. Character Junghyuk Yu has confirmed your statement to be true. The first disciple looked stunned. Nonsense. There's no way you know more than I. Just then, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Wait, are you? He seemed to realize something, and so did I. Hang on, is he that jerk? I knew 5 things about him so far. 1, he has read TWSA. 2, his job was a writer. 3, he isn't the author of TWSA. 4, he has a text file with information about the future. 5, the contents of file he has is partially true. Memories of reading the 149 episodes of TWSA ran through my mind. To my knowledge, TWSA was so unpopular that no bootleg copy of it exists. But if this guy is who I think he is, the fact that he has the text files and detailed knowledge of TWSA all makes sense. I spoke nonchalantly. Are you proud of plagiarizing other people's work? What? He's agitated. It must be him. I can't believe you're still doing this. Revelation, my ass. How do you sleep at night? It pisses me off just thinking of what the real creator went through because of you. You. I thought it was odd. The information you were using seemed to be a bit off. He went pale. Leeching off other people's work, don't you think you've done enough? The whole world's gone to shit and you're still pulling this crap? Younghyuk Yu, the first disciple, quickly turned to Younghyuk. Younghyuk Yu, join me? Look at him go. Like I said, I know the revelation in its entirety. I'm the only one in this world who can take you all the way to the end. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint LV. 2 has been activated. You cannot activate Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint LV. 2 due to a high level of fatigue. Damn it, why now? Think carefully. You can't clear the 46 scenario by yourself. You'll need my help to fight Anna Croft and those Zarathustra bastards. I thought those lines sounded familiar, then I realized I'd said almost the exact same thing during my first meeting with the main character. Younghyuk shook his head. I've never heard of this revelation. It's a prophecy. You can tell by looking at my attribute, can't you? Not only that, but I'm the last. Character Younghyuk Yu has activated the skill, the Eye of the Sage LV. 8. I used my skill as well. This character's information cannot be viewed via character profile. This character is not registered in character profile. Damn it, it doesn't work. Younghyuk appeared to check something with the Eye of the Sage, then looked at me. The head continued talking. Kill that bastard, you know he's dangerous. He's been impersonating you and completely messed up the future by doing so. If you don't get rid of him now, he'll set off a butterfly effect that will ruin all your plans. How ridiculous. Is that idiot trying to get both of us killed? You did the same thing. I'm different. Join me, Younghyuk Yu. I'll swear an oath if you want. I'll never betray you. Those are some big promises. I see. You want to work with me? Asked Younghyuk. There was a deadly calm in the regressor's eyes as he stared at me. It drove me nuts that I couldn't read his mind at that moment. Younghyuk pulled out his sword and slowly walked toward me. Emboldened by this development, the first disciple shrieked, "That's right, kill him." One calls himself a prophet and the other an oracle. I said, kill him. Stomp, Younghyuk stepped on the first disciple's head. Ugh, what are you doing? If you really know about the future, let me ask you a question. What? Younghyuk's sword was pointed at my neck before I even realized it had moved. The blade I had used as Younghyuk Yu earlier was now aimed at me. I felt a sting, and something warm trickled down my neck. What the hell are you doing? Screamed Huiwen as she ran toward us. I raised my hand to stop my companions. As nervous as I was, I knew nothing good could come out of agitating Younghyuk here. He turned to the first disciple. Tell me, will I kill him now or not? What? If you really know the future, then you should know what choice I'll make. This again? You psycho? The first disciple looked torn. He was probably thinking the same thoughts I had on the bridge of even numbers, but his answer came out faster than I expected. Of course you'll kill him. That's the kind of person you are. He looked quite confident. The arrogant expression on his face said he had no doubt about how Younghyuk would act. So hurry up and do it. Then I'll. SHHK. The blade moved, but the sound that came wasn't of flesh being cut. Splat. The first disciple's head was crushed underfoot. He wouldn't die since it was just an avatar, but he'd probably sustain some mental damage. Younghyuk's sword was already in its sheath. I knew it, he was all talk. I was dumbfounded. Younghyuk Yu chose to let me live? It felt a little bit weird. Even I hadn't been sure about this, but Younghyuk glared at me for a beat before turning away. Hey, where are you going? What a jerk. He probably thinks he's so cool right now. To be honest, that was kind of badass. Wait, are you leaving without Jihai? The future has changed, so I need to revise my plans as well. Then why don't we team up? I can help you. Younghyuk turned around to look back at me. Despite myself, I tensed up at his deadly gaze. With this, we're even, he said. As my last favor to you, I won't take your flag. This bastard. I couldn't let him go like that. You can't leave this station anyway. Not before I remove you from my group. Or do you want me to use punishment on you? Younghyuk's hand slowly moved to his sword. I quickly continued. I know what you're planning. You're going to Yungu to join the battle for the flags, right? Your goal is to complete King's Path and obtain a black flag. I'll help you. It'd be faster if I took your flag now. I'd love to see you try. Your sword or my tongue. I wonder which will be faster? It was a gamble because Younghyuk actually could stab me through the neck before punishment took effect. There's no need to go to Yungu. Let's go north instead. I'll help you take the Tyrant King's territory and flag. You can acquire a flag and kill your enemy too. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? I can do it by myself. There are 48 hours left until the end of the fourth scenario. Do you think you can take over 20 stations and obtain a black flag in that time? Jung-hyuk stopped reaching for his sword. Got you. Besides, you have a reason to go north, don't you? Or are you planning to abandon your family in this loop? Calm down, I don't mean you any harm, I'm only trying to help you. Jung-hyuk's eyes filled with anger as he glared at me. The air around us grew thick with tension, then simmered down. Do you expect me to believe that? Tell me what you want. That's our regressor for you, always quick to catch on. It's simple. Tell me one thing, that's all I want. I smiled as I spoke. What is it? The guy you just crushed. What was his attribute? I'm guessing one of them was the last renouncer. What was the other one? Jung-hyuk paused for a moment, then opened his mouth. 30 minutes later, I called up Min-seob and Seong-guk. I had a special task for those two. So, who was he? Asked Min-seob before I could speak. I hesitated. Should I tell them or not? SSSSS rank Infinite Regressor. Have you heard of that novel? Oh, I've read it. Seong-guk raised his hand. Wasn't it the #1 web novel for a while? I was really into it. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. How did it end again? Reminded of a nostalgic memory, the two friends began to chatter excitedly. These guys read TWSA, so it made sense they had been into web novels. It was a mashup of tropes, but it was fun. Actually, I'd read that novel too. Back when I was reading TWSA, I had seen it at the top of the list of trending titles. I'd clicked on it without much thought, but I was shocked when I saw its setting and plot. Psychopath regressor stuck in an infinite loop. Sponsorship from transcendental beings called Constellations. Online streaming system. A game of survival against overwhelming odds. True, it was a patchwork of various clichés, but the details in the world building and the flow of the story were clearly ripped off from TWSA. I posted a comment right away. Isn't this plagiarizing the novel 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse? I remembered people criticizing me for comparing it to the boring TWSA. They didn't think it was plagiarism, and then came all the hate in my DMs by readers of SSSSS rank Infinite Regressor. Web novels are all same anyway. Stop being a whiny little snowflake lol. I was furious, so I sent a DM to the TWSA author. What did they say again? I think they said they were happy because some of the plagiarized novels' readership trickled into TWSA and got them more views. Thinking about the author brought tears to my eyes. By the way, why did you mention it? Seong-guk asked. The first disciple is the author of that novel, SSSSS rank Infinite Regressor. What? No way. If the TWSA author knew about this, they would have been so upset. The world they created became reality, but someone who plagiarized their work started going around claiming to be author, even coming up with a whole backstory with the revelation nonsense. After hearing my explanation, Min-seob thought it was ridiculous. That novel was plagiarized? That's right. Whoa, now that I think about it, the stories are kinda similar. I know it's been a while, but why couldn't I remember that novel at all? It was much more popular. Isn't it because of the renouncer attribute? We only remember what we've read in the original novel. And whatever had too many similarities, so our memories got mixed up. Maybe, so you're saying that bastard is a plagiarist, right? Then the file he has is. I nodded. He probably has the text file of the plagiarized novel he wrote. Since that was copied from TWSA, he had some knowledge about the future of this world. Not only had that bastard made a fortune in the old world with his plagiarized novel, but he was also acting like a king in this apocalypse with that information. It was time he got a taste of cold, hard justice. Doesn't that mean it's impossible to beat him if he copied the original all the way to the end? No, not the end. He only stole from the early parts so he could easily weasel his way out of accusations of plagiarism. That means he'll soon start to run out of relevant information. But sir, how do you know all this? I just do. Obviously, because I was the only reader after chapter 100. Excuse me, but how far did you read? Anyway, there is something you guys need to do. Something we have to do. Min-seob and Seong-guk's shoulders tensed. You told me before that the Tyrant King took out some of the oracles, right? Ah, yes. I think a few of them are still being held captive by the Tyrant King and are being forced to give him intel. Really? Even better. Sorry, 48 hours left before the scenario ended. That wasn't enough time to take out the Tyrant King in a full-on confrontation. We're going to leak false information. If the Tyrant King was using oracles, then all I had to do was exploit that. Disguised as part of the revelation. Minseob and Seongguk didn't seem to understand, so I went into more detail. We're going to make copies of SSSSS rank Infinite Regressor and spread them online. When dealing with multiple enemies, it's best to make them fight each other. Episode 13, The War of the Kings. My plan was clear. The first disciple, Akka the Plagiarist, had limited knowledge of the early parts of TWSA. And as is often the case with people in the know, he was very possessive of his knowledge and would try to hide it even from the oracles. On the other hand, the Tyrant King, one of the 7 kings of Seoul, found out about the existence of the oracles and had been using them. One who wanted to monopolize the information and one who wanted to gather more of it. It was obvious what would happen when those two faced each other. So you want to recreate the revelation? Seongguk asked. Yes, that's right. The plan was simple: make copies of the plagiarist's novel, then spread it to each station. That was the gist of it. A part of the revelation, owned by the oracles, has been leaked. The groundwork had already been laid. Thanks to Donghoon's comment manipulation, information about the oracles had been widely disseminated on the internet. If people thought the revelation file was leaked, it would create chaos. A small number of the early renouncers who had survived would try to obtain the hidden intel, and the Tyrant King would make his move as well. But we don't remember the story of SSSSS rank Infinite Regressor. How can we make the file? Why do we need the story of the plagiarized novel? We know the source material. Oh, exclaimed Minseob, yet he still looked worried. The problem is, we already made use of all the secrets we knew, so I'll tell you about more. Weave that information into the early plot of TWSA and make it sound like it's secret intel for acquiring powerful items. That should get the attention of our plagiarist and the Tyrant King. Seongguk smiled awkwardly. This is funny. I can't believe I'm creating one of these files. I always just read them. Did these too? Read bootleg copies. But don't we become just like the plagiarist by doing this? Minseob asked. We're copying from the original story to make this file. He had a point. I thought about it for a bit. There's a saying, a plagiarist doesn't want you to know about the source material. A parody is more fun if you know about the source material, and an homage wants you to know about the original work. Oh, that's an interesting point. By that logic, what we're doing is an homage. It's true. I genuinely want more people to know about SSSSS rank Infinite Regressor, so I can destroy that plagiarist bastard. We borrowed Pildu's laptop and started typing. None of us had any experience writing a novel, so we had to work together. Minseob started pulling his hair out. Ugh, I had no idea writing was so hard. Props to writers out there. Just whip something up real quick. It doesn't need to be that polished, as long as it has enough tantalizing bits to draw people out. In fact, an incomplete writing might serve as better bait for the oracles. What we're going for is a mixture of truths and lies. Looking over what Minseob was typing, I added, and let's change the names of the characters in the novel. I'm a bit worried, you see. It might be too much of a shock to characters like Hyunseong and Jihai to read about themselves. Like it or not, they'd eventually find out that this world was based on a novel, but that didn't have to happen now. Minseob then said something unexpected. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Huh. Actually, Seongguk and I tested this out by telling a few characters that this world was a novel, but they didn't understand us at all. It's like they're NPCs in a video game. No matter how serious we were, they thought we were joking. Didn't see that coming. I remembered hearing Minseob and one of the disciples openly referring to TWSA characters as things like side character. Looking back, those characters' reaction to that of the lack thereof did seem rather strange. That's how the first disciple was able to easily identify the oracles. Minseob continued. TWSA characters seemed to resent hearing that they were in a novel or pretended not to hear it. It may have also been the reason the disciples insisted on using the term revelation. Hearing that made me feel a bit uncomfortable. What do you think is the difference between the novel characters and us? Sorry? Well, we're real people and they're fictional characters. Is there more to it than that? Then at what point did this world become the one in the novel? When the first scenario started, maybe. I still wasn't satisfied with Minseob's explanation. In my eyes, Seongguk and Minseob were outsiders, just like me. That was why I couldn't see their info when I first met them. However, since the recent update, I could see their info via character profile. So are these two real people, or novel characters? Or does everyone eventually turn into a character as time passes? At that moment, I looked at Sangha and Gilyong across the platform. Exclusive skill, character profile, has been activated. This person is not registered in character profile. Currently collecting data about this character. Luckily, I still couldn't see their information. Sangha noticed I was looking and smiled at me, followed by Gilyong. Dokja, what's wrong? It's nothing. I felt relieved, but I didn't know why. We completed the novel's rough framework soon after. It wasn't very good at all. Had we tried to serialize it on one of the major websites, it would have flopped hard, but that didn't matter now. First, let's spread the rumor that the revelation has been leaked. Is there enough time for that? Seongguk asked. I'll ask Dinghoon. With his reclusive loner attribute, the rumor will spread in no time. Ah, Dinghoon. Got it, not every station has internet though. What about them? I'll be sending someone for that. I looked behind me. Ilhun Kang nodded as if he had been waiting for his cue. Oh, I see, he'd be perfect for that. I forgot about him. Seongguk agreed with me. Ilhun, are you ready? Ilhun used to be the vice leader of Dongdaemun, and letting him live had been the right choice. He looked a bit nervous, but he replied, leave it to me. When it comes to gossip, I'm your man. Character Ilhun Kang is relying on you. Your understanding of character Ilhun Kang has increased. It was time for him to show off his attribute, rumor expert. 44 hours remained until the end of the scenario. The battle would begin within a day. Thanks, Dinghoon, don't mention it. I'm just repaying you. Character Dinghoon Han trusts you a little bit. Dinghoon Han, the reclusive king of shadows, began to open up to me. Saving him from the oracle's clutches worked much better for me than I thought. I sense an inexplicable familiarity with you. Familiarity? It's like I've known you for a long time. By any chance, are you a reclusive loner too? Maybe. Every human is a reclusive loner in some way. You think so? There's like this unseen wall between us. It's hard to explain, but I don't hate it. Shouldn't a wall be a bad thing? I only trust people who have this kind of wall. I think you have to face someone's wall in order to understand them. Dinghoon is only 17, but he sounds like a wise man. A wall? He may be right. You're more desperate because you cannot climb over some walls. Anyway, I've spread the rumor. So how are you going to share the so-called revelation? Through the internet again? No. If we use the internet, any random person could read it. I'm going to sell it. Sell it? How? I began explaining my plan to Dinghoon. 40 hours remained until the end of the scenario. I gathered up the members of the Chungmuro group. This won't be easy. If we don't take over Changsan Station within 40 hours or so, our entire group will die. But the faction occupying that station is no pushover. Has anything ever been easy for us? So who's our enemy this time? He's called the Tyrant King. I answered Huiwen's question. He's currently one of the 7 kings in Seoul, and he controls the biggest territory out of all the factions in the north. What kind of person is he? Hyunseong asked. He started in Dabonggu, and he's establishing his own kingdom. I hear he takes beautiful men and women as his concubines and kills or enslaves anyone he deems ugly. Huiwen frowned with concern. Then I guess he'll make you a slave, Dokja. I think you're in danger of that too, Huiwen. I don't want to become a concubine, though. How about we just kill him? That's easier said than done. He has a powerful sponsor. We have 2 options. We can either seize his flag or claim his home base, Dabong Station. Neither option was easy, so the group looked nervous. It was time to tell them the real plan. For now, we'll head to Gwangwamun. I thought we were going to fight. We'll let them come to us. How? I've leaked some information to lure them. He'll take a while to get there, so we'll wait for a bit before setting out. Everyone, get ready and what's wrong? A sneaky smile came across my face. Nothing. This is just moving a bit faster than I thought. I received a text from Donghoon. I've spread a rumor that people can find a leaked version of the revelation in the auction house. Is that okay? Yes, that's okay. Good job. I then received some system messages. The item you have listed in the auction house has been sold. The item you have listed in the auction house has been sold. Bihyung's voice came out of thin air. Your attribute is con man, isn't it? How are the constellations reacting? They're super hyped. Some of the censoring is starting to come off too. A bunch of constellations even bought it for their incarnations. Still, this will draw even more attention to you. Are you okay with that? Doesn't sharing this information put you at a disadvantage? Not at all. I had plenty of information, and the intel I'd leaked wasn't something I needed. Instead, it would damage someone else. Just give me my coins. Here you go, jerk. 16 copies of the Revelation, SSSSS rank Infinite Regressor, have been sold in the auction house. You have gained 16,000 coins. Obviously, I didn't leak the information for free. The people who'd want this kind of intel would already have sponsoring constellations, so they'd have no trouble purchasing it through the auction house. If the revelation, which contained important intel, was free, people would question its authenticity. Still, 16,000 coins? Just like that. This is shaping up to be quite a lucrative business. I addressed my companions. If you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go take a quick nap. Aren't you being a bit too lax about this? There are things I can only do while I'm asleep. I lay down on the ground. I didn't know where Sangha got a blanket from, but she put it over me. Huiwen clicked her tongue in disbelief, and I fell asleep instantly. The system's message came to me as I was passing out. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint LV. 3 has been activated. Based on what I'd discovered so far, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint had 3 levels. Level 1, it allowed me to read a character's simple desires and feelings. Level 2, it allowed me to read a character's thoughts. Level 3, it allowed me to see a character's surroundings and even experience things from their point of view. I'd experienced level 3 twice, once in my dream and the other time while in suspended animation. I had seen Younghyuk leaving Jumho Station in the dream, and I had witnessed what happened in Chungmuro in suspended animation. There was a common factor. My consciousness had to be hazy and unstable, but that wasn't the only condition for Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Level 3 to be activated. There was another, more important condition. Sir, are you seeing this? Damn it! Am I doing this right? Ilhun mumbled to himself, then he spoke while looking into the air. I've spread the rumor in the Tyrant King's territory. They're about to make a move. You're hearing this, right? A character and I must be thinking about each other at the same time. Soon after my vision went blurry, I could see what Ilhun was peeking at. A man was laughing, flashing his white teeth. He wore a dazzling king's outfit and a bizarre-looking crown as he slowly got up with the help of nearby slaves. What about the new revelation? It seems to be authentic, my lord. I bought it with coins, so it must be real. Who leaked this intel? It was likely one of the disciples. How reliable is it? We checked several of the secrets mentioned in it and verified that they were all real. The man let out another teeth-baring laugh. We marched to Gwanghwamun. We'll secure the area before anyone else arrives. Good, the Tyrant King is making his move. That left the other side. I thought about Minseob. Sir, he's arrived. Nice timing. Minseob was already at the designated spot in Gwanghwamun. Soon, I was able to see his surroundings. That's gotta be him in the black hoodie. I'm sure of it. Shapes of people were moving near some building. As I expected, he got there first. The plagiarist. One of the most useful secrets from the 3rd loop was located in Gwanghwamun. I bet he was anxious about it and came running as soon as he could. The problem is, it's not just him. A bunch of others came here too. The kings from Yeongjungpo and Yongsan, and it looks like more are en route from Seondonggu. Sir, isn't this getting a bit out of hand? No, it was what I wanted. The characters who had been laying low were revealing themselves. I didn't have to look for them anymore, so it was better for me. The War of the Kings, the final phase of the 4th scenario, was about to begin. My consciousness was quietly rising to the surface, and my senses slowly returned to reality. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint LV. 3 has been deactivated. I couldn't use level 3 for very long. It was exhausting. And I found out one disappointing fact. I wouldn't get a reward every time I used the skill. Maybe I only get a reward if I enter first-person main character's viewpoint? Unfortunately, I didn't know the conditions for that. It would have been great if I could get Junghyuk's skills through first-person main character's viewpoint every time I fell asleep. When I opened my eyes and got up, Huiwen was there looking at me. You were talking in your sleep again. Talking in my sleep? No way. What did I say? Mom, I think that's what you said. Mom, why would I say that? Whatever it was, it couldn't have been good. Huiwen kept looking at me with an ominous smile on her face. I came up with an excuse. Well, I'm worried about my mother too. Anyway, Huiwen, I have a favor to ask. What is it? The upcoming battle at Gwanghwamun. I don't want you to fight in it. Why not? There is something I want you to do. You're the only one I can trust with it. Huiwen acted disappointed, but I saw her lips twitch at the word trust. So what do you need me to do? As soon as I finished my conversation with Huiwen, I decided on who would stay in Chungmuro and who would head to Gwanghwamun. Other than Huiwen, who has a different task, I'll be choosing who stays in Chungmuro. Some of my companions gulped. They looked like subjects eager for a chance to serve their king. First, Pildu and Hyeonseong, you're staying behind. HMPH, treating us like slaves. Pildu sneered as if he was expecting this. The problem was Hyeonseong. The big man turned pale, like a soldier who had been denied a chance at promotion. Hyeonseong, you should stay here because you need to help Pildu protect the area. I know you can lead our group just as well as Sangha if Chungmuro is attacked. Yes, I understand. He still looked disappointed, but I had a reason for leaving the reliable steel blade behind. You already have great skills, Hyeonseong. The problem is, their levels are too low. While we're gone, increase the proficiency of Great Mountain Push. I'll be counting on you a lot after this scenario. He finally brightened up those words. Yes, leave it to me. Soldiers are at their best when they have a set routine. After that, we began the journey to Gwanghwamun. Leaving out Junghyuk and Jihai, who were not under my control, that left me Sangha, Gilyong, and Seongguk. The 4 of us formed the core of the group that headed to Gwanghwamun. The rest of the Chungmuro group waved to us as we departed. We'll see you again, Vice Leader. Be careful out there. It had only been a few days since I'd appointed Sangha, but it seemed she was already quite popular. Everyone was clearly worried about their beloved vice leader. But Sangha looked uneasy as we left the station. Dokja, are you sure I'll be of any use? I had to be clear and firm in this kind of situation. Sangha, have I ever taken people along without good reason? I know that, but I'm not sure I'll be as helpful as Hyeonseong or Huiwen. There's something you can do that those two can't. You're crucial to my plan. Sangha brightened up a bit at my reassurance, and I wasn't lying either. She was indeed a wonderful talent. You have a certificate in Korean history, right? Ah, yes. Her face lit up when I mentioned her past, but it didn't last long, and soon she looked down again. It's useless now, though. It's not. It's why I'm taking you, Sangha. I hadn't originally planned to give her this duty because there was another good candidate at Gwangjinggu, but there was no time to look for him, and Sangha was perfect for the job anyway. After all, the Sangha I knew was smart enough to memorize all of Korean history just to get a certificate. Do you remember the item I got from the statue of the great monk Samyong? Yes, there will be a bunch of stuff like that on our way to Gwanghwamun. The National Museum is in that direction, not to mention more historical monuments. Sangha quickly caught on to my plan. Oh, I see. We might find other artifacts imbued with the power of constellations. Exactly. I'm counting on you to spot those for us. Got it. I'll do my best. The best outcome would be if we can find relics or sites that are associated with famous historical figures, but aren't very well known. Even among the historical grade constellations, each constellation's power varied. You could see it in the difference between the great monk Samyong and Chungmugong. The great monk Samyong's artifacts were B grade, but Chungmugong's twin dragon sword was S grade, even though it wasn't for combat use. It's crucial that we nab as many items as we can on the way, since we'll be outnumbered by the other groups. The Tyrant King has hundreds under his command, and the plagiarist should have a sizable force as well. I also have to watch the kings from Yeongjungpo, Yongsan, and Seongdonggu. The fourth scenario would eventually turn into a proxy war between historical-grade constellations. After all, an event coveted by that class of constellations was hidden at the end of this scenario. Incarnations with a high sync rate with their constellations would appear, adding to the danger. The compatibility for a historical-grade constellation was decided based on how they lived when they were alive, so Sanga's knowledge of history would be extremely useful. Oh, I just thought of something. Already? If I remember correctly, there should be a shrine nearby. A shrine? It might contain the power of a legendary figure, so it could be worth a look, even though he's not from Korean history. Not from Korean history, a shrine in this area. I had never heard about it, even though I read all of TWSA. Anyway, we decided to take our journey above ground and follow Sanga's lead. We walked for some time until Seongguk shouted, Is that it? There really was an old shrine. I couldn't believe that there was such a thing in the middle of Seoul. I was even more surprised by the description on the side of its gate. Whoa, are you telling me? It was dedicated to someone totally unexpected. A shrine to one of the greatest war gods of China was the middle of the Seoul. Sanga looked at me nervously. What do we do now? I looked around but didn't see any idols. Let's try paying our respects. I can't act like I did back with the great monk Samyong. If I act rashly, I won't get good rewards. We put a bowl of water down and quietly prayed. A little later, we heard the system's messages. This shrine was abandoned for a long time. A constellation who wields a crescent blade is pleased by your visit. A constellation who wields a crescent blade reveals his epithet. Constellation, Lord of the Beautiful Beard, grants his blessing. Lord of the Beautiful Beard. Despite being a Chinese figure, everyone in Korea knew him. This constellation was none other than Guan Yu from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Your stamina and strength will be increased by 5 for the next 24 hours. Seongguk was ecstatic. Wow, that's a huge boost, isn't it? It's a good start. I don't know why Guan Yu's shrine is in Seoul, but it's not that strange since Cheongmyeong has a shrine in Japan too. Guan Yu is better known worldwide than Cheongmyeong, so getting a buff like this is understandable. But I don't think we'll get an item here. That's too bad. Imagine if we got the green dragon crescent blade here. Even if there was an idol, we wouldn't receive a good item in Korea since he was a Chinese figure. Which incarnation had Guan Yu as their sponsor in China? Guan Yu isn't quite at the level of Great Sage, Heaven's equal or Uriel, but whoever has his support could have a shot at conquering all of China. Gilyong grabbed my shirt. Dokja, his cockroach's antennas quivering. I had a bad feeling as I spotted a group of people marching toward us in formation, around 50 people. I used sharp observation and saw that their average physical stats were around 40. They weren't as powerful as the disciples, but they were good enough to be called an elite army. A faction that commanded 50 soldiers of that caliber. Those outfits look familiar, Seongguk mumbled. The men were wearing historical outfits reminiscent of the Hwarang, the elite knights of the Silla dynasty. All of them were wearing makeup and looked very handsome. The guy at the front, isn't he Seomin Hwang? I think they are actors, Seongguk whispered. It might have looked like they were filming a historical drama, but the hostility in their eyes was not an act. One of them stepped forward and pointed his spear at my neck. Who dares to block the king's way? And who are you? Though I had a pretty good guess, I still asked. I hadn't expected to encounter them this soon. A woman's voice came from the middle of the group. A brown flag? Are you also a king? Yes, I am. I can't believe there is a king in Yonggu. What a surprise. Her voice was soft, like petals floating on a spring breeze. I had no doubt this was very well-practiced tone. Kings are quite common in this world, I replied. Even if kings are common, that doesn't mean anyone can become one. At ease, men. The Hwarang formation spread apart, and a woman in royal clothing appeared from the middle of the group. Her silken hair was in a graceful updo. She was a striking beauty, the type you'd expect to see as the main character of a hit historical drama. Seongguk stammered. Isn't she Ji-won Min? Oh, do you know who I am? The woman smiled softly. I'm a huge fan. Seongguk stepped forward, completely spellbound. You idiot. What kind of hypnotist gets mesmerized like that? Exclusive skill, Dispel Evil LV. 2 has been activated. Seongguk's dazed eyes snapped back to focus. I am sorry. A strange look briefly flashed across the woman's eyes. As silly as this situation was, I was intrigued. Seongguk recognized her, which meant this Ji-won Min was a real person. The King of Beauty, one of the 7 kings of Seoul, is a real person? I felt disoriented because her name in the novel was also Ji-won Min. Coincidence? Well, I can check. Exclusive skill, character profile, has been activated. Luckily, the skill was properly activated. Character profile name, Ji-won Min age, 26 sponsoring constellation, Lady of the Sleeping Brocade exclusive attributes. Actor rare, King of Beauty, heroic exclusive skills, weapon proficiency LV. 5 command army LV. 2 femme fatale LV. 4 thousand faces LV. 3 complexion filter LV. 1 acting LV. 2 stigma divine charm LV. 4 girlboss LV. 3 total stats, stamina LV. 18 strength LV. 18 agility LV. 21 magic power LV. 23 summary, a match between an exceptional constellation and an exceptional incarnation. Her beauty will shine even brighter with her constellation's blessing. For as long as her beauty lasts, she will have her army's undying loyalty. As I thought, she's a character in the novel. Judging by the fact that character profile was activated, she can't be a real person. So how does Seongguk recognize her? Did it have anything to do with Seongguk being registered in character profile? I bowed before addressing her. MS, Ji-won Min, it's an honor to meet you. Are you a fan as well? A fan, huh? Well, she's pretty, but not my type. And objectively speaking, Sangha could give her a run for her money when it comes to looks. Seongguk was probably mesmerized earlier because of her skill. I purposefully spoke like someone from a historical drama. A fan, I am not, but I would be remiss not to recognize the king of Seongdonggu. She looked stunned by my answer. Who are you? The Lady of the Sleeping Brocade. Only one constellation had that epithet in TWSA. It appears you have a very strong connection to your sponsoring constellation, so please tell her it's a tremendous honor to meet the last queen of Silla. The Lady of the Sleeping Brocade was the epithet of Queen Jinseong, the last queen of the Silla dynasty. Character Ji-won Min's sponsoring constellation is astonished. No need to be wary. You're here to realize the long-held dream of Silla, no? This happens sometimes in TWSA. The sync between a constellation and their incarnation grows too strong, and the former forces their regrets and unfulfilled dreams on the latter. It was a common mistake made by historical-grade constellations holding grudges, unaware that the storm of plausibility would destroy them. Ji-won's eyes narrowed. According to TWSA, 3 areas of Seoul, Seongdonggu, Yongsan-gu, and Yeongjungpo-gu were locked in fierce conflict, as if this were the later 3 kingdoms period of Korean history. Just then, an unexpected message came through. A bounty scenario has arrived. Bounty. Bounty scenario unite the later 3 kingdoms category. Bounty difficulty. Mission. Historical grade constellations of Silla, including Lady of the Sleeping Brocade, want the incarnation Ji-won Min to be the king of Seoul. Assist incarnation Ji-won Min as she takes down the kings who are backed by constellations of later Baekje and Taebong. Completing this scenario will earn you the favor of the constellation Lady of the Sleeping Brocade. Time limit, 38 hours reward. 2,000 coins penalty for failure. As I stared blankly at the scenario, I noticed that Ji-won was smiling oddly. My sponsoring constellation would like to see proof of your sincerity. Surely, you'll accept? I won't beat around the bush, enter my service. She sounded like she was sure I couldn't possibly turn down a whopping 2,000 coins. How absurd. I tried to be nice to constellations, but do they think I'm some kinda penniless loser? Constellation prisoner of the golden headband despises incarnation Ji-won Min's sponsoring constellation. Constellation, secretive plotter scoffs at the financial capability of historical grade constellations. You have received 2,000 coins as a donation. 5 copies of the Revelation, SSSSS rank Infinite Regressor, have been sold at the auction house. You have gained 5,000 coins. I wondered what Ji-won's face would look like if she could hear those messages. For a measly 2,000 coins, she wanted me to do what? Constellation, Lady of the Sleeping Brocade, is waiting for your decision. Ji-won looked confident, as if I had already become her subordinate. I shrugged, then told her, "No thanks." Her eyes darted about. The jaws of some of the H-Waring dropped. Even the seasoned actress couldn't control her expression. She replied with a dumbfounded voice. "What?" It seemed she'd chosen to question her own hearing rather than accept reality. "I think I heard wrong. Could you repeat that one more time?" "I'm saying I'm not going to be your minion." "She wants me to become her minion for a mere 2,000 coins? Ridiculous." I looked back at my companions waiting behind me. "Let's go. We don't have time for this." As we turned around without hesitation, Ji-won cried out in an urgent voice. "Wait. If that's not enough, I can offer more coins. If I talk to my sponsoring constellation, I'm sure I don't need it." I said, "Wait." Looking desperate, she ran over to stop me. She moved faster than her agility stat would indicate. "You know 2,000 coins is a big deal, right? You should know that this is no time for you to be acting snobby." "Snobby? A war will soon break out between the kings. I don't know who your sponsoring constellation is, but all the small groups in the area will be subjugated. If anything, you should be paying me to take you in. Know your place. I'm the monarch of Silla. That means I'll be the one to unite the three kingdoms." MS. Actress is too deep into her role. She's too much. Well, Ji-won Min was that kind of character. In TWSA, she was a talented actress, and for a while she thought she really was the last queen of Silla. This was the problem with method acting. It looks like you're mistaken about the era we're living in now. It's not the later three kingdoms. You're the one who's mistaken. The Republic of Korea is over. You're not still waiting for the government to rescue you, are you? She was talking nonsense until a few minutes ago, but now she was speaking articulately. A new era is coming, and it begins with me, Ji-won Min. She's completely deluded, but I guess even a string of nonsense can sound convincing if a skilled actress says it. I was thinking of way to let her down politely when Sangha thankfully interrupted us. Your Majesty." "What?" "To my knowledge, Silla was the weakest of the later three kingdoms. Don't you think you're being a bit too ambitious, historically speaking? I mean, how do you plan to unify? The unexpected attack drained all the blood from Ji-won's face. What do you know? Stop bragging." "Well, I do have a level 1 certificate in Korean history." Level 1? Ji-won stammered as if she was caught off guard. "So what? That's nothing to be smug about. Let's just go, Sangha. She doesn't seem to know much about history." Ji-won's face turned even redder. "Wait, I'm not done yet. How about 3,000 coins?" I turned around as if I didn't hear anything. 3,500. "I'll give you 3,500 coins." The rate of increase had decreased by half. Sounds like our queen's reaching the limit of her finances. The wealth of historical grade constellations was often tied to their renown. I kept walking. 3,600. No, 3,700. I stopped walking. When I turned around, Ji-won had a haughty smile as if to say, "I knew it. I'm such a terrible person. I know I can just walk away, but I want to teach her a lesson." I spoke to her in a cold tone. "Actually, how about I make you an offer?" "What are you talking about?" 10,000 coins, what do you say?" 10,000? "Oh, is that too low? Well, I suppose you do call yourself a king. Fine, let's do 20,000. Ji-won's face slowly grew cold. She crossed her arms and glared at me. "Are you kidding me? 20,000 coins. Do you seriously believe you're worth?" "No, I'm saying I'll pay you 20,000 coins to join me." "Huh, you and your entire group, to be precise." Ji-won looked stunned and her mouth was open, but she quickly came back to her senses. There's no way you have that kind of wealth. A word of advice just because you don't have that much doesn't mean others don't." I snapped my fingers. A flash of light, and some of my coins materialized in the air. 20,000C. Ji-won, who had been barely maintaining her poker face, finally broke down. "No way. Do you believe me now?" It didn't take too long for her to go from disbelief to astonishment, and from astonishment to greed. It was understandable, since 20,000 coins was enough for her to raise her stats to levels she couldn't dream of before. It wouldn't be enough to settle the whole later Three Kingdoms conflict, but it could make a big difference. Sadly, even her greed wasn't enough to overcome her pride. "Are you saying you want to buy me with money? Is that a problem? You're the one who made offers to me first." The leader of the H-Warang was the first to step forward. "How dare you?" He was a handsome, sophisticated-looking man with a slim build. While not being very muscular, he had a distinct air of inner strength. Dokja, the man standing beside her, Sangha said. I realized it too as soon as she spoke. Right, this constellation was in Silla. Their faction definitely wasn't in a bad position in the War of the Later Three Kingdoms. If you considered the whole history of Silla, there were great generals like Kim Yusin. The problem was Kim Yusin wasn't with Silla in this loop. Guansheng is a good constellation, but you're a bit too reckless. What would you do if my sponsoring constellation was Jayabik? You don't want to replay the Battle of 8 Shuangsenbial, do you? The man's eyes went wide with shock. Are you Beek's spy? Constellation H Warang of No Retreat is furious at your statement. I knew it. This guy's sponsoring constellation is Guansheng. Guansheng H Warang of No Retreat. This constellation's stigma wasn't anything to write home about, but his loyalty to his kingdom was unmatched. I'm not from Beech, I'm an ordinary Korean. How dare you? I respect your loyalty to your kingdom, but you should be more cautious. 20,000 coins isn't all I have either. When I snapped my fingers once again, the number of coins indicated in midair started going up. Little by little, the man's face went pale. A small amount of wealth became the subject of desire, but an overwhelming amount of wealth became the subject of awe and fear, especially to those who knew the power of coins. Who are you? Took you long enough. Naturally, I had no intention of answering her. MS, Ji-won Min, money can't solve all the problems of the world. I figured you, an actress, would know this better than anyone. I'm disappointed. With that, I turned around for good. My team followed me, as did Ji-won's pitiful voice. Wait, hang on. But she couldn't follow us any longer. When we got far enough from them, Sangha spoke up, sounding a little sullen. Dokja, can I ask you something? Sure. Is she someone famous? I wasn't expecting that at all. I hesitated for a moment. I think she is. I see. Seemed like you and Seongguk recognized her, but I didn't. I watched quite a lot of historical dramas, but why couldn't I remember her? That's what was bothering her. Gilyon chimed in. Sangha, I don't know her either. Oh, really? Then I'm glad I'm not the only one. This wasn't strange. If Ji-won Min is a character from the novel, it makes sense that Sangha and Gilyon wouldn't know about her. But the problem was Seongguk. Hey, Seongguk. Yes, Seongguk, who was peeking back at the Scylla squad, flinched at my call. It seemed the queen's beauty had left quite an impression on him. You said you were a fan of Ji-won Min's? HM? Yeah, don't you know her? She's a famous actress. Suddenly, a strange look came across Seongguk's face. Ji-won Min? Wait, what? How do I know her? Or have I always known? I activated character profile right away. Exclusive skill character profile has been activated. Character profile name, Seongguk Lee age, 25 sponsoring constellation, manager of the Old Pendulum exclusive attribute, hypnotist rare exclusive skills, hypnosis LV, 3 bluff LV, 5 weapon proficiency LV, 3 search attribute LV, 2 stigma comfortable sleep LV, 1 total stats stamina LV, 13 strength LV, 13 agility LV, 17 magic power LV, 18 summary. The summary is currently being prepared. This was the second time I had looked at Seongguk's character profile. Not much had changed except for one thing. The 9th renouncer attribute has disappeared. Seongguk, HM, yes. No, it's nothing. I kept quiet to prevent unnecessary confusion, but in TWSA, an attribute only disappears when the character loses their qualification for it. All renouncers knew the future, but Seongguk only knew about the very beginning, the prologue. The current scenario had caught up to the information he had about the story. A theory then came to me. Does that mean once a renouncer reaches the limit of their knowledge of the future, they become another character in the story? It sounded a bit much, but it was theoretically possible. If that was the case, it made sense why I started seeing Seongguk and Minseob's info through character profile. If that's the case, eventually will I also be character Ji-won Min feels a slight attraction to you. All the complex thoughts being layered in my head collapsed immediately because of this unexpected message. I reflexively looked back. Ji-won was tiny in the distance, but she was still looking in my direction. I couldn't see her face, but based on her gestures, she seemed upset. Then this message is no, hang on. I can't believe I forgot about that episode. I suddenly remembered. Was it the 11th loop? In one of his regressions, Junghyuk aggressively grabbed Ji-won Min by the collar, and for the rest of that loop, she was, "No, there is no such person in real life. It's something that could only happen in a novel, literally." I have a bad feeling about this. Surely not, right? It's not like I grabbed her by the collar. An hour later, we moved as fast as we could above ground and hid ourselves between the tall buildings near Gwanghwamun. We couldn't see anyone, but it was obvious the kings who had bought my file were hiding somewhere nearby. I bet they're waiting for the right time to make their move. We'll set out once they do. I cautioned everyone as we moved bit by bit. The other king's goal was obvious. The moment he arrived at the National Museum of Korea, his heart began to race. Most of the relics here were trash, but one of them was the real deal. The Four Tigers Evil Slayer. The most powerful SSSSS-grade item in Gwanghwamun was hidden here. I was the one who wrote it, but I cringed reading it. It was true that the Four Tigers Evil Slayer was in the National Museum of Korea. Obviously, there was no such thing as SSSSS-grade items, but the Four Tigers Evil Slayer was indeed an excellent sword. After all, it was Junghyuk's go-to weapon early in his third loop. Dokja, shouldn't we be going after a crazy item like that? We don't need it right away. The Four Tigers Evil Slayer was a great item, but it wasn't necessary right now. But the plagiarist and other kings would have a different opinion. With a sword like that, you'd be one of the strongest incarnations in the early scenarios. All the people who read the revelation we leaked should have been going after it. So our plan was simple. We were going to nab some other relics while everyone else was busy looking for the sword. The problem was knowing when they were going to make their moves. But I didn't need to worry about that either. There were always those who moved in when a scenario was progressing slowly. Ha. Look at you. You're all gathered here without being told to. As I expected, the mid-level goblin appeared with sparks in the air. Good children deserve a reward, HM. Something started to rise up in the middle of Gwanghwamun with a rumbling sound. It was a golden throne, gleaming with a radiant light. The sound of gasps came from all sides of Gwanghwamun. There was no guide yet, but every king realized at that moment only one of them could sit on that throne. The main scenario has been updated. Main scenario, #4 the king's qualification has begun. Seongguk was startled by the system's message. A new scenario? The timing was not good. A new scenario had appeared even before we cleared the current one. I opened up the newly arrived scenario. Main scenario #4 the king's qualification category. Main difficulty. A mission, occupy the absolute throne located in Gwanghwamun intersection. Time limit, 8 hours reward. 10,000 coins penalty for failure. Asterisk only those who have completed the hidden scenario, King's Path, can participate in this scenario. Asterisk the king who occupies the absolute throne will have absolute command over the other kings. Asterisk this scenario has an additional special clear condition. This was not good. We hadn't even taken our target station for capture the flag yet. It was double the pressure. We had to defeat the tyrant king while taking over Changsan station, and we had to clear the scenario about the throne. The mid-level goblin spoke. Fu, you look surprised. But there's no need to worry, you can take your time with this one. Despite the game-changing developments that had just been revealed, Gwanghwamun was silent. Obviously, the kings who had survived until now knew well how important it was to pay attention to what a goblin had to say. I'm sure you've already guessed, but the purpose of the fourth main scenario is to select the one king who will sit upon the throne. Of course, not every king has the right. Only the one who can prove their qualifications may take the throne. The mid-level goblin continued with a creepy laugh. Then, without further ado, here's the first qualification. King's Qualification 1. Only the brave shall sit upon the throne. The absolute throne will not accept a weak king. You must be a king with a black flag in order to participate in the scenario. Additional qualifications will be revealed in the future. A black flag, the very first condition, and it was already looking bad. Fu, now you have a motive, so please make a great story. As soon as the mid-level goblin was gone, Sangha voiced her concern. A black flag, you can only get that if you occupy at least 20 stations, right? Yes. Our flag was brown, which was acquired after claiming 10 stations. What should we do? We're 10 stations short of the requirement. Are there any unoccupied ones nearby? They set this condition because there aren't any. Pardon? To my knowledge, no king has acquired a black flag at this point. Remember, there's more than one way to change the flag's color. Acquiring a station gave accomplishment points, but there was a much faster way to get those points. Oh, seize flags from other groups. Currently, there were many kings with their flags in Gwanghwamun. I tried to keep my group calm as I explained. Don't panic. This was expected. We just have to stick to our plan. Our plan? Despite what I said, it wouldn't be easy. The sense of impending war permeated Gwanghwamun, like the thrilling calm right before a storm. The sound of weapons being unsheathed and voices barking out orders rang out from all corners of the concrete jungle. The various factions would be making their move soon. People who used to compete for promotions at work would kill each other with swords. And people who used to dream of buying bigger houses would take other people's flags to acquire more stations. Kill others, acquire better items, and survive. As Seongguk looked at the perlite-board buildings of the Cold City, he mumbled in disbelief. I'm scared. Is this really happening in modern-day Korea? You mean the place that used to be Korea and still is? Sir, aren't you scared? I am. That was the truth. I too got scared sometimes. To be honest, it happened often. After all, I might have read TWSA, but I had been just an ordinary office worker. I didn't let it show, but several times a day I wondered whether I could survive. Of course, the thought never lasted, because it was useless to agonize over such things. It was the same for the old world and this one. For the Dokja Kim who worked for Mino Soft, or the Dokja Kim who was living in the world of TWSA, death would come, whether I liked it or not. What's important is. But at the very least, I feel like I'm living the right way. Exclusive skill, the fourth wall has been activated. Sir, sometimes it feels like you're attack. Someone yelled before Seongguk finished his sentence. A king and his army began marching from 300 meters away. The king had a brown flag like me. I couldn't see his face at that distance, but he was probably a king from a small area. Almost at the same time, different armies hiding out in Gwanghwamun began to appear. They were armed with excellent weapons. A man in king's clothes sitting on a bizarre-looking palanquin stood out. I knew who he was even without asking anyone. He was the tyrant king, the ruler of Dabonggu and Seongdonggu. He was also our target. He ruled the largest area of the 7 kings of Seoul. Since he made his move, the first disciple and the kings of the later 3 kingdoms would make their moves as well. Most of them will probably go after the 4 Tigers' evil slayer. As I predicted, they began to head toward the National Palace Museum of Korea, where the 4 Tigers' evil slayer was. I didn't see the plagiarist, but he was probably also on his way there. Some groups were even ignoring their injuries and running toward the museum. I could understand what they were thinking. The king's qualifications hadn't been fully revealed yet, and having a powerful item would help them deal with whatever contingencies arose. A weapon like the 4 Tigers' evil slayer could make up for the gaps between kings with different accomplishment points. Don't we have to go there too? The 4 Tigers' evil slayer is a great item. Seongguk asked with concern. We'll only get sucked into the conflict between larger factions. Our group wasn't big. Some of our opponents had historical-grade constellations as their sponsors. We're heading west. My team and I made our move. The westbound road was deserted since all the kings were heading to the National Palace Museum of Korea to the north. Gwanghwamun was a historic area, so it had the Newspaper Museum, Korean Financial History Museum, the Korean National Police Museum, and so on. There's no need to go into those museums, right? Sangha asked. We have to avoid places with modern-day relics. The older the relic, the better. Being old was not enough, though. A hoe used by a farmer in the Iron Age would be classified as an F-grade item. Items related to famous heroes, historical tales, in other words, items with stories behind them were the ones we wanted. Let's go over there. We stopped at the Seoul Museum of History, which faced Gyeonghyugung Palace. Sangha's eyes narrowed. What do we need to do here? We're looking for something called Gampyeongui. It's a disc-shaped relic from the Joseon dynasty. I don't know which floor it's on. Okay, I'll do my best. We need to find it fast, so let's split up. Gil-yong go with Sangha, And Seongguk, at that moment, I heard something cutting through the air behind us. I reflexively dropped to the ground and covered my people. An arrow struck the building's outer wall. I could see a trace of magic power on its shaft. A chill ran up my spine. Reinforced magic arrow. It must be a skilled archer. Who could it be? Had someone seen through our plan? Everyone, get inside, hurry. A few more arrows came at us. Blade of Faith has been activated. I swung my sword wide to block the arrows. Luckily, they didn't contain much magic power, so they weren't hard to stop. The problem was the number of them. An arrow coming from a blind spot grazed the outside of my thigh. I quickly stepped back and found cover. Ha ha ha, where art thou going, greenhorn? A loud, tiger-like voice was echoing everywhere. A group of people armed with bows and swords were approaching us from 400 to 500 meters away. I couldn't see a flag. That meant they were a special unit. I guess some kings were smarter than I thought. They planned to acquire items and take another king's flag as well. Exclusive skill character profile has been activated. I used my skill on the big guy on the front line, running toward me. Character profile name, Wanjin Chu age, 33 sponsoring constellation, last hero of 8 Shuangsenbial exclusive attribute, extra actor normal exclusive skills, weapon proficiency LV, 4 acting LV, 1 find the weak LV, 1 stigma, beaked swordsmanship LV, 4 fight to the death LV, 2 command detachment LV, 3 total stats, stamina LV, 19 strength LV, 19 agility LV, 21 magic power LV, 15 summary. He is living proof of how an unremarkable person can become powerful when matched with an exceptional constellation. Due to his high rate of sync with his sponsor, his stigmas are a force to be reckoned with. Caution is advised. What an unfortunate turn of events. I didn't expect to face last hero of 8 Shuangsenbial here. An incarnation with an actor attribute can easily have this kind of constellation. Moreover, historical dramas were often filmed in Gyeongwamun. If you have a king's honor, surrender thy flag to me, then perhaps I shall spare your men. That awkward historical dialect, though, no wonder he's just a background actor. Why did General Jaebeek choose a guy like him? It doesn't matter whether it's a human or a constellation, a good partner is valuable. Anyway, it wasn't good. General Jaebeek's stigmas, beaked swordsmanship, and command detachment were too strong. And considering how many men he had, I wouldn't be able to handle him without raising my stats. Coins owned, 68 150C. Should I use some coins here? But I had to save as much as I could for the last phase of this scenario. Otherwise, the whole plan would be ruined. Damn it. Maybe just 20,000 coins. It sucks, but I'll have to a general of one of the 3 kingdoms, preying on the weak. Have you no shame? As I turned toward the voice, I saw a familiar figure approaching. Wanjin Chu, the incarnation of Jaebeek, scowled with disdain. If it isn't the damn Queen of Silla herself, what brings you here? How vulgar, as expected from a general of a ruined kingdom. It was a woman with a haughty look on her face. Ji-won Min, the king of beauty, what's she doing here? Wait, did she follow me? Nah, there's no way. Surely not. As she surveyed the scene, her gaze lingered briefly on me. Character Ji-won Min is slightly attracted to you. For real? Ha ha ha. A cowardly descendant of Silla is calling herself king of the 3 kingdoms? Not only that, but you're a mere woman. It felt like the loud voice emanated from Wanjin's whole body. He may have been just a background actor, but his voice was quite loud, even though he didn't have the lion's roar skill. Quite interestingly, Queen Jinseong and General Jaebeek were born in different times, but here they were in the same place and the same time after becoming constellations. Why are you helping me? I asked Ji-won. Silla doesn't turn its back on a weak country. Wasn't it Silla that destroyed Gaea? Do you also have a certification in Korean history? You'd know that much if you graduated from high school. Ji-won looked a bit wistful. I was absent a lot when I was in high school. This was understandable. In TWSA, Ji-won had been an actress since she was a teenager. From a young age, she had lived the life of an actress and experienced the cruelty of the real world, something no textbook could teach you. By the way, you were right. You can't buy people with money. I'm here to repay you for my rudeness earlier. That's all there is to it, so don't get any weird ideas. Since I knew her whole history of living as an actress, I could feel her sincerity. Still, it was unexpected that the incarnation of Queen Jinseong would swallow her pride this easily. The incarnation of Jayabik laughed loudly, as if he had overheard our conversation. Fretting over such trivial things, and you call yourself a king. This is why Silla, the leader of the Hwarang, moved toward Jiwon. Insolence, how dare a mere general insult the ruler of a nation? The incarnation of Jayabik turned his attention to the Hwarang. A Hwarang? Interesting. So that pipsqueak of a constellation went and got himself an incarnation, eh? The leader of the Hwarang flushed. His sponsoring constellation was Gwanchang. Want me to chop off your head like I did your sponsor? Anyone who studied Korean history knew that Gwanchang lost his head to Jayabik's blade at the Battle of Hwangsenbyal. Silence. I appreciate that they came to help, but this pairing of constellations couldn't be any worse. Worse, because these incarnations were highly synced with their constellations. Among historical-grade constellations, there was a clear hierarchy based on the relationship or interaction they had in life. For example, a general could not disobey their king, and past rivals had advantages or disadvantages depending on who came out ahead historically. Gwanchang could never win against Jayabik because of this. Jiwon looked as if she was aware of this as well. I spoke first. Withdraw your army. You can't win against them. Beek's army had more soldiers as well. Jayabik was a commander, and the more people he led, the more powerful he became. He was incomparably strong against Gwanchang. It was at that moment that I heard Sanga's voice. Dokja, we found it. Sanga was running up to me from behind us while holding a small disc-shaped object. She found it already. Gampyeongui, a relic that resembled a wall clock, was shining in Sanga's hand. I looked at Gampyeongui first, then Sanga, then the incarnation of Gwanchang. Many thoughts and calculations ran through my head at that moment. I might be able to win here without spending coins. Charge. Character Wanjin Chu has activated the Stigma Command Detachment LV. 3. Intimidated by Beek's army, the Hwarang were easily overwhelmed and defeated. Jiwon shot me an urgent look. I think we have a chance now, I told her. What? Let's reenact the Battle of Hwangsenbyal here. Again, anyone who studied Korean history knew Silla won the Battle of Hwangsenbyal. Jiwon was startled to hear those words. The Battle of Hwangsenbyal? Yes, according to history, Silla wins that battle. A Hwarang was split in two by Wanjin's enormous blade. Silla should win this according to history, but the leader of the Hwarang moved forward before I could finish. No retreat. Do not turn back once battle has begun. He yelled. All the Hwarangs drew their weapons and cried out. No retreat. Loyalty to the king, serve with our lives. Loyalty to the king, what the hell is he doing? Every Hwarang of Silla is under the effect of the 5 commandments LV. 2. Ha ha ha, you must be eager to die. Wanjin Chu, the incarnation of Jayabik, shouted with excitement. The leader of the Hwarang ran while brandishing his spear. He was a good example of an incarnation following in their sponsoring constellation's footsteps. Character Wanjin Chu has activated the Stigma Beek Swordsmanship LV. 4. Ka, the leader of the Hwarang, was thrown by a blow from the huge blade. I yelled at Jiwon, order them to withdraw. Retreat now. Character Jiwon Min has activated the skill Command Army LV. 2. The soldiers are in a state of frenzy. The skill has been deactivated. I said, get back. Jiwon shouted anxiously, but the Hwarang were under the spell of the 5 commandments and didn't listen to her. Then came the sound of a window breaking from the museum's 2nd floor, followed by Gilyong landing beside me. Dokja, should I call Titano? Gilyong looked eager to use interspecies communication. No, you don't need to right now. Sure, Gilyong could summon a level 6 monarch species insect like last time, but he would be out for 2 days after. It also wasn't easy to control a high-level monster, and our people could sustain some damage as well. Besides, Gilyong was our secret weapon. I needed to save him for the War of the Kings. Arg! Several of the Hwarangs on the front line were down. Meanwhile, Beek's army had no casualties. I stretched my hand toward Sanga as she ran toward me. Give me the relic? I took Gampyeongui from Sanga. Gampyeongui, Everyone else is trying to get the Four Tigers Evil Slayer, but this is the truly important item. The Four Tigers Evil Slayer is no use without it. Ka. The leader of the H-Warring was attacked by Wanjin again. His body was being destroyed. It was odd that the first attack hadn't killed him. Constellation H-Warring of No Retreat is getting anxious. Constellation Last Hero of H-Wang Senbial is overjoyed. Constellation Lady of the Sleeping Brigade is anxious. As the Beach Army's morale rose, the Scylla armies dipped lower and lower. I could almost see Jayabeek's spirit shimmering over Wanjin's body. Kill the damn Scylla bastards! When constellations encountered a condition similar to their historical situation, the sync between their incarnations went up, and their stigma's power increased as well. Not only that, but two historically related constellations were meeting again, so it should be about time for the stage to appear. BZZZT, whoa, what's happening? People were screaming in shock. Sparks appeared as the scenery began to change. The whole area of Gwanghwamun in Seoul started transforming into a rugged field. Dramatization. This happened when there was a fight between incarnations who had high levels of sync with their constellations and whose constellations had a historical relationship. The time and the space in which the constellations fought would materialize in the present. Of course, it wasn't like real space was changed. It was more like augmented reality. The problem was, the involved parties couldn't distinguish reality from what was augmented, and were affected as if it were real. BWA ha ha ha, H-Wang Senbial, how I've longed for this day. Wanjin cried out as his sync with his constellation skyrocketed. It looked like he believed he was the great general of Beach himself. Jayabeek must be quite impatient. If a constellation tried this in an early scenario, the goblins would stop them immediately before plausibility could even become an issue. But it seemed Jayabeek was a lower-class constellation, so his actions weren't restricted as harshly. Oh, ah! Terrified H-Warring started retreating. Seongguk couldn't believe it. That guy isn't even a king, but has that much power. How is that possible? It's possible because Jayabeek is the main character on that stage. Bam! Wanjin rampaged like a man possessed. Once dramatization was activated and the sync with their constellation went up, the power of an incarnation could increase threefold. I turned to Jiwon, who was trembling. There are two ways to win here. One is to let Guansheng die. What are you talking about? Originally, Scylla won the Battle of H-Wang Senbial thanks to Guansheng's sacrifice, so if he died, they'd be halfway to victory. Since the dramatization has begun, this place is just like that historical battleground. If the incarnation of Guansheng dies, it will boost the morale of the Scylla army, because that's how it's written in history. I continued without giving time for Jiwon to protest. The other way is to change history. I looked at Gampyeongui in my hand. Gampyeongui was an astronomical observation tool from the 17th century. Jiwon seemed anxious. But what happens if it doesn't work? Your kingdom will fall. Then of course I'll choose the fur. I guess the description of Queen Jinseong written by historians was right. I wasn't asking you to choose. We're changing history. Then why did you even bother asking? I wanted to give you a chance, but you're not the one Scylla needs right now. I worked on the two discs that made up Gampyeongui. The bottom disc was called the Sky Disc, and the top one was called the Earth Disc. This was how Gampyeongui was described in TWSA. Gampyeongui is an item that can be used to find a constellation in the sky. Gampyeongui's special ability is Echo of the Stars. You may ask one historical grade constellation to aid you. The constellation can reject your request. If they accept, Gampyeongui's number of uses decreases by 1. There were 7 constellations on the sky disk. That meant Gampyeongui had a total of 7 uses. If it was in better condition, the relic would have had more uses left. It was too bad, but there was nothing I could do about it. Seongguk, who had been watching over my shoulder, seemed to catch on. By any chance, can you get help from a constellation with that? Not from every constellation. We can get help from historical grade constellations. Seongguk was amazed by my answer. He had realized the true value of this item. Amazing. How about calling upon Lu Bu or Xiang Yu? With that kind of constellation, you can deal with Jayabeek, he suggested excitedly. You have to know the epithet of the constellation you want to summon. A constellation's epithet was just like coordinates in space and time in TWSA. Star streams constellations existed within the words making up their epithet, as if they were X and Y coordinates. Oh, then? Seongguk looked disappointed. He thinks I don't know the epithets of Lu Bu or Xiang Yu. Of course, he's wrong. There is no one in this world who knows more constellations' epithets than I do. I will call upon a constellation. In the flow of the stars, historical grade constellations hear your voice. Of course, I wasn't going to call up Lu Bu or Xiang Yu. There was no guarantee they would answer my call. Besides, there was someone perfectly suited for this particular battleground. At my call, the stars in the sky seemed to shine brighter. I spoke while countless stars were looking at me. I want Great King Humu, leader of the H-Warring. The stars begin their voyage. Part of the sky instantly became dark and cast shadows on the ground. The armies of Scylla and Beach paused and looked up. What are you scheming? Wanjin sensed something was going wrong and came after me. Sir, I'll try to hold him off. Seongguk stepped forward and drew his sword. He's a hypnotist. I don't know how long he can last, but a little bit of time should be enough. A constellation in the sky twinkled. He is finally here. Constellation, Great King Humu gazes at you. Hear me, General. Constellation, Great King Humu listens to you. Many here need your help. Your people are dying with the name of your country on their lips. Constellation, Great King Humu remains silent. Great King Humu was the only figure in Scylla who was honored as a king after his death. He wouldn't be able to reject my request because Hwangsenbyal was his battleground. However, something unexpected happened. Constellation Great King Humu does not wish to interfere with the current timeline. Constellation Great King Humu will reject your request. What? Just as the stars began to dim, Sangha spoke up. General, please hear me out. The quick-witted Sangha had realized who Great King Humu was. Constellation Great King Humu looks back. I've heard so much about you. The Battle of Hwangsenbyal and the Siege of Pyongyang, although it's only from reading historical records. Sangha took a quick breath before continuing to talk. I understand your wish to respect history that has already passed, but some history continues even after it's written. That clear and sincere voice, the voice of the Sangha you I'd known since before the world was changed. There was a calm determination on her face. This was what she was best at. Don't you have any regrets? The young H-Warring whose lives were cut short and the countless innocents who were swept into this battle, your battle. Have you forgotten it all? Constellation Great King Humu listens to Incarnation Sangha Yu. Of course, history already written won't be changed. The souls of the soldiers lying dead on the field will not be comforted, and the young H-Warring will not come back to life. But General, there is another history here that has yet to come to pass. With your help, we can at least change the course of this history. I'd forgotten. This woman could be more eloquent, more persuasive than anyone. Her nickname at the company was the Queen of Presentations. Your Hwangsenbyal is over, but here we stand, on our own Hwangsenbyal. Constellation Great King Humu quietly closes his eyes. In life, there are moments when you just know what's about to happen. Constellation Great King Humu accepts your request. As a constellation disappeared from Gampyeongui, the light of a constellation in the sky shone down on me. Sangha exhaled gently while looking nervously at me. Great job, Sangha. You have temporarily received Constellation Great King Humu's blessing. Every muscle in my body twitched in shock. My heart pumped as if it was going to explode. In my head, light and darkness swirled in turn. Something was awakening from within my being. This is the foolish regret of an old man who could not forget the past, the true voice of a constellation. My very existence flickered before the weight of those words. So please lend me your voice for a moment. I opened my eyes and nodded. Everyone in the gloomy Hwangsenbyal was looking at me. Wanjin Chu, the incarnation of Jayabik, was stunned. You are? I wasn't even possessed. I had merely received his blessing, but I was still able to feel the historical grade constellation's power. This was the power of a constellation. It has been a long time, Jayabik. There was a strange depth in my voice. In the distance, Guancheng wobbled to his feet. H-Warring Guancheng need not show me respect. Stand at ease. General. Great King Humu was observing the world through me. He looked at Guancheng, Jayabik, and the ruins of Seoul. And I was also watching the world through Great King Humu. The setting sun shined on the lonely field of Hwangsenbyal. How funny. Our history is already over, so why are you all gathered here? Wanjin laughed manically after hearing those comments. A laughter filled with anger and resentment. At that moment, Wanjin Chu was General Jayabik. Constellation, last hero of Hwangsenbyal, has possessed his incarnation's body. What other reason could there be than to clash blades with you once again on this fateful battlefield? Character Wanjin Chu has activated Beak Swordsmanship LV. 4. Wanjin swung his sword with the power of a legendary hero. If it was the original me, I wouldn't have been able to avoid it, but I was able to avoid it easily. Jayabik, why have you possessed your incarnation's body? Did you forget about the restriction of plausibility? You will be extinguished with your incarnation. He's right. As a reader of TWSA, even I can see that Jayabik is way too immersed in this situation. Kim Yusin, I guess you haven't heard about this world. What do you mean? It matters not. My wish has come true since I met you here. I, Jayabik, have no regrets even if I die. For some reason, the incarnation of Jayabik was crying as he said that. I am Bayo Seung of Beach. I am Jayabik of Hwangsenbyal. I'm here to do what I couldn't in life. There was sorrow in Great King Humu's eyes as he gazed at Jayabik. He spoke through my mouth. I am Kim Yusin, the 15th leader of the Hwarang. I will console the souls of constellations who fell on this battlefield and correct the current history. The determination of the great general who had led the battle of Hwangsenbyal took hold of my body. I moved my right hand. Bright blue light began wrapping around my sword's handle. The sword of the Hwarang has arrived on the battlefield. Your unbreakable faith has been imbued with the power of the constellation artifact, Blue Dragon Sword. Blue Dragon Sword was raised skyward, then brought straight down onto the soil of Hwangsenbyal. Rumble. It was like the whole of Hwangsenbyal was screaming. An enormous amount of magic power rushed through me, and fissures began to form all around. I call upon the brave warriors who served me in life. Arise and lend me your blades once again. Stigma, calling all Hwarang, has been activated. Something was rising from the cracks. The forgotten souls buried throughout history. Hwarang warriors who had once lived in this world and fought for honor, but were forgotten, now arose as skeletons. Raya, from a lost page of history, Kim Yusin's elite soldiers revealed themselves. Episode 14, The Fight for the Throne. Calling all Hwarang, Kim Yusin's stigma was the skill for summoning the elite Hwarang warriors who died throughout history. It was like the army version of Jihai Li's Ghost Fleet. Strictly speaking, it wasn't nearly as powerful as Chung Mugong's stigma, but it was one of the top among the historical grade constellation's army summoning abilities. Attack! Bodies of the long-dead Hwarang rose up and brandished their weapons against the Beach army. One Hwarang was missing an eye, and some were missing an arm or a leg. It was a cruel thing. They would arise again and again as long as Kim Yusin was here. Even after their souls had eroded away, their resentment forgotten, and their minds long gone. The soldiers who had fought to stop the fall of their country were now fighting for a country that had already fallen. Breaking your dead soldiers' backs now? You're as cowardly as ever, Kim Yusin. Come at me. If you're a general, too, fight me fair and square. I didn't react to Jayabik's provocation because that was what Kim Yusin wanted. Jayabik was cutting a swat through the risen Hwarang warriors with overwhelming strength. The trails of magical power emanating from his enormous sword crisscrossed the air around him. Kim Yusin, even the mindless bodies of the dead Hwarang froze in place at the sound of his loud, echoing voice. That was the power of the last great general, Jayabik. In terms of physical strength, Constellation Jayabik overpowered Kim Yusin. Actually, Jayabik never fought one-on-one against Kim Yusin in the Battle of Hwangsenbyal. To be precise, Kim Yusin avoided it. Character Wanjin Chu has activated Never Retreat LV. 2. According to history, Jayabik's detachment fought against Kim Yusin's army, which was 10 times bigger and won several clashes on battlefields where the odds were against him. Although the last man standing was Kim Yusin, Jayabik had never lost a battle against Kim Yusin's army, other than the Battle of Hwangsenbyal. Jayabeek was a born warrior with a fierce loyalty to his country. If the situation had been different, I could have called upon Jayabeek instead. The incarnation of Guansheng couldn't stand by and watch any longer. "General, do not move." Without changing his expression, Kim Yusin spoke through my mouth as he watched Elite H-Warring die. I could sense Kim Yusin's profound calmness. "You're still a coward even after becoming a constellation." Jayabeek yelled. He was right. Kim Yusin might have been a coward, but he was strong because he was afraid of losing. He didn't make any hasty moves and wasn't swayed by emotions. He only fought battles he could win and won them using only the surest tactics. In the end, that was why he was able to win at H-Wangsenbial after losing 4 times. Raya, Jayabeek, who was fighting against hundreds of the elite H-Warring warriors, looked pitiable. His incarnation had already suffered enough injuries to have killed a normal man. His whole body was covered in blood. His thigh, both arms, and side were gushing blood from gaping wounds. And yet, he still managed to cut his way through the H-Warring warriors and approached me, step by step. "Kim, you, Sin. Stigma requesting reinforcements has been activated." Ghost soldiers appeared like shadows behind Kim Yusin and hurled spears at Jayabeek. Based on their clothing, they didn't appear to be Silla soldiers. Perhaps they were from the Tang Dynasty army, which had allied with Silla to destroy Goguryeo. This was very much a Kim Yusin move. Victory at all costs. It didn't matter if he had to call in a foreign army. The sound of numerous spears piercing a man's chest. Crippled by pain, Jayabeek dropped to his knees. How infuriating. Even on this fake stage, I still can't reach you. I wanted to cross blades with you, if only just once. I had conflicted thoughts as I looked at Jayabeek's red eyes. Guansheng survived, and history was changed. But it seemed some histories weren't allowed to change. "Jayabeek, why did you do this?" Kim Yusin asked. "If you die like this, it will be a while before you can choose an incarnation. Why did you suddenly give up the scenario?" Jayabeek didn't answer. Instead, he put on a strange grin, even as his eyes continued to glare up at his old rival. Kim Yusin waited for a moment before drawing his sword. I hurried to take back control of my voice. "I shouldn't kill him with my own hands." "Why not?" "There is a restriction." King of No Killing meant no killing anyone directly. I'd lose the title if I killed even one human. Kim Yusin nodded as if he understood. "Is that so? I can guess what it is." "Do not worry. I declare upon the honor of the stars that I, Kim Yusin, am the one cutting down Jayabeek, not you." "But..." "Very well, if you insist." He waved his hand, and an elite H-Warring rose from the ground. "Jayabeek will meet again among the stars." The incarnation of Jayabeek quietly looked at us. He appeared to want to tell us something, but nothing came out of his mouth. He looked more like a background actor who had played his part. The incarnation's head quietly flew through the air. "The dramatization has ended. You have experienced the battle of H-Wangsenbial. You have received 1,000 coins as a reward." I looked around and realized the entire Beek's army had been decimated. "You have slain your enemy indirectly. You will not lose the privilege of King of No Killing." I was glad. I would only lose the King of No Killing title by killing someone with my own hands. Anyone killed by the elite H-Warring didn't count as my direct kills. "Sir, are you okay?" I heard Seongguk's voice through the clouds of dust. Sangha breathed a sigh of relief, but Gilyong looked disappointed that he didn't get to do much, and Jiwon looked. "What was that?" Completely overwhelmed. I shrugged. "If you want to become the king, you need to study history first." Although I called up Kim Yusin, I was not on the side of Silla nor Beekch. I only summoned him because he was the right opponent to deal with Jayabeek. Not only did I get the result I wanted, I was able to check out Gampyonggui's abilities and collect the coins and items of the Beekch army. "You have acquired 400 coins. Coins owned, 74,950C. Now I'm not afraid to face the last phase of the 4th scenario. We don't have much time, so we should head north right away. 3 minutes remain until the blessing expires." Kim Yusin's blessing still remained. Since I used Gampyonggui, I needed to use its ability until the end. I can only use it 7 times, so I might as well squeeze out as much as I can out it, right? "Arise, elite H-Warring." I pointed my sword to the north. "March!" I had used a lot of magic power, so I didn't have much time to control the elite Hwarang. The risen warriors began wiping out small to medium-sized groups as they marched north. We might be able to defeat the other kings' groups near the National Palace Museum of Korea. People fighting on the streets cried out, "What are these skeletons?" Ack! The incarnations coming after me were crushed by the Hwarang warriors. I didn't get any penalties, since I wasn't killing them directly with my own hands. Yeah, this is more like it. I heard Kim Yusin's true voice in my head. "You're an odd one. Your mind is still intact after hearing my true voice. I'm mentally strong." I made an excuse, but I was quite surprised, too. There was a reason indirect messages were used to deliver what constellations wanted to say. Even though Kim Yusin was a low-level historical-grade constellation, I was a human facing early scenarios. Merely hearing his true voice should have made me lose consciousness, or worse. To be honest, I'd been worried about that too. "Remember, you owe me." I had to take on an unnecessary deficit of plausibility to aid you. I didn't like where this was going. I quickly thanked him. "I really appreciate it. I'll pass on my gratitude to my children and their children." What a hasty young man. You're missing a few steps before you can even have children. "I'm sure I'll have one someday. And when I have a child, I'll tell them about what you did today." "Never mind that. It seems you don't have a sponsoring constellation." My hunch was right, that sly old fox, so this was what he was building up to. "I've taken a liking to you. If you are okay with it, I would like to become your sponsoring constellation to travel this world with you." He sounded sophisticated, but he was basically telling me that he wanted to use me as his slave in this world. "I'm afraid I can't do that." "Why not? You've already witnessed my power. With my stigma, you can be the strongest incarnation of this era." It's true that calling all Hwarang was a good stigma, but there was a reason why historians often referred to Kim Yusin as a fox. Strongest of this era? As if, at least become a fable grade before saying that, old man. If great sage, heaven's equal, heard this, he would have pulled out all of the general's hair. "This isn't the Three Kingdoms era, sir. Why don't you take a nice long rest? Think of your age." Constellation prisoner of the golden headband Snickers at Great King Humu. He has donated 300 coins. Kim Yusin was quiet for a while, as if I had hurt his pride. I was thinking it would be great if he'd back off here, but I suddenly had a sharp pain in my head. "You haven't forgotten that you are still under my blessing, have you?" I was currently connected to Kim Yusin through Gampyeongui. The muscles in my whole body were cramping, and I sensed something had gone wrong. I can't believe a revered Korean historical figure is doing this. "I think you should reconsider my offer." Sangha was looking at me with concern. "Dokja? Sangha, get away from me, quick." My shaky right hand drew unbreakable faith against my will and began pointing it at Sangha. Kim Yusin took control of my body. "You have a restriction about killing, right? I'm curious what it is. Would you mind if I find out by killing that woman?" "That will be on you, Kim Yusin. It won't affect my karma." "Foo, you never know. What if I release my blessing at the moment your sword stabs her? Don't you think that'll be counted as killing? And it looks like that woman is quite important to you." "Hey, stop it. Give me your word that you will select me, Kim Yusin, as your sponsoring constellation at the next opportunity." His intention was clear. After the fourth scenario, there would be another round of sponsor selection. I bet he wanted me to promise to choose him then. If I hadn't read TWSA, it would have been a bad choice. Kim Yusin was a good constellation, and calling all Hwarang would have been enough for clearing early scenarios. But if I was going to pick a sponsor, I would have chosen the great sage, heaven's equal from the start. I told you no. Besides, I couldn't choose a sponsoring constellation due to the contract with Bihyong. Kim Yusin's voice turned icy cold. "You are a brave young man, but you made the wrong choice. Let's see how long you can last." My hand holding the sword began moving toward Sangha. "Sangha, quickly." I didn't know why, but Sangha wasn't moving at all. I had to make a decision while watching my right arm move against my will. Damn it. I tried to be polite, since you're a revered historical figure, but you old snake. I tried to control my breathing. This is my body. I don't care if you're a constellation. I won't let you have it. Exclusive skill, the fourth wall has been activated. Pages of TWSA flipped through my mind. There was a sound like thunder, and words made of light formed in my head. They were words from TWSA. What? Kim Yusin noticed something and cried out in alarm. And at the same time, his presence quick faded away. As they say, an old fox is quick to sense danger. The constellation's blessing, granted through echo of the stars, has ended. At the last moment, Kim Yusin's true voice came out. You are. Then his presence completely disappeared. To be honest, it surprised me too. I guessed that the fourth wall could do this, but I didn't expect it to cut off the constellation connecting to me through Gampyeongui. What had happened in the cinema dungeon gave me an idea. The dungeon master that tried to read my mind had been extinguished when he faced the fourth wall. I expected I might be able to get rid of the constellation in the same way, but unfortunately, quick-witted Kim Yusin escaped first. Constellation Great King Humu is suspicious of your identity. Constellation Great King Humu will watch you closely from now on. The general has a petty side, I see. Are you okay now? Yes, I'm fine, but what is this? When I came back to my senses, my body was wrapped in mana threads. I resembled a cocoon. Sangha blushed. Oh, that? I couldn't just run off and leave you, but if I stuck around, I thought you might attack me. So, I realized what she had done, but I couldn't believe she thought of using her thread skill on me so quickly. I thought she had been frozen in shock, but she was using her skill the whole time. Good thinking, Sangha. I'm sorry. That was a compliment. If I do something like this again, please use that skill on me. I'll untie you right away. Sangha looked embarrassed, but I was being sincere. I looked back and saw Ji-won Min, the king of beauty, glancing back and forth between me and Sangha with a weird glint in her eyes. I am going to leave now. We came to help you, but ended up owing you even more. I nodded. When next we meet, I'll be your enemy. Aren't we allies now? In dramas, former rivals become fast friends after this kind of event. That only happens on TV. Friendship blossoms from trust. That's one of the H-Waring's commandments. With that, Ji-won left wearing a smile, but it was hard to tell if it was real or fake. The king of beauty? I wonder if she can become a good ruler in this loop. I don't know the answer to that. Likely, the king of beauty wouldn't know either. We should get going too. Seongguk, you can come out now. Seongguk hesitantly appeared from behind a building, clinging to Gilyong. He had confidently told me that he would hold off Jayabik, but when did he go into hiding? I started moving north with my companions. The place where Kim Yusin had used calling all H-Warang was in ruins. The dead bodies of the kings of small to medium-sized groups were strewn all over the streets with their heads crushed. This was the power of a proper constellation. Kim Yusin was a coward, but a formidable constellation. One by one, I picked up the flags lying on the ground and accumulated points. Your brown flag has absorbed the other brown flag's accumulated points. Your brown flag has evolved to the purple flag. You may use the purple flag's special abilities. It was ideal to accumulate points without fighting. When I looked around, most of the flags had been picked up. It was hard to earn points from the purple flag onward. In other words, defeating lesser kings was pointless from here on. Minseob, are you there? Within a moment, Minseob appeared out of thin air. He had been using the hermit's cloak I gave him earlier. I had also put him in charge of reconnaissance of the National Palace Museum of Korea. How many people went inside so far? A total of 9 kings, including the tyrant king and the first disciple. 9, that should be enough. What color were the flags? 7 purple and 2 brown flags. 2 of the purple flags were much darker. I see. Those must have belonged to the tyrant king and the first disciple. That's correct. Minseob Jung, he's more useful than I thought. I was satisfied with his report. Only Sangha and Gilyong are going inside with me. You too, please wait here. You can use the cloak to hide. Are you sure? Yes, the 3 of us should be enough. Call on us, and we'll go with you anytime. I appreciated the thought, but Minseob and Seongguk would only get in the way here. If I'm right, the National Palace Museum of Korea has become a dungeon. A new hidden scenario has arrived. Hidden Scenario Relic of Trials category, Hidden Difficulty, F+ mission, clear the relic dungeon of your choice. Time limit, none reward, 505,000 coins penalty for failure. Death. The first thing we saw upon entering the museum was the white marbled lobby. There was not one living presence there. Sangha nervously turned to me. This is scary. and it's ruining my appreciation of cultural experiences. How did a museum turn into this? Dokja, are we here to look for the legendary sword? No, not now. Of course we could find the Four Tigers evil slayer here. I was the one who spread that fact. Choose the dungeon you wish to enter. Asterisk 1-man dungeon, the stage of the conch. Asterisk 3-man dungeon, the stage of the acupuncture dolls. Asterisk 5-man dungeon, the stage of principles and practices of Eastern medicine. Asterisk 7-man dungeon, the stage of the dragon jar. However, we couldn't just march into the dungeon with the Four Tigers evil slayer. We had to first collect the tokens from clearing the other dungeons. It was a hidden dungeon within a hidden dungeon. I choose the 3-man dungeon, the stage of the acupuncture dolls. You have entered the 3-man dungeon. Gilyong seemed disappointed. It looked like he was expecting some kind of legendary treasure. Gilyong, don't judge a relic by its cover. Sorry, a lot of cool-looking relics can turn out to be useless. The Four Tigers evil slayer was one of them. Actually, the truly valuable rewards here could be gotten from the minor dungeons. A good example was the skill we could get from the stage of the acupuncture dolls, which we were about to enter. Sangha looked surprised. It sounds like we're not the only ones who have been here, she said as soon as we entered the dungeon. Screams were coming from throughout the dungeon. Ack, get away! The dungeon was populated by black copper dolls, human-looking monsters, matte black in color. Level 7, replica acupuncture dolls. These monsters would self-propagate after a certain time. The skin of acupuncture dolls was strong, and they had no vital organs. They couldn't feel pain because they had no nerves. At this point, it was unknown how to defeat them. Help! Incarnations awkwardly stabbed acupuncture dolls with their swords in vain. The dolls didn't sustain much damage and only bled a little bit of mercury. A few dolls surrounded a man and began to pull on his limbs. He was a well-built man with physical stats around 50, but the acupuncture dolls tore him apart like he was wet paper. How do we fight these dolls, Dokja? My strike did nothing. Sangha and Gilyong used their weapons and skills to little effect. Some acupuncture dolls were damaged by Gilyong's strikes, but he had no idea how that happened. Look closely at their bodies. Every monster appearing in the scenario Relic of Trials was created based on the relics in the National Palace Museum of Korea. For example, the conch from the 1-man dungeon, as its name indicated, was an instrument made from a conch. The principles and practices of Eastern medicine in the 5-man dungeon was based on the famous text of traditional Korean medicine, Donggwabagam. The same was true for the acupuncture dolls from the 3-man dungeon. Sangha, who was staring at a doll for a while, spoke up. There are inscriptions carved on their bodies. That's right. Originally, an acupuncture doll was created to mark the 361 pressure points on the human body. In other words, this relic was like an acupuncture textbook from the Joseon dynasty. Blade of Faith has been activated. I stabbed one of the points on an acupuncture doll. The doll twitched in pain before it turned to dust that floated away. Considering the target was a level 7 monster, this was an almost comically easy way to defeat it. You have defeated the first acupuncture doll. If you look carefully, each pressure point has a slightly different color. They're categorized as Sahyol, Mahyol, and Ahyol. Stabbing those points should have different effects. The important thing was to find these pressure points to stop or block the flow of energy. I showed Sangha and Gilyong how to do it a few times, and they picked it up quickly. Gilyong used interspecies communication to command insects to burrow into the pressure points. Sangha stabbed at the pressure points with her magic thread. I was amazed as I watched the acupuncture dolls shudder, then fall. Both Sangha and Gilyong showed great improvement. Your party is the first one to defeat 100 acupuncture dolls. You have cleared the 3-man dungeon. Each member has received 4 ancient tokens as a reward. You have acquired an exclusive skill, Pressure Point, as a special reward. I got the skill that I wanted, Pressure Point. The skill subdued an enemy without killing them by touching a specific pressure point. It was an exclusive skill for martial arts experts. It was a godsend for me since I needed to keep King of No Killing for a while. Sangha looked at the ancient tokens with interest. Can we buy something with these? You can exchange the tokens for coins and use them as admission tickets. Then, Of course we're going to use them as admission tickets. Each of you give me 3 of the tokens. I'll use 4 of mine, so we'll have 10 in total. 10? Wait, Dokja, are you going to? We are entering the hidden dungeon where we can get the 4 tigers' evil slayer. Sangha was surprised. But didn't you say you don't need it? She asked. We're not going there for the sword. Our goal was to hunt down the kings gathered there. We were going to enter the dungeon, but not for the 4 tigers' evil slayer. Both Sangha and Gilyong understood what I meant. I see, you want to take their flags. Then we can just kill them all, right? Naturally, they understood things differently. Sangha looked at Gilyong in shock. Interestingly, Gilyong looked at her as if he was disappointed. Dokja, let me deal the finishing blow to our enemies. This kid, he's noticed I've been refraining from killing people. Exclusive skill, character profile, has been activated. This character's information cannot be viewed via character profile. Currently collecting data about this character. I still couldn't see Gilyong's info. I looked back at Sangha. There was concern in her eyes. She looked at me and Gilyong in turn. She then lowered her head. I turned to Gilyong. Gilyong? I understood why Sangha was worried about him. He was a child, after all, not even in junior high. But Sangha also knew the morals we once held wouldn't help him survive. I sighed softly before I spoke. This isn't a video game. You need to be careful. Yes, don't worry. I took the flag from my back and hid it in my robe as I listened to the confidence in Gilyong's voice. The flag had been good bait for drawing out the weaker kings outside. But in this dungeon where the most powerful kings were gathered, it'd be like swimming with a bloody sack tied around me in a sea full of sharks. We heard the mid-level goblin's voice in midair. Fufu, everyone is doing well. Since so many of you are trying to clear this hidden scenario, hidden is meaningless, isn't it? Slick bastard. Sometimes I'm almost impressed he can manage to be so annoying. One person has already completed the first qualification. How entertaining. It looked like there was a king with a black flag. It was probably one of the 7 kings. The second qualification will be revealed soon, so please tune in. I turned to my companions. Let's hurry up. A goblin soon is sooner than we think. I put one of the ancient tokens we'd collected into each hole at the lobby entrance. You may enter the hidden dungeon by spending 10 ancient tokens. Would you like to enter the hidden stage of the Big Dipper? My flag was purple. The kings with flags at the same level were probably gathered in the stage of the Big Dipper. In other words, all my prey was in one place. You have entered the stage of the Big Dipper. Our vision blurred as the scenery changed. The white lobby turned into a large waiting room. There were 7 doors at the end of this waiting room. Ugh! Sangha groaned and stepped back in revulsion. There were dead bodies everywhere, members of different groups who had fought here. Gilyong looked at them with no emotion on his face. Mounds of corpses made it hard to walk around. A fierce battle had already taken place. It all made me feel strange. If I hadn't leaked the hidden information, these people wouldn't have died. Does this mean I killed them? There are people over there. In the middle of the waiting room was a bonfire fueled by remains of the dead. We could see people's faces. I couldn't tell if they were people who had lost the battle or if they were on a truce. I looked at my companions. Be careful. Some of them quietly got up. I could see the greed in their eyes as they approached us. Newcomers, who's your king? While one of them drew our attention, another group of people blocked us from behind. We were surrounded. You, or the woman. It can't be the kids. A large number of constellations are annoyed by useless disruptions. A small number of constellations want to see you skip to the main action. Hey, I asked you a ques. The white flash coming from unbreakable faith filled the air. 2 swift strikes, and the man lost an arm and a leg. One of his companions shrieked in alarm. Damn it, just kill them. The men pulled out their weapons as if prepared for this, but it was too late. How can he be so fast? Almost no one's agility was over 30 here, and most people had low footwork skills this early in the scenario. Other than the 7 kings, there weren't many people who could follow my moves. Shunk. The blade of faith swung in a half circle and cut 6 attackers off at the legs. Then it sliced a pair of arms holding a weapon and pierced a hand holding a dagger aimed at my throat. Arg! Severed arms and legs flew through the air in a surreal manner. I quietly stepped behind the screaming men and put my finger on one of their pressure points. Exclusive skill pressure point has been activated, paralyzing someone after cutting off their arms and legs. It sounded quite cruel, but I had no choice. They were hiding daggers in their shirts, deadly weapons coated with a special poison found in the 5-man dungeon, principles and practices of Eastern medicine. If I'd hesitated even a moment, we could have been killed. Once our enemies had been subdued, Gilyong stepped forward without a word. Wham! Thwack! The boy began to kill them off one by one. He ended their lives like they were mere insects. Just as I was getting over the shock, Sangha made a move. Stop! I'll do it, Gilyong. Why? I got this. I know, but let me do it. There was firmness in Sangha's voice that was uncharacteristic of her. Looking disappointed, Gilyong glanced in my direction. Sangha turned her back to me and began stabbing downward. It sounded like meat being skewered. She ended their lives even more efficiently than Gilyong had been. Even after she was finished, her hands shook for a while, then stopped. This kind of stuff will keep happening, right? Yes, it will. I'll do Gilyong's job from now on. Are you going to be okay? No problem. Sangha was firm, unlike her usual self, but I could tell it was forced. I can do it better, though. Sangha placed her hand on top of Gilyong's head as he protested. This kind of difficult stuff would keep happening. There would be countless times we'd falter and think about giving up. But we had to keep moving forward. Soon, we'd be facing the 7 kings of Seoul, who were armed with high stats and powerful abilities. We might even be forced to make the first strike on people who weren't hostile to us. Without a word, my companions and I collected our fallen enemies' items. You have acquired 300 coins. You have acquired the item principles and practices of Eastern medicine, miscellaneous diseases. 1. As I suspected, these men had cleared the 5-man dungeon. The principles and practices of Eastern medicine, which you could get as the reward there, had a total of 8 volumes. Each book had a different use. I could easily get the rest of them since many groups had entered after clearing the 5-man dungeon. Unfortunately, there was no king among the people we killed just now. Clap, clap, clap. It was at that moment that we heard a clapping sound. Someone who had been watching us approached with a smile on his face. Despite having witnessed that massacre, he didn't seem bothered. As I continued to collect items, I spoke to him in a cold tone. What do you want? He took a step back and put his hands up emphatically. Whoa, please calm down. I'm not trying to fight you. I looked closely at him. He had a long spear on his back, a well-toned torso underneath his shirt, and a long ponytail. That was impressive. You took down the entire Chungjeongno group without any combat skill. Those guys may have lost their king, but they were no pushovers, you know? Lost their king? No wonder they were so reckless. As if he'd read my thoughts, the man continued. By the way, you're a little late. The most important kings have already gone inside the dungeon. They're probably duking it out in there right now. Well, it's almost a given who'll win, though. The king who passed through here last was a monster. Look what he did to this place. And who's that? Do you know the Tyrant King? The man continued. He is currently the most powerful king in northern Seoul. People already say that he'll be the one to take the absolute throne for sure. I could understand why people would think that once they saw the Tyrant King in person. The Tyrant King's physical power tops the 7 kings of Seoul, but the master of the absolute throne? He is strong, but he isn't the strongest. The man continued again, as if he had read my mind. But I disagree. The Tyrant King is certainly powerful, but I don't think he can sit on the absolute throne. Why do you think that? Because I saw him with my own eyes. He is strong physically, but he doesn't know how to manage people. A king should be able to look into the hearts of his subjects. The hearts of his subjects? And no one can do that better than the king I serve. That's why he has so many followers. I'm sure he'll be the one to take the absolute throne. I followed his gaze. The stage of the Big Dipper consisted of 7 doors. This man's king likely went through one of those. So what's your point? You want us to join you? Ha, that would be great, but you wouldn't go that easily, would you? Just a friendly suggestion. Won't you lend your strength to our cause? I finally realized why this guy had stayed behind in the waiting room. His job was to hustle newcomers into joining his group. Why should we do that? The Tyrant King is powerful. I have faith in my king, but to be honest, I don't think he can win against the Tyrant King on his own. Unlike his loyalty to his king, his judgment is very realistic. I suppose he's the kind of subject a king would want at their side. Think about it, an unstoppable lunatic getting his hands on a legendary sword and taking the absolute throne that has the power to control all other kings. Don't you think we should stop that at all costs? I vaguely remembered something. An alliance against the tyrant king formed several times in TWSA, but it didn't happen in the third loop. Is this happening in the third loop because the future has changed? You have a point. That's why I'm suggesting this. Our group will attack the tyrant king soon. We've already talked to some other kings as well. I don't know which group you guys are a part of, but to be honest, you've got nothing to lose. The kings will do all the heavy lifting. He's quite right. The problem is, they'll expect a hefty price for doing the heavy lifting. I wasn't sure what he thought of my silence, but he spoke first. If you're still on the fence, feel free to decide after you've talked to our king. He should be here any time. Oh, here he comes. One of the 7 doors opened, and a group of people entered the stage of the Big Dipper. "Hail, King!" Along with the rest of the people waiting near the entrance, the man dropped to one knee. One from the group walked toward us. His head was shaved, and he wore an eye patch. He also held a brown staff in his hand. Wait, isn't that? The one-eyed man in monk clothes approached us. Out of the 7 kings of Seoul, I couldn't believe this was the first one we were meeting. Sangha spoke to me through the group chat. "Dokja, is he?" "Yes, seems that way." Sangha nodded solemnly. Well, there was no mistaking his identity based on his appearance. I don't get it. Even if his constellation is a historic figure, why does he have to dress like that? His sync with his constellation must be quite high. When that happens, the incarnation may take on the constellation's tastes in clothing and such. The ponytail guy was on one knee before the man in monk clothes. "My king, welcome back, are you well?" "Yes. How did it go?" "It was a piece of cake. Here." The one-eyed man pointed at his staff. There was a blue jewel you could acquire in the stage of the Big Dipper. The Star of Tamling. The ponytail man looked impressed. "Oh, not bad. He's already acquired a jewel." A star jewel was a reward in the Big Dipper stage. It increased a physical stat by 1. So on its own, it was already a pretty good item. But it was even more significant when you collected all 7 jewels. The star jewels were one of the ingredients used to summon the 4 tigers' evil slayer. "By the way, who are those people?" asked the one-eyed king. "They just came into the Big Dipper stage, my lord. They were quite proficient with their weapons, so I was trying to recruit them." Is that so?" The one-eyed man and I extended our hands at the same time. "I am Cha, Dokja Kim." I shook his hand and activated my skill at the same time. Exclusive skill character profile has been activated. Character profile name, Cha age, 26 sponsoring constellation, one-eyed Maitreya exclusive attributes. Cult leader heroic, Maitreya king heroic exclusive skills, weapon proficiency LV. 5 mental barrier LV. 3 eloquent speech LV. 3 skillful deception LV. 3 false prayer LV. 1 stigma promised land LV. 2 mind reading LV. 2 accuse as the devil LV. 3 total stats, stamina LV. 28 strength LV. 26 agility LV. 28 magic power LV. 25 summary, nothing gets past his one eye that sees through all. Take care not to cough in front of him. I wished Huiwen were here to see this. If she saw this one-eyed guy, she would never again say my sponsoring constellation was Gunjai. "I have the talent of face reading. May I take a look at yours?" asked Sangjeong. "Sure, go ahead." "Yeah, I was wondering when he would do that." Character Sangjeong Cha has activated the stigma, mind reading LV. 2. Gunjai's stigma, mind reading, it didn't let him see the target's attribute menu, but gave him an impression of their character and danger level. For example, when he saw a nice person, it would say a pushover devil. And when he saw someone who'd betray him or pose a threat, it would say a backstabbing devil. In this case, character Sangjeong Cha has learned that you are a devil who should not be messed with. That's how it worked. That's, "Oh king, what is the matter?" Character Sangjeong Cha is greatly perturbed. Sangjeong's face went pale. "D-devil? What? No way." Everyone in the Maitreya King's group, including the ponytail guy, looked at me at the same time. Just when you could cut the tension with a knife, Sangjeong quickly said, "And never mind, I think I read it wrong." Pardon, no? Yes, it must have been a mistake. Everyone stepped back. It appeared he'd decided to heed his constellation's warning, so he's not a fool at least. Still, devil who should not be messed with? Seems like the one-eyed Maitreya doesn't want trouble with me. Phew, you scared me. What I found suspicious was that ponytail man's reaction. It was only for a moment, but I was sure he looked disappointed. Our plan will begin in 1 hour. Your group is a last-minute addition to the alliance, but I expect great things. Sangjong joined his group members after that comment. Considering it was my first encounter with Gunjai, it was a bit anticlimactic. That was close. I'm glad nothing happened, said the ponytail man. The king who looks into the hearts of his subjects. Well, that's one way to put it. Ha, Gunjai is remembered as a tyrant, but he was a great king at first. Who knows what will happen? History could change. I suppose you're right. By the way, what's your name? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sai Yonghan. I'm in Mr. Sangjong Cha's group as his aide. The man who aided Gunjai. That was no trifling position. Perhaps his sponsoring constellation was someone of note. I wonder who. Wait, is it Wang Jin? I activated my skill. Exclusive skill, character profile, has been activated. This person is not registered in character profile. This person's information cannot be viewed via character profile. What? What's the matter? I couldn't help but laugh at Sai Yong's shamelessness. I see, now I think I know who he is. It's nothing, I just got a feeling that a devil is nearby. Ha, a devil, you say? At that moment, the look in Sai Yonghan's eyes changed as well. It seemed like we had both reached the same conclusion. The question was who would pull out their sword first. Then, one by one, the doors of the waiting room creaked open. Make way for the king. The members of the Maitreya King's group looked tense as the people in front of them started cheering. As I watched the kings coming through the doors, I asked Sai Yong, "Are they your allies as well?" "Yes, those kings promised to cooperate with us." From the left, Jeong Yun, the coward king, Biko Kim, the brawler king, and lastly Tiseong-gu, the earth dragon king. Their nicknames reminded me of what I'd read. The coward king and the brawler king. They looked just like their nicknames. They had pretty good stats and skills, but they were no match for the 7 kings of Seoul. The only person I really needed to pay attention to was Tiseong-gu, the earth dragon king. "Yo, One Eye, you're already out here. That was fast," said Tiseong sarcastically. "Quiet, you earthworm devil." "Earthworm? Did you just insult my sponsoring constellation?" Sangha, who had been listening to this exchange, flinched in surprise. I think his constellation may be Kayon H1. How do you know that? There's a story that the king of Later Beach was sired by an earth dragon. Earth dragon? It means earthworm. It said that the other kings called him son of an earth dragon as an insult. I couldn't believe she guessed his sponsoring constellation with that tiny clue. Sangha was right. Tiseong-gu, the earth dragon king. From what I recalled, he was one of the 7 kings of Seoul, and his sponsoring constellation was Kayon H1, a king of Later Beach. Looks like there are people who have historical rulers as sponsors like Queen Jinseong did earlier. I nodded. Actually, it was no coincidence that many people had historical rulers as their sponsors. The situation in other countries should be similar to what was going on in Seoul. For example, in Japan, the 3 Unifears of the Sengoku period, like Oda Nobunaga, were waging war through their chosen incarnations. And in England, Richard the Lionheart and Henry Roman VIII were vying for power. All the historical grade constellations were probably preparing for the war for the absolute throne while controlling the sync rate with their incarnations. Constellation God of Naval Warfare is looking forward to the appearance of a new Fable-grade constellation. Constellation Bald Leader of the Peasants' Army watches the situation from the edge of his seat. Other historical-grade constellations seem to be interested in this situation. As I said earlier, the 4th scenario was made for the historical-grade constellations of each country. Is everyone here? The kings who had organized their groups began to give a speech in the middle of the room. Our target is the Tyrant King, who went through the 3rd door. He has already taken the lives of 2 innocent kings and seized their star jewels. I'm sure some of you here have lost your king to that murderous beast. So that's why the waiting room is littered with corpses. The tyrant king killed 2 other kings here and took their star jewels, which means if I can take care of the 3rd door, I'll be able to collect all 7 star jewels, which are the reward for the Big Dipper stage. We must not let that madman and his mob take over Seoul. If the tyrant king acquires the 4 tigers' evil slayer and the absolute throne, the only things left in Seoul will be tragedy and woe. Warriors of the people, rise up. All the kings here are wise and brilliant. Who will become the king? That's for the future. At the very least, we must stop the worst person from becoming king. This will be a righteous battle for our way of life. Don't forget, you'll be remembered as warriors of the revolution who made history. People lost their minds over this rather hollow speech. They cheered, nodded furiously, and some even began to shed tears. They acted like revolutionaries with a just cause. I looked on with detachment. A mere month ago, these people were living in a society in which a president was elected. They agreed to perform their duties, enjoy their rights, and accumulate private wealth through legal economic activities. I felt like all of that was just a dream now. It was only a month ago, but Seoul had regressed into a feudal society. Let's go! Hundreds of people charged through the 3rd door into the next room. Sang-jeong's group was at the back, so we entered the room with them. Soon, my vision blurred and a huge, mysterious cave appeared, a vast space that seemed to stretch out without an end. Young-han walked beside me. This is kind of exciting. I feel like I'm in a wuxia novel. Wuxia novel? You mean the kind with martial artists and mystics and stuff? Young nodded with a knowing smile. You know, in that sort of story, there's always a treasure map pointing to a mysterious cave. And within that cave, a stone hall houses a legendary sword. Whoever wields that sword will be the most powerful warrior in all the land. Young made gestures and even did a voice. True, that's a common trope in wuxia novels, I said. A treasure map and a legendary sword. Sounds like you've read a few of those yourself, eh? Of course I did. I have a lot to say about novels. Yes, I've read quite a lot. And I'm not sure if you know this, but that cliché is commonly followed by a plot twist. A plot twist? It turns out that treasure map was a fake. Young looked intrigued. The warriors who were after the treasure fall into a trap, and the mastermind behind it all gets what he wants. I added, that's a typical cliché of wuxia novels. Oh, I see. Then this situation could very well lead to that kind of plot twist, huh? That could happen, but I think I'll be a bit disappointed if it does. Really? Why? To be honest, the legendary sword treasure map cliché has been used too much. My comments seemed to have hit a nerve in Young. I knew it. He hesitated for a while before finally speaking. That just goes to show it's a tried-and-true classic. The way I see it, if one sticks to clichés just because they're proven and safe, they fail as a writer. Anyway, it's not like we're in a novel. This situation wasn't composed by a writer. Young stiffened up a bit. It all came down to this moment. Would he take the bait or not? He opened his mouth after a while. What if there was an author? Huh. If you were to write this scene, how would you do it? What if you had to write the legendary sword treasure map episode? I'm more of a reader, even my name is Dokja, so I haven't really thought about that. Well, if you ask me, I'm sure you'd eventually fall into the same routine. You'd get used to writing easy, safe clichés and giving your readers what they want: easy, safe gratification. I spoke with a smile. Relax, I wasn't trying to make a point. You almost sound like you're a writer yourself. I'm not saying all clichés are bad, but the author should put in a little effort so it's not downright plagiarism. Plagiarism? Yes, plagiarism. It was fun to watch Young's furious face. Well, stories are all the same anyway, he said. Just a few details switched up here and there. Isn't it too harsh to call it plaggy? No, I'd write it differently. His eyebrows twitched. Write it? Differently how? For example, like this. I pulled out the unbreakable faith and swung it towards Young's neck. His severed head rolled onto the ground, but no blood came out. I mean, why bother hiding the mastermind's identity when they're going to be revealed anyway? I then said. The severed head started talking. Very interesting, Dokja Kim. I picked up Young's lopped off head. I knew it. This is just another avatar. Is Young-han your real name? That's right. I thought so. Young was the first disciple. Damn plagiarist. I wondered where he was hiding. Who is that? People were screaming at us. There were cries of betrayal and insurrection. I guided Sangha and Gilyong to a corner of the mysterious cave. Of course, I did it while holding Saiyong's head in one hand. Looks like I was correct. You're the one who leaked the revelation. Isn't that right? To be precise, I leaked your plagiarized novel. My revelation isn't plagiarized. It is. You took all the setups of the original novel. Don't compare my masterpiece to that garbage. So you're not denying that you read the original novel, HM? Saiyong ground his teeth hard and glared at me. What are you doing? Kill him. The H-head is talking. Saiyong frowned. People were stunned by what was going on, but they weren't doing anything. Soon, they wouldn't have time to pay attention to us. I smiled at Saiyong and said, "The cliché you mentioned is about to begin." As if on cue, a bright flash burst out from the depths of the cave. Something resembling a ring of light flew past some of the men, and a thin line of blood appeared on their bodies. What? Splurt! Their bodies split apart with sprays of blood. People behind them screamed as they were drenched in blood. Shit, it's him! A wave of magic power shimmered from the depths of the cave. A stifling presence was approaching. Lift! It was an androgynous voice. I spotted an enormous palanquin. Someone's shadow was moving inside it. I shouted instantly, "Sangha, Gilyong, step back." A voice came from the palanquin. "Charge." The palanquin mowed people over like a tank. 3 colored rings of light mercilessly swept across the battlefield. Dozens were killed at once. Severed heads with their faces still locked in an expression of disbelief, limbless bodies writhing in pain. The vanguard group was being decimated. Arg! Terrified people from different groups retreated. Everyone was rendered speechless by this display of power and violence. Deadly silence fell over the cavern. The tyrant king threw open the curtain and walked out of the palanquin. How pathetic. The kings who came before me. He was holding the 3-wheeled ring, an item for casting concentrated magic power. It was a hidden item to be found in northern Seoul, but he wasn't supposed to have it. I guess it's true that he has some oracles working for him. Exclusive skill, character profile, has been activated. Character profile name, Yonghu Jiang age, 33 sponsoring constellation. Great King Hyonshin Hongdo Jumun Wimu exclusive attributes. Circus performer rare, Tyrant King heroic exclusive skills, grappling proficiency LV. 5 sky steps LV. 3 weapon proficiency LV. 5 stigma, palanquin tank LV. 5 mask dance LV. 5 tyranny LV. 4 total stats, stamina LV. 30 strength LV. 28 agility LV. 28 magic power LV. 34 +2 summary. The worst tyrant in Korean history has joined forces with a resentful Everman. Until the day he met his sponsoring constellation, he was just another cog in the machine, full of anger towards society. He will take full advantage of this opportunity and his newfound power. *A starter pack is currently in effect. *A growth pack is currently in effect. *A new scenario pack is currently in effect. I definitely understood after seeing his profile. With all those packs, no wonder he was so strong. His sponsoring constellation liked to push the limits of plausibility, and the telltale aura shimmering around his body. The Tyrant King's sponsoring constellation was increasing the sync with his incarnation to the max. I wasn't sure when it started, but several goblins, including Bihyong, were in midair, glaring at Yonghu. I bet those goblins were watching him, ready to request a plausibility review the moment he stepped over the line. The insolent descendants of this land remember me not as a king, but a fallen prince. Great King Hyonshin Hongdo Jumun Wimu, the Tyrant King's sponsoring constellation, was speaking. The reason I have come here is simple. I am going to punish the historians and set the record straight. This constellation was the worst tyrant in the history of Korea, and he wasn't recorded as a king. I am Yeonseung-gun, Yi Young. The Tyrant King was confusing his sponsoring constellation and himself. An incredible amount of magic power exploded out of him, and the bodies of those near him were torn open. The 3-wheeled ring, fueled by magic power over level 30, would be dangerous even for me if I got hit by it. Stand your ground. Everyone, fight back. But the alliance was no pushover either. Even if I didn't count the other kings, the Maitreya King and the Earth Dragon King were among the 7 kings of Seoul, just like the Tyrant King. As the kings rallied against the Tyrant King, the flow of the battle began to even out. All the kings were increasing the sync with their constellations. And it wasn't just the incarnations, but also the historical-grade constellations that were desperate. "Aren't you going to join the fight?" I asked Saiyong's head in my hand. He chuckled. "You're laughing? You seem awfully relaxed." "Cocky bastard. I bet you're thinking it's all going according to your plan. Once the kings wear themselves out fighting each other, you'll swoop in and get the 4 tigers' sword, right?" That was a close guess. But that won't happen. Leaking the revelation was a cute trick, I admit, but I started preparing for today long before you did. "What are you rambling on about? I'm saying the cliché wins in the end." The voice of the mid-level goblin was coming from midair. "Fufu, all of you are fighting very well. The historical-grade constellations are really giving it their all, huh? As well you should. You want to be promoted to Fable grade, right?" The battleground got quiet at once because of the goblin's sarcastic tone. "Then I have good news for you. The second qualification will be revealed now. King's Qualification 1. Only the brave shall sit upon the throne. The absolute throne will not accept a weak king. You must be a king with a black flag in order to participate in the scenario. 2. For those who dream of the throne, ambition is a virtue. Only a limited number of kings may vie for the absolute throne. You must eliminate other kings around you for the right to compete." The mid-level goblin wore a creepy smile. "Oh, for your reference, the number of kings who can compete for the absolute throne is limited to 5. And the total number of kings remaining is, let's see, the number of remaining kings, 14. People were greatly agitated. "F14, there are that many? Are there more kings outside this dungeon? For your reference, the total number of kings inside this hidden dungeon is 12. I was a little bit surprised, too. Who knew there were 12 in this dungeon? Well, this mysterious cave couldn't be the only place in the dungeon with kings in it. Who is it? Who's the king hiding their identity?" The Tyrant King was laughing at the panicking people. "Ha ha ha, fools turning on each other, what a laughable sight. This isn't the time to be fighting among ourselves. Focus on the Tyrant King." With that, people began to calm down a little. "Over here, this guy is a king," yelled Saiyong's head. "I've seen it, he has a flag." "What? Damn it." I quickly stepped on Saiyong's head and crushed it. People stared at me. At that moment, they had decided which of the remaining kings to eliminate first. If we kill him, but I had a bad feeling about this. It was too shallow to be the plagiarist's strategy. Wait, could it be? Interesting. That's what he was going for. There was a group of shadowy figures silently darting behind the people while they were focused on me. Each of them was a close confidant of one of the kings gathered here. SHHK? PSHK? Ugh! Daggers slid in between the ribs or cut the throats of the unsuspecting kings. The number of remaining kings has decreased. The number of kings remaining, 12. The Coward King and Brawler King, who had been exhausted from the battle, were killed. And the Maitreya King and the Earth Dragon King sustained serious injuries from the ambush. Even the Tyrant King had been stabbed in his side and thigh by 3 of his slaves coming at him from behind. Damn peasants! That was when I realized who the insurgents were. Some of them were caught and promptly cut down, but no blood came out of their bodies. As the betrayed kings fell, their star jewels dropped to the ground and were quickly snatched by deft hands that darted out of the crowd. "The jewel, my jewel." The hidden avatars transferred all the jewels to one person. I told you the cliché wins in the end. A girl with a pretty face jumped into the air and stood in front of the wall with a smirk on her face. Is that the plagiarist's true identity? The 7-star jewels were shining in her hand. The fake king, Saiyong Han, has acquired all 7-star jewels. A new item has been summoned with the sacrifice of the 7-star jewels. The fake king, Saiyong Han, has summoned the 4 tigers' evil slayer. In the end, the 4 tigers' evil slayer had gone to the hands of the plagiarist. The fake king, it was a fitting attribute. "Dokja, what should we do? We should be okay for now." Sangha looked bewildered by my nonchalant tone. "Are you sure? You said that sword was powerful, didn't you?" She was right. Being an S+ grade item, it was indeed good. But by that logic, the Tyrant King's 3-wheeled ring was an S-grade item as well. In other words, those 2 items weren't that far apart in terms of sheer power. Ha 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 ha, die, die. A bright flash of magic power surged out from the four tigers' evil slayer, but people didn't die quickly. It looked like their bodies should have exploded upon contact with the gleaming sword, but they somehow held on. That was because Saiyong's magic power was diminished from using too many avatars while the three kings were still in good condition. What? Why is this sword so weak? Yelled Saiyong in a panic. Kill her and take the sword. Grrr, back off. I said back off. I didn't know why, but I had a feeling this would happen. Saiyong was pushed back toward my companions and me. Now, that's one way to break away from a cliché. Should have done more of this in your writing, too. Shut up. Need help? I don't need your help. Saiyong savagely swung her sword again, but she was getting pushed even more. I want to tell this idiot that the Four Tigers' evil slayer was famous not because it was powerful, but because its original owner was powerful. I'll kill you all now. The tyrant king regained his confidence and resumed his attacks. Other kings began fighting amidst the chaos. At some point, there was no friend or foe, and the battleground was sheer madness. Anyway, it should be about time he appeared. Is he lost or something? It's a little far, but he should have had plenty of time. The number of kings remaining, 11. The numbers on the board, floating in the air, changed at that moment. The number of kings remaining, 10. Ah, just in time. The number of kings remaining, 9. He's here. What? The number of kings is suddenly decreasing. People looked around in a panic. The number of kings was decreasing for no apparent reason. The number of kings remaining, 8. When the number became a single digit, the king's fear peaked. There's someone here only going after kings. However, one person seemed amused by the situation. It was the tyrant king. Ha ha ha, who cares? You die too. As the three-wheeled ring was about to be fired, the ceiling of the mysterious cave collapsed right on top of him. An incredible storm of magic power fell on the tyrant king, who screamed in pain. A mana storm powerful enough to crush every living creature into dust overwhelmed the body of the tyrant king. Ah, arg, ah, then. The number of kings remaining, 7. The only thing left in front of everyone was a cruel number. People fell to the ground, trembling from the obscenity of it all. What is happening? Someone had just crushed the frightening tyrant king like a bug. Slowly, as the dust settled, a man's figure was revealed. Everyone, including the dead kings and surviving kings, were at a loss for words. They simply stared at him. Saiyong's legs were shaking as she stepped back in fear. It can't be. No way in hell. I suddenly remembered what her avatar with the ponytail had said. The most powerful king in Seoul was the tyrant king. As I thought back then, she was wrong about that. Among the 7 kings of Seoul, I had met 5, including Donghoon Han, who hadn't become a king because of the oracles. The reclusive king of shadows, Donghoon Han, the king of beauty, Jiwon Min, the Maitreya king, Sangjeon Cha, the earth dragon king, Tseong Gu, and the tyrant king, Yonghu Jiang. Counting the neutral king who hadn't appeared yet, there was one more king left. Who was the last one? The answer was simple, and I met him before any of the other kings. His furious voice echoed inside the entire cavern. Dokja Kim? I waved at him with a smile. He took strode toward me. There was a black flag on his back. You're dead. Of the 7 kings of Seoul, the strongest was, without a doubt, the supreme king Yonghyuk-yu. He was the main character for a reason. I'd sent him on a wild goose chase all the way through northern Seoul, but he had a black flag already. When a non-leader took flags from leaders, a hidden scenario, the path of revolution, would open. Since Yonghyuk knew this, he probably became a king by killing a leader from another station. Seeing how angry he was, Jihai and Huiwen must have carried out their missions successfully. I turned to Saiyong as I stepped back a few steps. Hey, give me the sword. No, do you want to die here? Saiyong looked shaken and Yonghyuk took another step toward me. I yelled, Gilyong? As if he had been waiting for my signal, the boy's eyes turned white. Rumble. A tearing sound came from the ceiling above us, following by a loud, thumping noise. Then, a gigantic mantis came crashing through the cave wall. Level 6 monster species, insect Titanoptera, has appeared. Gilyong was the best for creating chaos. The whole cave shook from the power of the monster species insect. The moment Yonghyuk looked away in surprise, I smacked Saiyong on her small head. Ack! She moaned and dropped the 4 tigers' evil slayer. I picked it up and, as a bonus, grabbed the flag wrapped around her neck. You have acquired the Hangik University Station group's flag. Your purple flag has absorbed the purple flag's accumulated points. Your purple flag has evolved into a black flag. You may use the special ability of the black flag. Congratulations! You have met the first condition for the king's qualification. The number of kings remaining, 6. I ran toward the tyrant king. He was buried under rubble. His body was crushed like so much bread dough. It looked awful. From the start, I'd been waiting to kill him myself and couldn't believe he died like that. Saiyong desperately yelled at me from behind. "Hey, you thief!" I ignored her and picked up the items left behind by the tyrant king. You have acquired the item 3-wheeled ring. You have acquired the item dragon jar. The dragon jar was the jar of rejuvenation. It looked like the tyrant king came here after clearing the 7-man dungeon. Dokja Kim? Younghyuk was coming at me at an incredible clip. Although my agility was 30, the gap between him and me closed in no time. I looked around. I had no choice but to hide behind the king who was the closest to me. What the? It was Tseong-gu, a king of later beach. Arg! Younghyuk's merciless strike connected with Tseong's head, and he effortlessly took Tseong's flag. Constellation Lord Hanam is glaring at you. I felt bad for Kyon H1, but I had no choice. Good luck to him in the next scenario. I stopped running away and decided to pretend not to know anything. Younghyuk, wait, stop, we can talk this out. That note, my sister. I understood, although he had said only 2 words. Luckily, Jihai had taken care of the matter. That note got to Younghyuk in time. What about your sister? Where did you hide my younger sister? What are you talking about? Character Younghyuk Yu is using lie detection LV. 6. Character Younghyuk Yu has confirmed your words to be a lie. Uh-oh. Start talking now, or I'm really going to kill you this time. I could tell he really meant it, even without lie detection. Younghyuk's late arrival at the mysterious cave was due to my strategy. I lured Younghyuk north to save his younger sister. He wasted time searching for her in northern Seoul. This was only possible because Younghyuk was in his 3rd loop and still immature. That might seem like a cowardly move, but I had no choice. If Younghyuk, who was much stronger than he had been in his 3rd loop in the original novel, had joined the War of the Kings, the scenario would have been over so fast. And I wouldn't have gotten the end that I wanted. All right. But first, why don't you put down the sword? I mean, what if I really am a bad guy? You wouldn't want to provoke me like that. Are you saying you're holding my family hostage? Whoa, chill, buddy, I never said that. Holding his family hostage didn't make sense since it would all be over if he died. Then, why did you do that? What do you think? Younghyuk seemed to realize I was trying to buy time, and his expression turned cold. I should have killed you back then. Better late than never. Die. As Younghyuk raised his sword, a voice came out of midair. Hey, everyone, please calm down. You shouldn't start fighting yet. Let's see. You've all met the qualifications. Finally, the mid-level goblin is here. Younghyuk eventually checked the board in the air. The number of kings remaining. 5. The qualifying kings will be transferred to the final testing location. The rest of the kings, including Younghyuk and me, were forced to transfer elsewhere. Doc. Younghyuk extended his hand a little too late, so his sword didn't reach me. Finally, the last phase of the scenario. The qualifying kings will be transferred to the space for the final test. My vision blurred and the scene changed. It felt like I had been sucked into another place. My head bumped into something with a thunk, but I soon came back to my senses. You are excluded from being a candidate for the final qualification. What? When I looked around, I noticed I was in the middle of Gwanghwamun. I had bumped into a barrier the size of a schoolyard. The absolute throne, which was the last reward for this scenario, should have been in the middle of the yard. Why couldn't I get inside? Ha ha ha, my. Looks like you were too focused on the big picture and missed a crucial detail. When I looked up toward the laugh, I saw that mid-level goblin's ridiculous face. I wondered if the bastard had played some kind of trick, but the notifications came. You have not occupied your designated target station for the 4th scenario. You must first occupy your target station in order to participate in the final qualification. Your group's target station is Changsan Station. Oh, I was so focused on dealing with the other kings that I forgot about occupying Changsan Station. How could I forget that? Unless you've cleared all the previous steps, you cannot take part in the last phase. That should have been obvious. Did you think you could get away with it? Battles were already happening inside the barrier. If I didn't do something now, everything I'd already done would go to waste. Should I run to Changsan right now? Then, Dokja. In the distance, Sangha was running toward me, carrying an unconscious Gilyong on her back. When I looked closer, there were more people in my group. Huiwen? She was running in this direction, tightly holding the hand of a girl I didn't recognize. Is my brother really here? Yes, how many times do I have to tell you? But I'm hungry. Huiwen shouldn't have been there. Her role in this scenario was to save a girl in northern Seoul and wait for us at Changsan Station. Huiwen, what are you doing here? I told you to stand by at Changsan Station. Are you kidding me? How long do you expect me to just wait there? Besides, she hasn't eaten anything since this morning. Aren't you worried about your sister? The girl pointed at me. That guy's not my brother. He's way uglier than my brother. You little Huiwen nervously looked back and forth between me and the girl. She's not your sister, Dokja. I thought that was why you told me to rescue her. No, then who is she? Huiwen didn't realize what she had done. Who would think this girl was that psychopath's little sister? A growling sound came from the girl's stomach. The sound rendered me speechless, but I laughed in spite of myself. Is this how my perfect plan falls apart? Dokja, where are you going? To Changsan Station. I had no choice but to try, even if I was late. I wished I had the long-distance teleport scroll. I couldn't even open the goblin shop because the mid-level goblin was watching. Why would you go there? Hey, remember the thing I gave you earlier? Can you take it out? Oki. Mia Yu, Younghyok's little sister, put her hands in her mouth. Soon, her mouth grew abnormally large, and an abnormally large block of stone came out of it. That was Mia Yu's exclusive skill, inventory. What's this? What do you think? I checked out the stone's smooth top surface. Then I noticed a little slit where I could put something in. I wouldn't have imagined this. Is it really possible? Never in all 149 chapters of TWSA did anyone think to try this. Huiwen sounded pleased with herself. All you need is the flag slot in order to take over a station, right? What kind of crazy person would think of this? Huiwen brought the entire flag slot from Changsan Station. Constellation, the adventurer who makes eggs stand up, is amazed by Huiwen Jiang's idea. I wanted to say something but kept my mouth shut. What? Is there a problem? No. Then why are you just staring at it? Hurry up and stick your flag in it, Your Majesty. I nodded and pulled out my flag. Your group has occupied Changsan Station. You have received 2,000 coins as a reward for capture the flag. It worked. It actually worked. Your group has occupied your target station. You will be able to transfer to the arena for the final qualification. My body was sucked up again as I fell in and out of consciousness. A message came up in my head, and another King's qualification was added. King's Qualification 3. The one true king is able to stand on their own. Any king who wishes to sit upon the throne must prove their might without any outside help or special abilities. Constellation God of Naval Warfare is calmly observing the situation. Constellation Bald Leader of the Peasants' Army is cheering for historical grade constellations. Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is cackling while picking his ear. Constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is picking his nose in the direction of the historic Halgrade constellations. Unlike other times, constellations displayed different reactions. Constellations weren't all on the same level. The power gap between a historical grade constellation and a fable grade constellation was as great as that between a child and an adult. This was why the constellations watching this channel had different reactions. Much like some adults weren't interested in children's games, fable grade constellations had little interest in the outcome. But it was different for historical grade constellations. The historical grade who won in this scenario could build a fable deed after sitting on the absolute throne. This was why historic kings seemed anxious after the king's qualification scenario started. When I opened my eyes, I saw the battleground of the kings. From here on, none of the kings can receive support from their sponsoring constellations. All attack and defense bonuses from items will be limited. All skills, stigmas, and item abilities will be restricted. Every king's overall stats will be set to 10/10/10/10/10/10. The final qualification will continue until only one person is standing. Episode 15, A Kingless World. The last test for the king. Extreme hardship to overcome with only your physical strength. There were craters throughout Gwanghwamun. The kings were fighting around the absolute throne in the midst of it all. The king of beauty, Ji-won-min. The Maitreya king, Sang-jeong-cha. The supreme king, Young-hyuk-yu, and that middle-aged man must be. I see, he was probably the neutral king. He put his hands up after making eye contact with me. The neutral king, Ildo Jian, has forfeited. As his title suggested, Ildo had no desire for the throne. Only the other three coveted the throne. Normally, Young-hyuk would have crushed everyone else in less than a minute since he was among the three kings. That was, if this was in the original story. Die, devil. As Maitreya king, Sang-jeong-cha waved his magic staff, Young-hyuk kicked him in the stomach. Arg, because everyone's stats were 10, Sang-jeong didn't receive much damage. Since all skills were sealed as well, physical strength was the only key to winning this battle. That was why Young-hyuk couldn't subdue the other kings that easily. Ji-won, who was observing them in the background, noticed me. We meet again. Yes, we do. I was hoping I wouldn't have to fight you. Since Ji-won was here, that meant she had cleared all the king's qualifications, which was amazing. To be honest, I didn't think Ji-won would make it all the way to the end. If you don't forfeit now, I'm going to attack. Go ahead. It won't be as easy as you think. A fight with no skills, no stigmas, and average stats of 10. A pathetic battle for the king who destroyed a whole city not too long ago. At that moment, Sang-jeong screamed alongside the sound of flesh bursting open. Arg! What? Sang-jeong was rolling around on the ground in pain after being punched by Young-hyuk. The fight was quiet even for Young-hyuk and Sang-jeong until a few minutes ago, but things had changed. Despite not having any skills or stigmas, Young-hyuk's attacks were getting faster and fiercer. And it wasn't just because he had excellent fighting instincts. Ji-won seemed surprised as well. How? If I remember correctly, this is the regression where Young-hyuk realizes the loophole in the final phase. Messages are probably popping up in his head right now. You have invested 400 coins on stamina. You have invested 400 coins on agility. You have invested 400 coins on strength. The funny thing was that everything was restricted in this battle, but one thing was left untouched. The coins everyone owned. Constellation, Lady of the Sleeping. Brocade questions the fairness of the scenario. The mid-level goblin laughed. Haha, what's the problem? Everyone has the right to use their hard-earned money. The incarnations have collected coins diligently, so they should have an opportunity to spend them. Young-hyuk was increasing his stats now with the coins he had. Naturally, any stat that's increased with coins here will be reset once the scenario is complete, so spend them wisely. After all, you're practically throwing away your coins. Ha ha ha. Following the goblin's explanation, Ji-won and Sang-jeong's faces went white. I doubt they had very many coins to spare, which was expected. I mean, how could they? Waging war is expensive. However, that wasn't the case for Young-hyuk. Young-hyuk always left a sizable reserve for contingencies. He had around 30,000 coins at this point in his original third loop, but he probably has closer to 40,000 since he's doing better. Wah-bam! With that sound, Sang-jeong's ragged body flew through the air. The Maitreya king, Sang-jeong-cha, has been knocked out of the fight. Young-hyuk looked at Ji-won nearby. She shuddered and quickly stepped back as she raised her hands. I forfeit. The king of beauty, Ji-won-min, has forfeited. Finally, Young-hyuk looked at me. His angry eyes calmed. I understood. He was probably thinking of getting his sister back from me as long as he took the absolute throne, which would give him control of every king. But would that happen? Hey, Young-hyuk. We pointed our swords at each other. All I had to rely on were my meager stats and my own combat sense. Whoosh. I was able to follow the movement of Young-hyuk's sword for the first time. It was probably a fake out. I bet he's trying to gauge my stat levels and how many coins I have. He's nothing if not cautious. He wants to win using the least amount of coins possible. However, your cockiness will be your downfall this time, because no kings in Seoul have more coins than I do at this point. Coins owned, 850. Who would think to save over 80,000 coins in the early scenarios? I smiled at Young-hyuk as he ran at me. I'll go easy on you, so try not to die. It's time to go all in and cash out. As if to make up for all the times I had to be thrifty, I splurged coins on my strength stat. You have invested 4,000 coins on strength. Strength LV. 10 strength LV. 20 you have invested 5,000 coins on strength. Strength LV. 20 strength LV. 30 you have invested 6,000 coins on strength. Strength LV. 30 strength LV. 40. You have invested 11,000 coins on strength. Strength LV. 80 strength LV. 90 you have invested 12,000 coins on strength. Strength LV. 90 strength LV. 100. You have spent a total of 72,000 coins. Your strength has increased beyond human capability. An incredible accomplishment. You are the first to reach 3 digits in the strength stat. You have received 30,000 coins as a reward. I controlled the power contained in my fist. It would be no good if Junghyuk died accidentally. A strike with a strength level of 100 was incredible. It felt like the very space around my fist became distorted. According to TWSA, when a stat reached 3 digits, it would have destructive power on a different level. How did I feel? Of course, it felt fantastic. It felt like I was holding a fistful of million-dollar checks. I could see that Junghyuk was shocked and hastily tried to use his coins. But it was too late. A sonic boom like the sound of a bag of money ripping open. And Junghyuk was flying through the air like a baseball hit by a bat. Unfortunately, a home run was impossible in this stadium. Junghyuk smashed into one side of the barrier and bounced back to the other side. This repeated about a half-dozen times until he hit the ground. He's not dead, is he? I panicked a little and ran to Junghyuk. Crap, why did I do that? I should have released more of my power. I carefully pulled Junghyuk out of a hole in the ground. But, this is why he is the main character, isn't he? Junghyuk was glaring at me with his eyes wide open. He's still conscious after taking a 100 strength punch. Hey, Junghyuk? Junghyuk. Junghyuk's pupils weren't moving. Oh, he's passed out with his eyes open? Had I hit him too hard? No, that was probably my only chance to hit him. This is what you get for being a jerk and always threatening to kill me. I slapped his face a few times like I'd been dying to. His pupils seemed to be following me, which was slightly concerning. But Junghyuk was still breathing, although every bone in his body was broken and he was bleeding from every hole in his face. He couldn't use the resurrection skill here, so he might be in danger. I needed to hurry up and finish this. The Supreme King Junghyuk Yu has been knocked out of the fight. Congratulations, you have passed all of the tests for the absolute throne. The barrier slowly lifted into the air. Your temporary stat increases have been reset. All the restrictions on the kings have been removed. Constellation prisoner of the golden headband's fur is standing up from too much excitement. Constellation secretive plotter applauds your hodl strategy. Constellation demonic judge of fire is amazed by your patience. You have received 500 coins as a donation. Soon, messages from historical grade constellations arrived as well. Constellation Lady of the Sleeping Brigade is frustrated. Constellation One-Eyed Maitreya throws his eye patch in anger. Constellation Lord of Hanam blames you. I knew it, all the kings from the later 3 kingdoms resented me. They were probably disappointed because they missed one of the few chances to become Fable-grade constellations. Oh, we have an unexpected winner. The mid-level goblin seemed unhappy somehow. It probably didn't expect me to win either. But I did. Very well, it is what it is. Attention, all incarnations of Seoul as of this moment, we have the new master of the absolute throne. I stopped the mid-level goblin. Hold up. What is it? The mid-level goblin's eyebrows twitched. You're rushing it. I haven't even sat on the throne yet, but you're already announcing it. Shouldn't you ask me first? What does it matter? You're about to sit on it. I walked to the absolute throne. I sensed every constellation watching the Soul Dome paying attention to me in this moment. The absolute throne slowly came down from midair, gold and shiny, descending toward me as if on cue. What can I do with this? I asked the mid-level goblin. It was a short but sharp question. The name Absolute Throne says it all. As long as you are seated on the throne, you hold absolute authority as the ruler. No subject can go against you in this land, and everyone will lower their head before you. People looked at me with envy after the goblin's explanation, which was understandable, considering everyone had been working hard to seize the throne. Constellation, Lady of the Sleeping, Brocade smacks her lips. Even to Constellations, this was disappointing and unfortunate. I couldn't believe Constellations still envied me, although they knew the truth behind this item. That's why I really didn't like them. Is that all? Pardon? I mean, that sounds too good to be true. I can have absolute power in the land I rule. Well, you deserve a reward for all that you've been through, right? You risked your life countless times to reach the throne, so you're saying this throne can do all that with no regard for the restriction of plausibility. What? You're a good liar. Is it because you're a goblin? Does management allow this kind of fraud? The mid-level goblin couldn't hide his facial expressions. It looked stunned. As he floated in the air, Bihyong had a grim look on his face. He was probably thinking that I had gone mad. Enough with this tiring banter. It's time to end the scenario. Now sit on the throne already. If you keep up with this nonsense, I might destroy the absolute throne. Oh, about that. Go right ahead. What? I looked at the goblin, then turned to some people who were speechless. I will not sit on the absolute throne, I said. All of Gwanghwamun fell silent. Then came a clap of thunder before rain fell from above. The light coming from the absolute throne reached the sky. Thick rain clouds swirled around the light. That was a sign of the fifth scenario, Great Hall. The mid-level goblin opened its mouth as it got wet from the rain. What? Did you just say? I said, I won't sit on the throne. I don't know why you are acting out. I suggest you accept your reward. Without the power of the absolute throne, Seoul will not survive the fifth scenario. The goblin's comments frightened the people who had gathered in Gwanghwamun, and they started yelling at me. Huh, what the hell is he thinking? Stop talking and just sit on it already. Damn it, if you don't want it, then give it to me. The goblin continued as if things were going its way. This throne can give you more than you think. Merely taking the throne will grant you your own fable, and your sponsoring constellation will ascend to a whole new level of stature. I guess you don't know what that means, do you? Actually, Constellations had been reaching out to me for a while. Constellation, the adventurer who makes eggs, stand up, wants to be your sponsor. Constellation, great calligrapher, wants to be your sponsor. You have received 500 coins as a donation. The mid-level goblin continued in a cold tone. I'm warning you, I'm not like the low-level goblins. Your little tricks won't work on me. I looked at the absolute throne. It's as the goblin said. Without the absolute throne, it'll become much harder to clear the fifth scenario. But I also know something the goblin left out. If I use the absolute throne even once, I'll never be able to reach the end of the scenario. It took Younghyuk 40 regressions before he realized this. This absolute throne was built like that from the start. Why the hell would you refuse to be king? An angry person stepped out of the crowd. He was pointing at me while breathing heavily as if I had insulted his wife. Let me ask you, what about me makes you think I should be your king? I asked him. Huh, how do you know I won't kill you once I hold absolute power? His open mouth froze. I continued while looking at other people around him. The same goes for everyone else. Have you forgotten already? We didn't live in a kingdom, so why are you acting like you're subjects of a despotic society? The reason I didn't want to be a king, it was simple. I don't want to be the king who represents such a contemptible group of people. I kept talking while looking up at the sky. Nor do I want any of those hypocritical constellations to be my sponsor. Then I looked at the throne. That's why I won't sit on the absolute throne. That said, I pulled out my sword. I won't allow anyone else to sit on the throne, either. Having someone sitting on the throne meant no one else would be able to sit on it. It felt like cold fire was coming out of the mid-level goblin's eyes. You better stop right there. I'm not a patient goblin. I kept speaking while looking straight at the goblin. How long are you going to let the goblins and their scenarios control you? Having one person sit on the throne and hold absolute power. Don't you understand what that means? I knew if people got used to being obedient, the price to pay to escape that obedience would be much higher. And this goes for all the constellations of Korea, too. I know very well that not every one of your kind is the same. Some of you are higher in rank than others. An invisible hierarchy existed among constellations. Some constellations watched other constellations, just like constellations watched incarnations. To be precise, the ones being watched were low-level constellations. But isn't this enough? Are you going to allow this land to be the battleground for tragic heroes? Constellation One-Eyed Maitreya is deep in thought. You struggled all your life to accrue historic deeds to become historical-grade constellations and build up fabled deeds to rise to fable grade. And then what? What comes after you've become shining stars in the sky? How long must you impose your greed on the descendants of this land until you're satisfied? Constellation, Lady of the Sleeping Brocade, is silent. That was when the silent mid-level goblin spoke. I've had enough of this nonsense. With that came a notification. A new sub-scenario has arrived. Sub-scenario take the throne category. Sub-difficulty. B mission, take down incarnation Dokja Kim, who is refusing to claim the throne and seize it for yourself. Time limit, 30 minutes reward. 6,000 coins penalty for failure. I knew this would happen. People who had been swayed after listening to me were now approaching. Their eyes were filled with greed. In the end, the goblin was right. No matter how you cut it, these people, myself included, were like leeches who sold their consciences for a few coins. Of course, not everyone was like that. You'll have to get by me first. A woman stepped in front of me. Her angry voice made people keep their distance. It was Huiwen. The world may have changed, but there are things we should never forget. I believe those values still exist. Sangha was here as well. Gilyong and his hammer guarded me from behind. Min Seob and Seongguk were farther from us, but made their way closer as well. Sometimes, I feel like you're more like the main character than Younghyuk Yu. Even he doesn't do crazy stuff like this. But there were too many enemies to stop with just this group. Just then, some people unexpectedly stepped forward. I'll help you just this once. My inner eye tells me you make a fine point. The King of Beauty and the Maitreya King. I didn't know what made them change their minds, but something definitely moved them even to chance it, even if it was a long shot in this world. You lowly insects. What are you waiting for? Take him down. People ran toward the throne. Huiwen was pushing away people on either side of me. Dokja, you have some kinda plan, right? Yes, what do you need us to do? Buy some time for me while I destroy this throne. The throne was the key that unlocked the new scenario. I drew a sword from my chest. Someone from the crowd yelled, "It's the Four Tigers Evil Slayer." The Four Tigers Evil Slayer was an S+ item, but it could be changed to a constellation artifact when specific conditions were met. Because this sword was an item containing the souls of historical-grade constellations. Gampyongwi's special ability, Echo of the Stars, has been activated. You may call upon a historical-grade constellation through Echo of the Stars. I will call upon a constellation. Historical-grade constellations are listening to you in the flow of stars. I called on constellations' epithets as if casting a spell. I want the first star of the Big Dipper. Tamling, I want the second star of the Big Dipper. Geomun, I want the third star of the Big Dipper. Nokjon, I want the fourth star of the Big Dipper. Mungok, I want the fifth star of the Big Dipper. Yeomjeong, I want the sixth star of the Big Dipper. Mugok, the stars begin their voyage. The 6 constellations gaze at you. When all the stars from the sky disk had disappeared, I felt suffocated, like being on a full subway. I stumbled from dizziness, and blood came out from both my nose and ears at the same time. It was even hard to think. My brain was overwhelmed because the 6 constellations communicated with me at the same time. The constellations of the Big Dipper spoke. What are you thinking? If you call on all of us, your mind will be completely destroyed. For what reason do you call on us? Why do you forsake the easy path and insist on walking the thorny road? But I didn't stop. Not yet. In order to use the 4 Tigers sword, I needed to call on one more constellation, but there wasn't a constellation left in the sky disk. You have exhausted all the uses for Gampyongwi. I took out the dragon jar, which I got from the Tyrant King, the reward from the 7-man dungeon, and I put 2 items in that jar. By sacrificing the S-grade item 3-wheeled ring, I can restore the number of uses of the S-grade item Gampyeongui. The dragon jar emits a mystical power of restoration. S-grade item 3-wheeled ring has been offered. S-grade item Gampyeongui's number of uses has been restored. I used Gampyeongui again, and I called up the last constellation. I call on the 7th star of the Big Dipper. Pagan, 7 stars in the sky. Finally, all the stars of the Big Dipper were gathered in the same place. The 7 stars spoke to me at the same time. What do you desire from us? 7 stars of the Big Dipper, I wish to sever the link between the throne and its master. Please lend me your blade. Do you know what that means? I do. I took all these risks because I knew very well. The absolute throne was an item that allowed you to borrow the power of an outer god that resided in the dark dimension. Sure, it'd be smooth sailing for a while if I had it. I'd be able to control Yonghyuk-yu and eliminate all of my enemies. But ultimately, Seoul? No, this world itself would fall. Complete destruction with no salvation or miracle. Such was the price of borrowing absolute power. In order to reach the end I had planned, no one could have that throne. Even the constellations in the sky are wary of the creator of the throne. Yet a mere human seeks to challenge its dark master. I can do it if you aid me. I'm not trying to fight it, I just want to cut the ties between the throne and its master. That is not a magnitude of plausibility you can handle. You will certainly die. That's for me to decide. Let's get started. The 7 constellations fell silent, I don't know for how long. The Big Dipper shone brightly in the sky, and the constellation engraved on the scabbard was shining bright as well. We respect your will, even if you perish here. We shall remember you. Dazzling lights swirled around the 4 tigers' evil slayer, and its white blade began to burn with a brilliant flame. The S+ grade item, the 4 tigers' evil slayer, has evolved into a constellation artifact. The constellation artifact, the 4 tigers' evil slayer, was a ceremonial sword originally created for ancestral rituals. It was a sword that severed evil energy and blocked disasters. It was one of the very few items that could cut off the link between a constellation artifact and its master. I pointed the sword at the absolute throne. Sparks flew with an explosive sound. Crack! I heard something rip through the air. An ominous black flame covered the absolute throne as if in response. When I struck the absolute throne a few more times, pieces of the 4 tigers' evil slayer's blade began to break off. I had no choice but to trust the constellations of the Big Dipper. Dokja, hurry! Sangha yelled. I swung the sword like a madman. Ignoring the breaking blade, I continued to strike the throne. More sparks. Blade breaking. Until finally, the blessing connected to the constellation artifact, the absolute throne, has disappeared. An outer god has detected the sudden shift in this world. The absolute throne lost its light and became a normal chair. A devastated mid-level goblin screamed angrily, "You lowly insect." The sub-scenario has ended abruptly. People stood still. They didn't have to act since the scenario was over. The constellations of the Big Dipper spoke. Incarnation, brace yourself for the inevitable surge of plausibility. As soon as I heard that voice, blood gushed out of my mouth and I felt nauseous and dizzy. It felt like someone was continuously stretching and then crumpling me. The feeling of an enormous power surrounding me, tearing my body apart. I tried to hold onto my sanity. Rah rumble. I'll be fine. Plausibility is a measure of how naturally the story flows. Everything I've done was to build up this moment as the natural outcome. I can overcome this. I kept repeating this to keep from losing my mind. It was at that moment that a star quietly twinkled in the distant dark sky. Constellation god of naval warfare gazes at you. One silent, lone but very warm gaze. Constellation, bald leader of the peasants' army gazes at you. Then 2. Constellation, last hero of Hwangsenbyal, gazes at you. 3. Constellation, lady of the sleeping, brocade gazes at you. The mid-level goblin screamed at the onrush of messages. Why? Each time a star joined, my pain lessened. I realized the constellations were sharing the burden of plausibility I was bearing. The improbable story was changing to a plausible one, courtesy of the agreement among so many constellations. So many stars embraced it with their lights. The constellations of the Big Dipper were among them. Is this the story you wanted to tell? I wanted to answer, but had no energy. We will be watching you, king of a kingless world. Chaos in the sky over Seoul. I looked up at the stars, sending me their light. Constellation, great King Humu gazes at you. Constellation, one-eyed Maitreya gazes at you. Every historical grade constellation in Seoul was emitting light in my direction, yet it wasn't good enough to brighten the dark sky over Seoul. I quietly looked up at the Great Hall, which was swirling within dark clouds. The fourth scenario has ended abruptly. Calculation of rewards is being delayed due to an unexpected outcome. As I wiped off the blood coming from my nose, the mid-level goblin approached. You've really made the worst decision. You will woefully regret today's decision for the rest of your life. I will make it so with all my power. I couldn't stop smiling even as I lost consciousness, because the goblin had said that I won. You have accomplished an achievement that did not exist before. Your new fable has been created. Fable, king of a kingless world, has been created. You have obtained the possibility of a stigma. There was no such thing as the next regression for me. I would reach the end of the story in this world. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint will continue in Volume 4.